time we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
I'm hanging on your every word, the love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising love, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising love, above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising love, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising love, above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising love, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising love, above. Feels good. No point in fighting. It's hard pretending. Wake up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come and beg no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
rising. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 yeah. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, 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 yeah. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Oh, 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 here I go again. Oh, yeah. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline.
She make music with a body called a Pandora Spotify. Duna's got the lyrics to that body all memorized. Mama get that job done, in fact she overqualified. Boss lady, hot sugar, come alive. No, watch her dance off. She putting a spell on whoever she dance for. Everybody wanna touch it, they can't though. Rules are hands off, still she make them grand stuff. Dollars rain down. Girlie got that fire, like she camped out. Dudes popping tents like they on the campground.
She makes music with her body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She makes music with her body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
Money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She makes music with her body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Bunch of sexy baddies up in here, but this one stand out. She a star, make them ballers pull the bank out. ATM shorty ain't gon' give enough funds. Better hit the branch, boo, in preparation. Feature dancer status, she the center of attention. Jacob Javis, the big convention boys coming with them thick stacks. Stadium players got the grip spin that. Face like a doll, body juicy, deadly when she grabbing them make out. She make music with her body, she that #1 single.
She make music with her body, the ballers, they spending money, running.
Pop that, pushing that, making that pushing that, making that a sing. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money.
Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing. Pop that, pushing that, making that a sing.
She make music with her body, the ballers they spending money.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow. Come out of the shadow.
Your feet. Do you feel the heat? Slow down is all you need. Fade into the beat. Don't be shy. Listen, close your eyes. I wanna slow, hear another sound. You can touch the sky. I wanna slow, you feel the love growing all around you. I wanna slow, let yourself embrace to get high. Move your feet. Do you feel the heat? Slow down is all you need. Fade into the beat. Don't be shy. Listen, close your eyes. I wanna slow, hear another sound. You can touch the sky. I wanna slow, you feel the love growing all around you. I wanna slow, let yourself embrace to get high. Hey, now you can see. Oh, it's brighter, oh, it's clear. 'Cause baby, now you can see. 'Cause you open up your mind to find what you want to be. Yeah, you feel the rhythm, now it's in your heart. Baby, you see. Now it's time for you to find the answer. Don't be shy. Listen, close your eyes. I wanna slow. Here's another sound where you can touch the sky. I wanna slow. You feel the love growing all around you. I wanna slow. Let yourself embrace to the high. time we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn distant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
I'm hanging on your every word, the love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. No point in fighting. It's hard pretending. Wake up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come back no more. Oh no. 'Cause I will never let you in.
in my veins. Your adrenaline, you're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins. Your adrenaline, adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call on my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins. Your adrenaline, you're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins. Your adrenaline, your adrenaline, you're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins. Your adrenaline, you're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins. Your adrenaline,
天下诸国征战日久，旧乱未平，新患又起。唯当死战不却，方得天赐神兵。巴山盖世，唯我贾克斯。
New year, new Rift. And that's just the start. All this week, we'll be updating you on our plans for League in 2020. We'll explain where we're headed with events and game modes. We'll give you a preview of new skin lines and returning thematics. We'll share the latest info on champion updates and new champs. And we'll tell you all about what's next for TFT, including a sneak peek of the next set. And we'll even give you a look at our new tabletop game. The next decade of League begins now. Welcome to season 2020.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the grind, and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I'ma just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run out of time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
New year, new Rift. And that's just the start. All this week, we'll be updating you on our plans for League in 2020. We'll explain where we're headed with events and game modes. We'll give you a preview of new skin lines and returning thematics. We'll share the latest info on champion updates and new champs. And we'll tell you all about what's next for TFT, including a sneak peek of the next set. And we'll even give you a look at our new tabletop game. The next decade of League begins now. Welcome to season 2020.
you'll be the one that was you'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream. From the from the
Hey everybody, I'm Jeremy, aka Riot Brightmoon, the lead producer for gameplay on League of Legends. I'm thrilled to welcome each and every one of you to the start of Season 2020. With the celebration of League's 10-year anniversary now a few months behind us, it's time to talk about the current state of the game and where we're going next. We have big plans for 2020, the start of our second decade of League, so let's get into it. This year's seasonal update, Rise of the Elements, has been live for a little over a month now, and has brought all new game states with elemental rifts. Our goal for Rise of the Elements was to make Summoner's Rift feel more alive and give more unique environments to play around. Every game of SR should be memorable, and now there's more opportunities to see something really special in each game. We've been making balance changes over the past month and tweaking the power of the Dragon Souls. We think we've landed in a place where there's multiple strategies to winning, but we're keeping a close eye on the power of every objective. Today marks the start of the 2020 ranked season. While we've made some adjustments to ranked over the course of 2019, we wanted to keep things stable for season start. So the beginning of your 2020 climb should look familiar. You'll start in placements with a provisional rank that goes up with wins, but doesn't go down with losses. And over the year, you'll progress through 3 seasonal splits, each granting rewards as you go. You can check your progress on those rewards in the Rank tab. Though we aren't introducing any major changes to the rank system for season start, we've been listening to and absorbing your feedback around ranked and matchmaking. This year, we're going to be making a significant investment in making a more competitive, transparent, and rewarding system for ranked. While big changes won't launch until next season, we still want to bring improvements to you throughout this year. First up is a feature you've been asking for, autofill parity. We want to reduce the number of games where one team has multiple autofills and the other doesn't. We'll be sharing an update on this feature later this month. We expect to release it soon, and when we do, we'll have an update on the next feature the team will be working on to make your ranked climb better. Please keep giving us your feedback on what you'd like to see and where we can improve. In addition to improving ranked, we're also focusing on some of the other parts of the game that you interact with most. One thing that can get in the way of a great league experience is when the client doesn't do what it's supposed to. The team spent most of 2019 digging into the causes of poor performance and client issues, and we're looking forward to rolling out improvements across the client throughout this year. Our first targets are champion select, client load times, and the overall performance and speed of the client. We recently upgraded the engine that the client runs on, and we've seen that make a meaningful impact for some players, but we still have a lot more coming. Last year, you told us that you wanted unique ways to play for every major event. We agree, and this year we're committed to providing exciting, temporary game modes alongside every major event, starting with AR Earth during Mecha Kingdoms. We'll also be adapting the new Elemental Rift changes to AR Earth, including Dragon Souls and the changing map. In addition, we'll be bringing back some other mode favorites, like One for All, which will be making a return in the first half of the year. That's all we have for today. Check back throughout the week where we'll be detailing our plans for the season beyond Summoner's Rift. Now let's go play some ranked.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. Come out of the shadow.
Give me some space, it's about to go down. Cover your ears, it's about to get loud. It's getting loud. So many years biting my tongue. Now I'm throwing stones and spitting blood. I'm spitting blood.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the LPL. I am Oisin Penguin Malloy. I'm joined by Rob Dagda. I'm so excited. We haven't casted together in a very, very long time. It's been a while, buddy. How are you doing?
I know, I'm good. I'm delighted to be here. Joining my Irish colleague as well.
Yeah.
I mean, many people don't know I actually started off casting with Oisin way back when.
I think it was about
several years ago.
4
now.
years
yeah,
ago,
yeah,
5
it was a
years
long
ago.
time ago. It was
In a
long
hotel basement, so, now we're here, Started from literally the bottom, below ground, and now we're here. But, of course, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. We are going to be going through everything LPL that we possibly can and catching you up on all the games you missed out on as well. And, of course, we got to talk about those games as well.
Oh, yeah.
Thursday and Friday, we didn't have a cast, but on Thursday, we saw EDG versus V5 and Rogue Warriors versus Suning.
Yeah, and then, I mean, that was an absolutely stellar performance from both teams. I was kind of looking towards Rogue Warriors going like, okay, they should lose out here to Suning, but I thought that Suning looked a little bit shaky. Rogue Warriors came out of the block, looked pretty good, and fixed some of the issues that we saw come out from them previously. And as well, EDG, I mean, kind of the expected win there. I don't think a lot of people are expecting much from V5.
Yeah, now the big upset came from Friday's matches, because on Friday we saw the newest team to the LPL, the underdogs, E-Stars, take down the current reigning world champions FPX 2-1, and they looked good. This did not look like a fluke.
The biggest thing for me, was it didn't look like a fluke. When I looked towards this roster, I was looking at their first game versus Rogue Warriors thinking, okay, we see a lot of the stuff that isn't really working for them. They're not playing well in the mid-game. It looks very sloppy. They came up against FPX, they played the macro, they played the map incredibly well, and that's what got them the victory in that series.
And as well as that as well, we have seen TES, or Top Esports, take down LNG. It looked pretty routine. Top Esports looked, with the new Carson in the jungle alongside Knight, they look pretty damn good as well. So overall, smiles all around for the winning teams as we look at the standings, and that is not a picture that I thought we'd be seeing even this early on in the season.
I think a lot of analysts would be putting FPX at the bottom of the standings at any point in this split, but now and behold, yes, that's where they find themselves at the bottom of the standings. Invictus Gaming are standing up there with E-Stars and EDG quickly on their tails, but definitely not the way I expected these standings coming into the split.
Well, of course, that was in the past. We got to talk about the future. Then now we got to talk about today's games. We are going to be seeing JDG versus Team WE. Team WE, of course, coming in for the first time. But then later in the day, it's a pretty big one. Two playoff contenders, arguably two of the top 4 teams we have in the league, and BLG and RNG coming into play.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's going to be looking towards RNG to see how the roster stacks up. We're looking at Betty coming in for Uzi, and that's really going to be a decider for me as well, alongside the jungler swap out, Xiaolong Bao coming in. I want to see what the new guy can do.
And of course, before we get to that one is the hottest kind of, take today, let's be real. A lot of fans, a lot of legacy fans from RNG, they're always going to always the bridesmaid, never the bride, realistically, when it comes to international events, but we'll see how they do later on. I do want to talk about Team WE versus JDG, and of course, we got to introduce Team WE. They were a very different lineup to what we're used to seeing.
Well, certainly. I mean, when I look at WE, I always think, Mystic. I look at GA as well.
957.
Where are they?
Yeah, they're gone. They're gone off now. You can see here, we got some new players. You got Morgan coming in. You've got Plex as well. A lot of things just kind of, very different, and unfortunately that means that we are finally seeing a WE who weren't that 2017 semi-finalists in Worlds.
No, but they do have what I kind of feel is the good with the bad. I mean, Morgan coming in, I feel is an up-and-comer who could do a lot of work. He was the top laner in LDL Summer, who had the most MVP, so definitely someone who's capable of carrying if given the resources. But looking towards the mid and AD carry, I can't call these upgrades. Plex was taken off of LNG because of communication issues with the jungler, and as well Ju Meng came in, but wasn't looking particularly strong in his games in Summer, particularly against Invictus Gaming, where he found himself in the business end of an Ezreal queue from Baolan and from the Jackie Love as well.
Yeah, as well. And so Team WE, it is their first matchup of the season. We are going to be low expectations, I think, for this team, but we could be pleasantly surprised. Plex has shown glimmers of, flares of brilliance while, surrounded in a darkness of oh dears. And, Morgan, like you said, like the highest MVPs in the LDL, he looks like a very solid. I know there's someone, Raz, if a legacy caster in the LPL, was super hyped about towards the end of last season for JDG. So I'm excited to see what this team can bring out, especially against JDG, who, yes, they won 2-0 earlier in the week, but it wasn't exactly solid.
No, the biggest factor when I look towards JDG was not utilizing their side lanes, and this is kind of something that's almost been a legacy problem for JDG, is getting out of that mid lane where everyone just seems to come in. We like a little bit of an ARAM, but if they'd sent off, Yagao to start pushing out side lanes properly, then they could have been able to utilize the advantages that they had gained for themselves. It very much became a case of, okay, cool, Dragon's up now, all right, let's fight.
Yeah, it became more of a, as you said, something to fight over, let's do it, rather. A very traditional LPL team, let's put it that way. They find any excuse to fight. And for JDG, should they be still looking for playoffs? Should they still be looking I know it's very, very early on in the season, but I keep repeating this because it is something unique to the LPL. You play each team once. You don't get a redo. You get a 1 best of 3, and that's it. You lose the head-to-head. That could be the difference between playoffs and nothing.
So the big problem that I see with JDG is that they haven't fixed the problems that we saw from last year. If I'd come in and looked at the off-season and they came looking strong, they were playing side lanes effectively, 1-4s were going great for them, but I'm like, great, JDG, we can go back towards Spring where they came in second. That's the team that I'm looking for. But looking now, they still have the same problems. They're still looking like that 10th place roster. And when I look towards teams like E-Star, who are coming up and looking fantastic, I don't see how they can try and take them on if they're not able to play the map correctly.
And for Team WE as well, a team soaked in legacy. The original Chinese team at an international event, some might say. They are, unfortunately, I would say at their lowest of lows in terms of the talent that they have on the team. Now, I would love to be pleasantly surprised.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Team WE fans, please don't come for me, but it is on paper something that you look at and you don't get inspired, you don't get excited for this roster.
Well, that's the thing, is people always look towards GA and think, oh, this is the guy, this is the mid laner that we're following here. The same when you look towards the bottom lane, they're just not having the big factors, the oomph players that I kind of look towards to go, okay, they can carry this out. Jamang, not convinced by him in the 2 games that I saw from summer, and the same when I look towards Plex in the mid lane. Fen I think was a big roster upgrade for them when he came in towards LNG. I want to be surprised, but I'm not holding my breath for this.
We want to believe, but we got to see it before it happens, of course. And for Team WE, they're not going to be used to those kind of words, those harsh words being thrown at a roster. Like I said, the original Chinese team at an international event. They were the 2017 World semi-finalists, only losing to the eventual winners in Samsung Galaxy. It's a very weird prospect for them. And do you expect them to kind of take this as for a curse word in our kind of caster thing, a development season, see how it goes, and maybe if you get something out of Morgan, you kind of build around him then?
I think that possibly is what they're going for. I'd like to see that. I think if anyone on this roster is going to be the big carry, it will be Morgan. I don't know how developmental it's going to be, though. Yes, it's a lot of new talent coming in, and I want to see that roster try and grow with it. But again, I mean, look, you look towards what Mystic is doing over in the LCK. He looks absolutely phenomenal, and this was the same roster where they only managed to get to 9th at the end of the day. You'd want to see them push into those top 8 spots so they can secure playoffs, but I don't think this is really the time to do it. Maybe when we come into summer, this is going to be a very different conversation where there's more of a known quantity here, but I just don't see it for the moment.
You talked about top lane, and something that we did see yesterday was Seth for the first time competitively. Seth and played by Flandre on LNG, if you want to check that out. If any butting people want to check out some builds. It didn't look bad, but obviously Seth clearly has some glaring issues with how you have to play around him versus how he is played.
I think you need to start looking towards how you want to get those flanks off, because Flandre looked absolutely fantastic. When he could get the TP, he could get in towards the back line, either toss an AD carry into the team or find that big tank to get the AoE damage. But unfortunately, if you're not able to do that, you need some sort of supportive carry with you, the likes of Karma, who can get you into these team fights, actually utilize you, because otherwise you see the same problem you see with the likes of Volibear and Udyr. They're 2 carries that can do a lot of damage, but have a hard time getting into team fights because they got to run at you. And that's a very similar problem that we're seeing with Seth.
Kiting is definitely something that kind of hard counters. Do you think we'll see him today? Do you want to see it? Sorry,
I
two
want
questions.
to see
yeah,
it.
Do you want to see him today?
I want to see it. I want to see what this champion can do, because we only got our league account set up the other day, so we haven't actually got a chance to start playing Seth yet.
It's like PTSD.
But we haven't got to play him very much, so I want to see more of what this guy's capable of, but I don't think we're going to see a huge amount of him today. Maybe in our second game of the series, but I'd be surprised to see it in our first one.
We talk a little bit as well about the second series before we do jump into picks and bans for the first series. Just to touch on it very, very quickly, RNG versus BLG, we are not going to be seeing Uzi this time around either. So do you expect it to be kind of more lean towards BLG?
I think so. I think the big factor for me is more the jungle matchup. I think that's where I'm going to be keeping my eyes on it. I don't want to go too heavily in depth to that because I don't want to ruin all my analysis later.
We got plenty later.
But definitely, I think Betty is someone coming across from Flash Wolves in the MLMS. They looked great there. I think they can look great here as well.
Well, we are going to send it over to WE Stadium for an opening ceremony to see how they introduce the teams.
上单 pose， 上单 Morgan， 下路救梦，辅助 Missing。打野悲伤，中单 Plex， 中单 Teacher 嘛，中单一梦。
昔日霸业成峥嵘，但悲老将见却无。更迭不失真本色，待看今朝斩宏图。新军的征程即将开始，老将却要在今天告别战场。
8-man roster introduced. I wonder how long they were sitting on that stage.
Yeah.
It looked like they were a bit tired towards the end there. I think they were waiting for the opportunity to kind of go for it. But 8-man roster, I have very low expectations but high hopes. You know, like expect the worst, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. For Team WE, that's kind of, if you're a fan of Legacy fan of them, that's kind of what you have to do in this particular season.
Certainly, and I think the way to, or at least the place to hang your hopes is in that top lane. We already talked a little bit about Morgan. I'm very excited to see what this guy can do, especially as we're looking towards slight changes in the meta now, where we're looking more towards those solo lane carries. I think Morgan could fit that role incredibly well. Also, I think Post is another one that we can look at quite hard, because he does like to roam. He likes to get out of that lane, try and get down towards mid, and if that's the way that we start to see them enter this game, can start to mess with Kanavi, can start to mess with Yagao in the mid lane, and that can really throw a wrench into the works for JDG.
And to come bring it back over to JDG as well, we haven't really touched on them that hard as such because Team W obviously just first introducing them. JDG, like we said, they didn't look super solid in the first game. They still got the 2-0. Is it going to be, you know, what I like to call the kind of like getting the results that you want versus how you get it? Is that what they're looking at now and looking for that style that fits them?
I think to a certain extent they already have their style figured out. They do like to play around the solo laners. It's going to be the Zoom and the Yagao that they're ganking consistently, whether it's a two-man where top comes down to mid or mid goes up with Kanavi. It's a workaround whatever way they're kind of feeling on the day. But definitely I think they've got their set style. It's more as we start to continue into the later stages of the game, that's where the game plan starts to fall apart. And I think that's where teams can start to punish them, particularly if you start to move into the likes of a 1-3-1 or a 1-4, because they just don't know how to really deal with those split pushers. And I think if WE are playing towards those heavy solo laners where they have, you know, Morgan or Post on these big side lane split pushers, that could be something that they look to punish effectively.
I'd love to see as well, we talked about quite a bit at, you know, length off and on camera about the new changes to the Rift, the Dragons, the Rift Heralds especially. We were discussing as well, Rift Herald is something that can make you look amazing if you're ahead, but it kind of looks a bit useless should you fall behind.
Most certainly, and we saw it used a great effect by BLG as well. I think it was 11 minutes they took an inhibitor tower. That was
I think it was, yeah, something like that. I think it was either BLG or IG. I think it was IG versus
IG,
DMO.
was it? Okay,
IG versus DMO.
They managed to take that inhibitor, but exactly that's the case. If you're not going to respect how much damage that this Rift Herald can do, you can very quickly sweep through a map. But the difference here is that you're not guaranteed to get those 3 plates, and with the reduction in the gold as well that you get from those turret plates, makes it a lot more difficult for you to try and snowball off that advantage. So now instead people are starting to look at it as a win more scenario, where if you are in the lead and you get the Rift Herald, great, we're in control of the map, we're in control of the tempo, we can get man advantages that we can utilize with that Rift Herald to very quickly start to take towers and open up this game in more, strategic maneuvers that we can use with those towers down.
And it is, like you said, something that you have to respect. We saw, I think I did time it, from the moment of the 3rd charge where IG were going for that inhibitor turret, it was 30 seconds.
Yeah.
From the time it got dropped to the time they were at the inhibitor. That is such a short window that you need to be decisive. You need to make a call and say, we need to go for this, because like we saw, unfortunately for DMO, was that they just didn't respond. They didn't respect it. And all of a sudden, 11, 12 minutes into the game, you're right out an inhibitor turret down the bottom lane.
And we were all looking at them going, they're going to back. At some point, they are going to start these backs.
We hope.
And then it never arrived. So, yeah, very quickly, you can see 30 seconds. I mean, you're already spending 8 seconds on your back, plus your walk time. I mean, this is an objective that can start to snowball games very quickly if given the opportunity, but it is that, snowballing the games, and that's a lot easier to do if you're already ahead. If you're behind, you don't really have the time to set up and try and group around this Rift Herald, because you're trying to respond to what everyone else is doing around the map.
I find as well, when the Rift Herald is being taken by said team, they usually have the timer on it, they can go for the second one as well. Another objective or another kind of facet of the game that has changed is those dragons and now the dragon souls. So looking at it, it is kind of a tit for tat. You're trading for power now versus power later, because if you do get that 25-minute dragon soul, which is about the average for it, that's a lot of power that's just being front-loaded onto pretty much everyone on your team.
And that's why we're seeing teams prioritize Dragon so early. I wasn't expecting, when I started the season, to see these early Drakes being, well, not as early as we're seeing the Drakes being taken, because 25 minutes is fairly quick when you're looking at a 5-minute respawn on these boys. So you really need to be trying to get players to focus more on these objectives. And that wasn't what I was seeing. I wasn't seeing teams very quickly mobilize to get the Dragon or mobilize up to get the Rift Herald, but teams are very quickly starting to realize, look, if we can get 3 or 4 of these underneath our belt, we are going to get that Elder Drake. We're going to look a lot more menacing, and we can start to finish off this game.
Favorite Drakes, ranked from 1st to 4th.
So,
based on Dragon Souls.
Dragon Souls?
Yes.
Okay, I'd go with...
So which one would you rather have at the late game?
I'd say Inferno. Well, it's still a little bit dependent on your composition as to what you really want. But I think if you're just looking at kind of a blanket cover for everyone, I'd say the Inferno probably is my top, because that AoE damage in a team fight is absolutely insane.
Damage is damage. Damage is just damage.
And then to reduce your damage is going to be that Ocean, because you do get the regen that comes in. Again, playing towards that team fight scenario is going to be super helpful. Then I'd probably go with Cloud into Mountain, but the Cloud can eke up depending again on your composition. So it is a little bit more facilitative on what your team comp wants, but that would be kind of my rough workings for
That's fair. I was thinking as well, if you have a Rumble, Jarvan, Misfortunal, you want that 10% CDR, you want to be getting that movement speed once you pop your ultimate from the Dragon Soul as well. Elder Drake has been kind of a discussion, shall we say, on Reddit threads and Twitter and stuff like that. It is an incredibly powerful buff, and it's kind of almost showing to us that the trade-off that used to be Elder Drake for Baron sometimes isn't just worth it anymore, because Elder Drake you just lose the game.
And that's the big problem, is that you've seen, I was watching Yanko's stream when it first came out, was Yanko's talking about, hey, look, if you lose the entire early game and you manage to steal that Drake, that can be your win condition right there. If you don't have to be the one that gets the 4 Drake. So he was kind of looking at, maybe you go for a slightly later game scaling composition and then see if you can win the Drake just in that last team fight. But unfortunately, because of how well the rest of the Drakes are scaling, people have obviously gone and focused on a much more mid-game centric team. But these are definitely objectives that can turn stuff, and even more so than we've seen from the likes of a Baron steal, because Baron, if you steal it, well, you've still got to get your lanes in check, you've still got to do the rest of it, and that Baron is starting to tick down. But if you steal the Elder Drake, you're pretty much guaranteed to win the next fight, and then you can start to push in for objectives, go back, sort your waves out, and it starts that big influx of gold that you need to start the comeback.
coming back obviously to the LPL, we had a lot of meta discussion.
Yeah.
What is the meta for LPL right now? Because we've seen a lot. We've seen split push comps, team fighting comps, pick comps, 1-through-1s. What do you feel as of this moment? This is not a guarantee, by the way. This is your opinion. Is the optimal strategy that you have favored so far?
Definitely a team that spikes in the mid game, more team fight orientated. I mean, we've seen the Jarvins, the Rumbles, these kind of guys have been banned away because of that mid game power that they give you. Misfortunes are being prioritized on the bottom side of the map, Aphelios as well, because of the Moonlight Vigil, how well that works if you got Infernum up in team fights. So obviously teams have gone and looked at, look, if we're going towards Dragons in the early stage of the game, if we're going to be having our bot lane roam up to the top side of the map to try and fight for this Rift Herald, we need some early power. We need things that are going to hit hard off of 1 to 2 items, and that's the compositions that we're seeing start to enter onto the Rift.
You mentioned Aphelios there, and I do want to kind of touch on him a little bit. Is considered OP, has a negative, well, I wouldn't call it a negative win rate, but not a high win rate.
37.5 win rate is
Yeah.
not exactly positive.
No, it's not positive. Well, technically it is, but we're not going into that. But why is that? Why are we seeing so many people saying, and we see it as well, like we said with the Moonlight Vigil, you have so much front-loaded damage that can spread out with that with the flamethrower attachment and everything, but why isn't it translating to wins on the board here in the LPL?
I think the biggest problem is that he's somewhat situational when it comes to team fights. You want that Infernum there, you want to be able to use the Calibrum in certain situations, and to find the team fight that you want for the guns you want doesn't always match up. So yes, where you've got lots of fights happening continuously, chances are, you toss a coin, it'll come up heads more times than often. Yes, yeah.
Toss a coin for your Witcher.
Yes, here.
You're welcome. If you
That's
don't know
now
what
stuck
that
in
is,
everyone's head.
I know, right? I was going to say, if you don't know what it is, Google it. Toss a coin for your Witcher. Banger. Absolute tune.
But yes, it's going to be a case of, it'll come up eventually more times one way than the other. And that seems to be the way that Aphelios is working sometimes. Now, we've seen, JDG, our team here today, have gone towards the opposite end of, well, let's pick something like the Kindred, where we can put up that Lamb's Respite and stop that burst damage from coming through when we do find that the dice has hit the nat 20 for Aphelios. But not all teams have gone for that. It's still not working out. And if you don't have that big team fight ultimate available, well, then you're very susceptible to people diving on you. The likes of the Jarvan, the Rumbles are making it hard for you to set up. Kianas are making it a terrifying moment to try and enter team fights. It's not going to work out for you, and that's the big problem.
I think I was going to say, like, the fact that there are so many kind of diveable or diving champions that are able to jump on you straight away, you just can't do it. We saw a brilliant one, I do believe it was Meteor. Saw a split second against Vici Gaming. Flash in with the Q with the water enchantment, able to ult, immediately takes the Aphelios out. There's nothing you can do. And that's the kind of scary thing, I suppose, when you go for someone that is front-loaded with that kind of a damage. Misfortune is also in a very similar boat, that you have no escapes. If you get caught, that's it, you're done. That's the risk you go with when you go for those big AoE team fights.
And I think this is why our jobs are getting a little bit more interesting, because especially as a play-by-play, you can hear it in team fights, like the AD carry's gone down, but they're still winning the team fights. Because there's so much other damage that's coming in now, high AD damage junglers, like you've got the Lee Sin that's coming in, you've got the Kianas that are being played, even in the top lane, you've got Aatrox, Kennen, all these big Renekton, all these damage dealers that are buffering the rest of the team. Mordekaiser is another one. These can all carry team fights even when that AD carry is going down. So now the game state is starting to look a lot different, where you've got to account for all the different carries that are on teams. And that's why I think teams where you've got to try and figure out who is actually going to be the carry for this team. How do they want to try and divest their interest to make sure they're putting money in the right places are going to be the teams that succeed.
And where is the money supposed to go? In your head, where would you be investing your League of Legends money?
Well, at the moment it makes sense to go for the solo laners. They're getting the most experience. They are the ones that have the most impact, particularly in the mid lane, where you are seeing roamers are being phenomenally strong. Rise, we've even seen Kiana a little bit in the mid lane. The Blancs, these carries who can get out of the mid lane, move into those other lanes and have an impact on the rest of the map. So this is why I think we're looking at teams like BLG and Meteor and Fofu who are doing very well, because it's this focus on the mid lane that they can then spread out to the rest of the map. And I think it's going to take a little bit of time, but teams will eventually start to cop on of, okay, cool, we've got a super high level mid laner who's fed, got a bit of farm. Okay, cool, we take them bot lane, they're 2 levels above everyone else. We can actually make something happen here.
We have a little bit of time now, so I want to bring up the elephant in the room in terms of LPL. FBX. What is happening? You just explained to me that solo lanes are the winning, the roaming, the able to kind of like, four-man bot. This is a team that pretty much, epitomized that whole strategy with their Pantheon plays. Nautilus is, of course, super famous. The Malphite, lest we forget. But what has happened? Where has it all gone wrong?
I think for a certain amount of it, it's that E-Stars in their game did a good job of controlling Doinby in the mid lane. They had these... even so much that Cassiopeia was able to punish Doinby pretty effectively, who was on the Nautilus, so shoving him in made it difficult for him to actually get out and get these roams. An awful lot of situations it was E-Stars who was moving first, or they were having the support come up to try and help them out in these scenarios. And this is where it's not only just becoming about, the 2v2 jungle duo, it's the support who's oftentimes coming with them. Chelsea has been almost every single game I've watched about that 8 to 9 minute mark, backing and then just walking his way to mid lane. He's like, I don't really care what Wink's doing in the bot lane. I'm going for this play in the mid. You'll see him enter in the top side brush and then make his way to bot lane if nothing's happening. So this is where the supports are starting to get involved because of how important this mid 2v2, now 3v3 in certain situations is working out.
I will say for FBX as well is that they had a long season. Yeah. They had first in the regular split in spring, first in the regular split in summer, pretty much got into the, obviously won in the summer split as well through the playoffs. Then they had to go, of course, to the World Championship all the way. Then you had Chinese All-Stars, where I'm pretty sure a majority of that team were there because they're such fan favorites. It's been a very long and trialing year for them, and I think we can give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt that they just need a break. They just need to calm down and just go, okay, let's all just reset, come back after Chinese New Year, which happens over the next 2.5 weeks, by the way. We'll be back on February 5th. 5th. Yes, 5th. It's Wednesday. It's a Wednesday, my dudes. And I'm trying to think of other things, but other memes to incorporate. But I think it is just tiredness, and we've seen it last year with IG as well, like we saw previously with SKT teams. Like this is a general trend we see, is that when you're going 110% pretty much your entire year through scrims, regular season, international events, you just get tired.
And the big thing as well is that their season kind of has an extra month and a half etched onto it, because they can't finish when Worlds is, like, you've got to go and play the whole time. So every other team has gone, sat back and gone, we'll take a 2-month break, we'll be fine, and then we come back into it. Whereas if FPX or anyone who's really playing in the World Championships wants to take that time, well, then their year and their off-season is starting much later, so they're not getting as much practice in, getting everyone back in-house, getting settled. It takes a little bit more time to get it all set up, particularly when, this patch is quite a large one. 10.1 and 9.23 before it changed a lot of things. So for the team to start getting used to how the Rift now plays, you need that little bit of extra time.
Yeah, G2 vacation, but hopefully with success. We still have a couple of teams to cover, of course, throughout the league. There's a lot of hype. LPL's coming into a new era, I feel. We've got 17 teams. We've got a lot of big names from Korea and China, of course, respectively. Koma's come in for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, that's a big one.
That's a huge one. So I want to see, who are you excited for? Who are you hyped for? Who do you want to see more of as we go through the season?
Well, E-Stars is the obvious one. even from their day one versus
day 2
performance.
Were they always on your list?
No, they weren't. I had them at 16th, so they weren't dead last. But I'm now, genuinely,
I had them dead last. Yeah, I did not have a lot of faith.
Well, look, you gotta just have some, or maybe I've less faith in V5. Maybe I've just got no faith in V5.
That's fair. That's fair.
Sorry, but I think genuinely, as you start to look at how E-Stars have improved from day 1 to day 2, if we incorporate that into a whole season, I really think these guys could be almost like the Sino Dragons who came in. They had a fantastic first split where they ended up finishing second, I think it was. I can't remember off the top of my head now, Dominus Esports, but they looked stellar when they came into the league, and then they had a little bit of a fall off. But if we can see a similar performance from these LDL rookies, I think that they could end up in playoffs and really start to push the upper echelons, because yes, FPX didn't look great, but E-Stars were playing a very strong League of Legends.
For me, it's got to be IG. Now, that might seem like a bit of a cop-out because, of course, they are IG. But I'm allowed to if I give it justification. IG brought in Puff and Southwind. A lot of controversy. Where is Jackie Love? The biggest LPL meme this year had to be, where is Jackie Love? And even
did you say he went to the NBA?
Someone was saying that the Lakers signed him. Yeah. You know what?
Okay.
If they did, good on you, Jackie. Yeah. Didn't think he was tall enough, but you know what? Always reach for your dreams. But they brought him in. There was a lot of expectation, and it happens that we see it throughout all League of Legends leagues. TSM, in NA with a Team Liquid as well. There is a lot of expectations when these guys comes in, and I'm going to quickly finish that point and say that he did incredibly well with Southwind in their games with IG. But we are coming into introducing JDG to the stage for in the Team WE Stadium.
I'm going to be upset if there's not as much hullabaloo for these guys.
Oh, from the original?
Yeah.
The original, they kind of the intro of gods.
Yeah.
I feel like Team WE showed the team, like the production staff showed the team, and they kind of got a bit sagged. They're like, oh, it's not as impressive as JDG's, And JDG, they're looking happy, they're looking smiling. They could be feeling good knowing that they are still obviously 100% win rate. They have 1-2-0. They need to kind of dispatch these smaller teams to keep that momentum going, to try and build themselves up before they really hit some true challenges.
And I'm curious to see how they're going to manage against those big challenges, because, as we said, there's a lot of issues that I'm seeing on this team. Loken's still very much unproved for me on this JD Gaming roster. Coming back onto the team when he left in 2018, is back with Lu Mao, and I think Lu Mao will add a little bit of stability to his gameplay, but I'm still waiting to see what this guy can do.
For Team WE, fresh start, new season, new decade, another 10 years of league, fingers crossed. But where do they need to take this? What is their expectation? Are they looking for a 2-1, a 2-0? Should they be comfortable winners?
For JDG?
For Team WE?
Team WE. I mean, I'm kind of harping on about the top lane a little bit, but I want to see what Plex and Beishang can do. I mean, Beishang is very aggressive jungler, likes to get in and harass the lanes as much as possible. If Plex is coming back with a new vigor to him after being put aside on LNG, now has something that he wants to prove, I'd be fantastic for them to go up against the likes of Zoom, Kanavi, and Yagao and say, do you know what, guys, look, Dumpling Brothers, we don't care. You've got Kanavi in your back pocket. We're just going to power through this.
I'm excited to see this Team WE. I am tempering my expectations, but I do love seeing a new team. Like you said with eStars, you just don't know sometimes. You don't know if anyone's going to be able to 100% be a write-off or, as we see with eStars, someone who could potentially go for playoffs.
It's so hard to call at the early stages of the game, and this is where my biggest fault, I think, lies with JDG, is that I was hoping for improvement in the offseason. We haven't seen in game number one. Maybe I'm being a little bit too hard. Maybe it was just a case of, same for ourselves, shake off the nerves. It's your first time, first day. Don't worry. It'll only be up from here. I want to see if JDG now are coming into day 2. They've settled into themselves. Now maybe they can look to play the map the way that they want to, because the early game is quite good. Kanavi looked strong, was getting Zoom and Yagao ahead. It's just when we get to that mid game, they're kind of like, cool. What do we do? I suppose we just go mid and hope we can take the tower.
I think that's it as well. It's that mid-game transition that we've seen be the pitfall for a lot of teams, and that's just throughout the world. It's that you had a fantastic early game, and then they look at this lead and go, what do we do with this? That's the one thing they kind of, don't really know how to push on for. And I want to see, like you just said there, JDG work around actually figuring out what they want to do.
And they've got smart players on this team. I mean, when we look towards Zoom, he was playing on the Mordekaiser, was up against the Ornn in the matchup, burnt the Ornn's ultimate before that dragon fight, so then they'd end up winning. They are obviously thinking ahead. They obviously have the brains there to go, we can work with this. We can try and gain advantages for ourselves across the map. But I think their reliance on fighting in and around objectives is what's really hurting them, because they're not getting advantages elsewhere where maybe they go for a tower dive with Kanavi and Zoom in the top lane. They have Yagao roam down for a 4-man dive on bottom lane. There's just not a huge amount of this that I'm seeing, and I think that would just up their game one more level where we can then talk about them as potentially hitting those playoff stages.
And again, we are speculating heavily on a lot of these things, mainly because we just don't have the information right now. We have a little bit of Demacia Cup, one series.
I don't know about
JDG.
your stats, but I like to take them from one game and just run with them for the entire thing. That's how I work.
That sounds like Reddit in a nutshell, but it is very difficult to make calls on these different things, and it's why I love and hate predictions, because there's just no way I refuse to believe anyone who would have confidently given me solid reasoning as to why eStars should be FBX. But it happened. It can happen. Exactly what you just said could 100% happen on paper, but JDG could just go, you know what, screw it, we're not doing that anymore, and just try a completely different style. I'm hoping what you're saying is being taken on board by them, but like I said, it's all hypothesis, it's all, kind of theories that we hope that they're looking into.
It has to break at some point. Something has to change. But I think mostly as we do load into our pick and ban, that we are still going to see JD go towards that team fight stall, look towards Yagao, potentially going back to the LeBlanc. It was the champion who played twice in their first series. and look to go for that heavy play around the Dragon, play around the Rift Herald, and trying to win our fights there. But actually, as I say that, LeBlanc has been banned away by WE.
Yeah, we got the Elise banned, the Lucian and the Rumble as well by JD Gaming, the Akali, the LeBlanc, and the Gragas banned away. Kiana first pick, straight into an Olaf for the side of Team WE. Strangely enough, I was just about to say, Aphelios and Misfortune yet to be picked right now. It looks like Team WE are going to choose their preference.
I actually prefer the Kiana pickup first. I think you've got the flex there where it can go mid, can still go in towards the jungle, but has had a much higher impact when we do look towards junglers and what they're capable of. That true display of talent in and around these objectives like the Baron pit, in and around the Dragon pit, can be game changers, whereas I'm not as convinced by some of the other picks like the Aphelios.
The Aphelios has been locked in. The Varus is going to be the counter to it now on this side for JDG. So opting away from the Misfortune. We have sort of seen the Varus. It's not been as prevalent as the other two aforementioned AD carries, but with the Braum, it can be a bit of a menace.
Most certainly. With the Braum taken here, though, I'm curious to see what the story is going to be with the Ornn. We've seen Ornn taken away on the opposite side, played into the Braum, despite Braum being a counter because you can stop the Ram charge, but a lot of teams are still happy to take it. They don't mind because it's just a great top laner that can do well with very little economy put into it.
He's got a lot of upfront damage in those early levels, as we see now. Plex going to be locking in the Zoe. Could be going to Morgan, though, in the top lane.
No, I'd be very surprised if it went towards Morgan. I mean, I'd be looking more at like what Knight was doing previously. We saw him yesterday have an insane performance on the Zoe. I think that's what we'd be hoping for here, but I mean, it's Knight. I mean, can you live up to the same story?
Knight's pocket pick makes it look like meta. That's the kind of level you're at with Knight as such. And we saw him coming out of a 1v3, I do believe, and almost getting away with a one-for-nothing trade. Eventually got taken down, but they did throw everything at him. So Zoe is one of those champions that can just be an absolute pain. We'll have to see now exactly what Plex can do with that in that mid lane. As we see the Talia, the Mordekaiser banned by Team WE, and the Thresh, I would imagine possibly the Nautilus banned here by the side of JDG, or potentially the Leona.
I prefer the Leona in this case. I think she can do okay into the Braum, although you do end up behind that shield in a lot of scenarios with very little support from your AD carry. But we are going to see Aurelia's banned away there, so not wanting to give that over towards Morgan, but he's going to get his hands on the Ornn anyway.
Ornn locked and loaded. And
there we go.
Set is locked. And that is going to be going up to Zoom in the top lane, you would imagine. And right now, JDG, they want to show how it's done because LNG, they didn't get a great run with him out yesterday, and that is a Nidalee. So it's Nidalee jungle coming in for Kanabi. He's almost the only person who plays it in the league. It is definitely his pocket pick with a Kiana mid and a Set up in top.
So the biggest problem that I see here is that you've got very few ways for Set to really get into these team fights. You want that kind of setup. You want something where you can either get the teleport in, but unless you can get a supreme display of talent to knock several people in towards the wall to follow up with the Set ultimate, it's going to be difficult to try and catch out all the different members of WE. Beishang is going to be just running at you with the Olaf. He's going to be separated from the team. Zoe wants to be separated off to the side as well. So not a huge amount of grouping for this Set to try and make most of the showstopper.
Leona going to be the final pick there for the side of Team WE. As you can see now, everyone just starting to get their team compositions together. And right now, I'm looking at that Set, and I want to see it. I want to see a proper suplex coming in and just absolutely rip through the Team WE.
I think what you're going to see is Set try and come in towards the end of fights, because I look towards Varus and look towards Nidalee. A lot of poke on this team, especially as they're trying to, as we talked about, JDG relying heavily on these team fights in and around objectives. If everyone starts to group up there, that poke can be a game changer and swing it one way or the other.
Yeah. Coaches locking hands, locking eyes as they lock champions. And we are going into game one for JDG, looking to continue their momentum, get themselves pushing forward towards those playoff spots, especially early on in the season. Is always good to pick up wins. But for Team WE, a fresh start, like we said, and just an opportunity to silence the haters.
And an opportunity to show what they're capable of up and against what is a very strong top half of the map for JDG. If we see Plex and Morgan come out swinging alongside Beishang and they outright win that top half of the map, I'm going to be very quickly changing my tune against Team WE, because realistically JDG with Zoom, Kanavi and Yagao are almost like the bodyguards to the upper half of the bracket. These are the guys that try to push you out and gatekeep that scenario.
Of course, for Team WE, like you said, they've got a lot of team fight potential. You've got the Aphelios with the Moonlight Vigil. You've got the Call of the Forge God. Olaf should be able to shore up that little bit of mid/early game shortage you're missing. But for Team WE, like you said, this is an opportunity for them.
I want to see how Team WE are going to try and play around these team fights, because they've got fantastic engage. You've got the Leona, you've got the Ornn. In theory, they should just be able to jump onto Team WE or onto JDG and not worry too much about the poke. But they will have to try and play around that Glacial Fissure just a little bit, because that can try and slow down the engage.
Fans are always incredible in China.
Yeah.
They really, really are. I love it. We see WE going for some early aggression and just an early warding session just to make sure they know exactly where Kanavi's Nidalee is going to be, where she's starting, and where she's going to be pathing to. And I like this from Team WE because they really do need this Nidalee to be kept in a cage.
And this is pretty much standard Olaf at this stage when it comes to the invade. The Olaf would try and split the match to vertically jungle, but they found Kanavi.
They jump in, flash away, and now the fight can really ensue as we see Yagao jumping in as well. So this is going to be a full 5v5 at level 1. Heal in, flash down, ignite, tick, tick, boom, and that's going to be Aphelios picking up the first blood. Azuma has now jumped in with a massive AoE, and Leona is traded back. It's a 1-for-1. Flash in from Loken. He is not done yet. It's a double kill. Will it be a triple? Almost certainly going to be done, and that is 3 quick kills to JDG.
It's all gone wrong for WE. They tried to go for the invade, but even with them layering the CC so well, Zoom on this set has the Haymaker, has built up that grit shield. True damage sweeps through WE, and Kanavi will pick up the red buff with 3 kills for Loken.
That was a play.
It was interesting.
It was interesting. I don't like using that word, but it was in fact interesting. And overall, JDG, and you can see here that this is 100% Team WE forcing this.
And you think this is going to work out, but unfortunately there's not an awful lot of follow-up CC. You do get the triple bubble into the follow-up here from Morgan. The heal comes through. Lu Mao manages to just about escape to force everyone else further into the team fight. And that, right there, that Haymaker was the big game changer. That was what you'd expect from Muhammad Ali fight. Take them down, put them into the ground, and it's Loken who picks up all 3 kills.
Fun little fact. Haymaker actually comes from people who used to harvest hay, from how they used to have to swing their sights to actually get enough to put into a barrel. And it became part of boxing, or how you throw a punch, because of just how powerful you have to throw it.
I feel like it's not quite a Haymaker though if it's a straight line. I always get a Haymaker as more obviously the rounded motion.
Well, yeah, you got to like you swing at it.
Yeah, he's just got a straight line motion, just
That's
all
true.
the damage in the line.
Could be David Haymaker.
True.
Yeah. A couple of boxing references there for you, ladies and gentlemen. But now
I feel like we're letting our non-boxing show.
Yeah,
I named one boxer, Muhammad Ali. He's one, right? Like that's all we got here.
Conor McGregor, he's not a boxer, but anyway, moving swiftly onwards. JDG already have themselves a lead, but again, we talk about this a lot of the times, is what they can use with that lead that is very important. Where do you want to see them pushing with Kanavi? Right now, it just looks like he's happy just to keep farming.
I would love to see Kanavi try and get in and influence the bot lane a little bit more. You've got 3 kills there, a Vamp Scepter already picked up. Just push that advantage a little bit harder, and then you can start to rotate towards this Infernal Drake. Make sure you've got control of that objective. Once you've got that, well, then it's a very easy one. Start that snowball going, pick up the Rift Herald, start this back and forth across the map where you're playing off of Loken and Lu Mao to make sure you're winning.
WWE need to try and... My God, crowd is agreeing with me right now. That is just some disgusting amount of damage.
So the big problem with Set when you go to try and trade with them is building up that true grit and then applying the Haymaker means you get such a large shield that it's pretty tough to try and equal out in the trade opportunities. That's what we're seeing from Morgan right now. Despite Ornn, and a lot of people complain about Ornn, how much damage he doesn't have anything on Zoom right now, because of the amount of damage and the shields that are built into Set's kit.
And for Zoom, it is going to be a situation of split push the way until very similar to Fiora's playstyle. You split push quite a while, and then, like you said, come in for the flank, the clean-up duty, the janitor's job. How do Team WWE contain him? Is it just going to be, does it eventually get better? Does it get worse?
You have to control the wards, otherwise you're giving a free in for Zoom with that teleport. But it is, again, setting up early for the objectives, making sure that you're not getting flanked by Set. Because if he can't find a way to get that showstopper into a decent position, well, then he's only sending himself further into the team and not really having the follow-up of the rest of the team, particularly when you're looking at the likes of Nidalee. Not exactly someone who wants to try and get into these fights early. She's more looking to poke. So if Zoom is heading in too early, it's easy for WE to turn, kill the Set, and then deal with the rest of the team.
Missing here, and a little bit unfortunate on the timing there. Felt like he held that just a little bit too long, but with the information that the bot lane from Team JDG has gone down, or they've gone back, I should say. I'm going to hold it there as we see the Supreme display of talent. The Ignite goes in. They're able to get the Sleepy Trouble Bubble and get out, so Plex will survive, but Team WWE will pick up the Infernal Drake.
And this is a mistake from JDG. We already talked about how they should be the ones that are in control of the bottom side of the map. Utilizing the back timer, WE picked that up, and now there's nothing on the bottom side of the map to force WE out. They can just play underneath their turret. They're happy to farm up and get Aphelios to 2-3 items where he can actually be relevant in these team fights and not look to fight Loken and Lumao whatsoever.
Dragon does go over. Next one's going to be an ocean, so it is going to be a cloud or mountain dragon soul that ends up spawning, and dragon or rift as well. So curious to see which one that one will be. But like you said, Team WE capitalizing on the fact that the bot lane had taken a reset, get themselves a nice little bit early Infernal Drake. Now that won't mean a lot in the early game, but it's an investment in the future.
It does mean that it's just, again, taking the timer away from JDG, where they can start to try and force WE out or to fight for them, but it's pushing back again when you can look towards those third Drakes for JDG. You'd imagine that with the 3 kills onto the Varus, when it gets to, 10 minutes where we have that next Ocean Drake spawning, they will still be in control, but it means that they don't have to fight for longer and longer and can find more opportunities to equal out the goal difference.
Beishong now revealing himself on that pink ward, but clearing it anyway, so we'll be able to put down a little bit more darkness around this bot side. And Team WE, I like this from them. They've slowed the game down a little bit. They're very, very easy. We've seen it in so many games throughout history where one team will get such an early advantage from a botched level 1 invade, and they just run away with the game. But Team WE, they've slowed it down. They've made a little bit of headway with the Dragon as well to try and pick up some kind of those stats. Overall, not a bad response this early on.
I want to see what this Nidalee can do, because I nearly feel like, obviously Nidalee's more of an invade-style champion. Clear your jungle, get in and take away the camps. Olaf does something very similar, though, where he clears incredibly fast, and I don't see a way for Kanavi on the Nidalee to try and outpace him too much as this game goes on. I feel like when you get towards the later stages, then Nidalee does tend to fall off quite a bit, but here's the play.
Oh, missing is right there as well, and there's just nowhere for Yagao to go. He will flash over, but flash straight back in. Missing will pick up that kill. WE just quicker on the play.
And this is something that we talked about in our pre-segment was now the supports are getting involved. At 8 to 9 minute mark, they start to roam out onto the map and make the big plays in around mid. Thanks to that play, not only do they pick up the Dragon, now they're able to pick up the Rift Herald as well.
Varus and Braum are rotating up for JDG. I don't think Team WE can really go for this, as there will be a collapse, which means that JDG might just go straight for this objective, and honestly, they can just take it.
Aphelios staying put. Jomeng not wanting to get involved, wanting to farm up and try and get themselves back after Loken picking up those 3 kills is now going to hurt them. We'll have to see how JDG are going to utilize this Rift Herald, though. It's still early days, still a lot of places where they can try and pick up the turret plating. My idea would go up towards the top lane, try and get Zoom with a bit more gold under his belt, so we can again start to punish Morgan further and further on this Ornn and have Set be your win condition. Split push to victory and then try and join these team fights where it suits you.
Excited for now to see Zoom on this set and see how much of an impact, like you said, he can have if they do pop up that Rift Herald on the top side, see if they can get him rolling a little bit faster. You can see the general build for Set is towards that Black Cleaver, then generally towards more split pushing like a Ravenous Hydra, something like that, or possibly Titanic Hydra.
I think there's still a lot of talks about what is actually the best set build. I mean, when we saw set, we're like, this guy makes sense. Triforce. Why not build it on him? A couple of people have been building that. We did see yesterday for Flandre, as he said, going for the Black Cleavers, the Titanic Hydras. So I think it does kind of depend on what does the game suit. But Zoom is realizing, I need tankiness. I want that CDR reduction. I'm going to go for the Black Cleaver in these early stages.
And the beauty of Set as a champion is with that, true grit, he does become so unbelievably tanky in those later stages with the added extra shield he gets as well, based on and also the regeneration he gets based on his missing health. He kind of almost gets a little bit of a mini Warmogs almost towards the late game.
That right hook also does a substantial amount of damage. It has 800% attack speed, which is quite fast, but it's when you get onto
compared
turrets,
to his left.
compared to his left hook. But when it does get on towards towers, that really does get through them quite quickly. So you are looking at, almost the same, that Trick 2G style of play, the volley bears and the Udyrs.
Like I said, that is the big weakness, of course, from the side of Set, is that he can be just kited incredibly efficiently. If you can just get him away, make sure he has no flash, he can't really get on top of you without fully committing his ultimate. And even then, his ultimate is a fairly short range. He needs to be quite close to you at the start.
Sorry, I'm looking at this bottom lane. Blade of the Rune King already completed for Loken with this Ocean Drake available. Very difficult for WE to push in right now. We already talked about the poke that can come out from Kanavi and Loken. It's only going to be so much worse because of how far ahead Loken is.
Loken was too far ahead there for a little bit. It's getting himself caught. That's a flash down, but that doesn't mean there is no ultimate for Aphelios as well. So there's a little bit of a trade of cooldowns. You will still take that for your Team WE, and you can see JDG, they're trying to kind of position themselves around this dragon. I don't really know if they can look for anything except the steal, and you can see they were just throwing a javelin and seeing what happened.
A rookie mistake for me, not remembering that Aphelios does everything. So that poke did work out. Oh, Solar Flare.
Solar Flare does not land, but that was because Kanavi had to flash. Trouble Bubble doing what it needs to do and just being an absolute nuisance. And Team WE, they're starting to crawl this game back, starting to push the buttons of JDG. That level 1 was just a fluke in terms of the eyes of WE, and they're feeling strong coming into this mid-game.
And this is what we're seeing previously from JDG. They do get these advantages, but they're not sure how to work with them. I think here the Nidalee isn't really lending itself to that, but they are trying to make some plays on the bottom side of the map for WE to equal out that scoreline.
You see Morgan just going to charge himself away. They have got the Rift Herald available, and you can see Morgan does not want anything to do with this top side, so they're going to try and go for a trade. Now, we talked about this a little bit, about the Rift Herald trade, 3-for-1. I don't know if this is worth it for the side of Team WE. They need someone to deal with this Rift Herald on top side.
They are going to have to send someone back. They're going to try and trade it, but as you said, 30 seconds was all it took to sweep through those turrets. Set is going to back away, so they're not going to try and follow through, but Lumao
has to go golden, otherwise he would have ticked down from the Ignite. The heal comes out as well. There's a supreme display of talent, and Beishang is deleted. Teleport comes in as well, and we're going to see another failed engage there coming out from the side of Team WE. It's all gone wrong, as Morgan's forced to flash away after teleporting in. Zoom is hunting though. Zoom is looking. Zoom has been put to sleep, and Zoom will have to get himself back out. But overall, it is JDG again coming out on top.
Kanavi did work there on Morgan before he was able to teleport in. You can see that horrible moment where you've realized the mistake you've made, because I'm stuck here, I'm teleporting, but I'm getting my health bar whittled away at. By the time Morgan gets down there, there's very little the Ornn can actually do. JDG do a good job of turning that around from what looked like a fairly dire straits.
Very old change in teleport, uncancelable, and you can see now in the replay, this just looks like an over force from the side of Team WE.
I was expecting this to go fantastically for them. When you've got Beishang there, you can go in missing as well, but unfortunately they go in that little bit too far without the minions, and it means that it's all a bit disjointed here. Beishang tries to finish off Lumao because they think we have to get that opportunity. Jumeng tries to do the same as well, and they, as you said, overextend, give over too much, and Morgan has to flash out the second he arrives thanks to Kanavi.
Ooh, so close from hitting that Winter's Bite. Again, JDG Looked like they were starting to slip away a little bit. Looked like Team WE were starting to come back, but an overforce again from Team WE, similar to how the level 1 went again as well. They overforce something and they just get hard punished for it. And JDG, they reap the rewards because top lane took a bit of damage as well. They were able to reset that wave so that Zoom didn't miss out on a lot either. They just gained just so much.
Zoom also got all of the turret plates in the top lane before it went down as well. So this set is becoming a massive nuisance. Black Cleaver already completed for them. They're going to be very difficult for Morgan to try and deal with. That cooldown reduction is perfect for him. 16 seconds on his W and his E at level 1, so every bit of cooldown reduction helps.
You see now Zoom getting jumped in on top of, but both ultimates used by Team WE and only a flash for Zoom. But that's good signs for Team WE. They're forcing out summoners.
That's the problem with Set, though, you can see right there. Very squishy. Does have that shield to help him out, but if you're not going to throw out the Haymaker, your health bar can just dwindle in a second. This is why when it comes to team fights, it really depends on how Zoom is going to be able to get into these before he can have an impact.
And you just saw there, one little slow from an undertow from the side of Team WE. That little bit of CC, that little bit of kiting was enough to just force a flash out of him. And you can see JDG happy enough to leave the Rift Herald to go over to the side of Team WE as they start pushing down this bot side. But they need to be careful they don't lose too much.
They're going to start to collapse on this. Rift Herald will deal a decent chunk of damage. They won't be able to follow up to finish off the turn. And this is where we were talking about the difference between old Rift Herald versus new Rift Herald. Old Rift Herald would have been able to take the tower. They could have gone in aggressively with that push. But unfortunately, with the reduced health on the Rift Herald, WE aren't as confident to move in and try and force the mid lane turret down.
I haven't really spoken about it because there's just been so much to talk about given how the early game went and of course Seth being locked in. This Nidalee pick from the side of JDG, yes, it's just Kanavi's pocket pick as such, but has it made the impact that you would have wanted to see from this guy?
Has got a level advantage, so at least he's getting a little bit of something, but this is the problem I think with Nidalee, is you're trying to set the enemy jungler behind, and that's not really working out so far for them, as Beishang is on the Olaf and able to do a decent amount of farming, so you're not able to steal away a huge amount. I think it was more to get some sort of AP damage into the jungle so they could give the Orianna, or sorry, not the Orianna, sorry, the Kiana into the mid lane. Too many I's and A's in there.
Sounds like an Irish name.
I know, definitely, yeah. Siobhan, Kiva, whatever you want to go with. But here we go, Plex trying to see if he can land the Sleepy Trouble, try and get some of the Paddle Star damage down.
You can see JDG do not want to let this one go over. This would set up a Dragon Soul timer for the side of Team WE. Team WE, however, are not really in a position in vision or in just position to be able to go for this. As I say that, though, they have got the ultimates available. Dragon goes down in favor of JDG. Now the fight ensues. There's going to be a straightaway jump in, and that is the showstopper you wanted to see from Set, as the fight is just being taken to Team WE. JDG get the Dragon, they get 2 kills.
That was a super suplex straight into the middle of the team, and WE drop like flies. Now JDG can start to set up in this mid lane, and the beauty of their composition is there's going to be spears and arrows flinging in right, left and center, which means they can't defend this turret, especially if Yagao is threatening on the right hand side.
There we go. Let's see if they can go for something else. There's a lot of damage that, unfortunately for Team WE, was blocked by the Unbreakable, which means they will lose that mid-tier 1. And JDG, you can see them now starting to up the momentum, starting to up the pace, the gears going forward for JDG, and Team WE, they're struggling.
And this was something that I wanted to touch on when we were in Champ Select but didn't get a chance, was a lot of the damage that WE has can be blocked by that Unbreakable, or a lot of the team fighting prowess of WE can be blocked. You've got the Zoe there who's trying to go in with the Paddle Stars. Cool, Braum can get in the way of that. The Ram coming through from the Ornn as well, the Call of the Forge God, that can be blocked. And I think that's what we end up seeing in a few of these team fights, but this was just a good ultimate, Chains of Corruption coming in to set up the showstopper, and I mean, it does as the name says, it ends them there and then.
Stops the fight there and then, and that's the scary thing about taking an Ornn into this, is that was a blind Ornn. They picked that first. They did not know it was going to be a set in that top lane, and the idea is, I suppose, is that you could just kind of mitigate it and use your team fighting with the Leona, with the Aphelios to try and just make it better, or make up for the shortfall. But Set, he's just got such high numbers.
He really does, and this is something that is going to become a bigger factor as this game goes on, because Set will win out on the side lane. I'm going to hold on, though.
Oh, Yagao, he's going to try and hide himself. Will get the ultimate off as well, and get himself out as Beishang's forced to flash away. TP used by Zoom, so there's a summoner advantage. to the side of Team WE. They did lose the flash off of Olaf. It's Plex now also has to flash himself, so these are small little advantages occurring here for the side of JDG as Team WE forced back underneath their tier 2. As I say that, Zoom needs to be very careful. He gets stunned up as they're going to jump on the Gravitum. He's going to jump in straight in, and he turns it right back around. Zoom does just so much damage, and the rest of JDG can just follow up. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but nobody from Team WE is a help bar to stay.
Don't take a knife into a gunfight. Don't take a tank into a fight with Zed, because they're going to turn it straight back onto your face. They drop. JDG pick up the turret, and Zoom is showing what Set is capable of.
That is the beauty of this champion. That's why it's so exciting to see Set be picked up, because he looked like he was dead to rights. And immediately, as soon as the opportunity came up, he was able to turn it around. The rest of his team pretty much left untouched.
That is a silly amount of damage.
It is
just
it
crazy.
is. For someone so tanky, it is a silly amount of damage.
But this is the big problem, is that Morgan is pretty much giving an in to Zoom in a lot of these team fights. And I thought we were going to look to see, a better setup where Zoom was going to have to come in from the side, try and get some sort of flank off. But Morgan's kind of just walking at them ahead of his team, and Zoom's like, cool, I'll take that and toss you directly into the middle of the rest of them.
8 and 3 in terms of the kills. Slight advantage for Dragons for Team WE, but another one coming up very, very shortly. In JDG, they could get even more tanky stats with those Dragons stacking up. Aaron has also spawned as well. We're only 21 minutes into this game. It feels like we've been here for an eternity. Now, this is what you were talking about. Where do JDG look for this? Where do they go from here? This is the thing you wanted to see them change in their mid-game.
I like what they're doing here, which is getting vision control in this topside jungle. Because if you get hit by a stray Nidalee Spear, or even an arrow from Loken as well, who's got that Quincy's Rage Blade completed, chances are you're going to be, in and around that half health mark and be forced to back. Now you can get JDG working with that number advantage off of just little plays in that topside jungle.
There's a 6,500 goal lead. You can see a Bork and Gwynzu's already finished up there for Loken, having a pretty fun time on this Varus. I wouldn't particularly say he's having a fantastic solo display, but he's definitely picking up the kills, and that's all that matters.
I am not liking how many people JDG are sending down towards this dragon, though. Realistically, you could have Zoom finish that off himself, shove in the bottom lane, then come back towards dragon while the rest of the team controls the Baron area. And this is where I'm seeing JDG roaming constantly as his 5-man squad, not trying to utilize their side lanes or the advantages that they gain through Zoom or Yagao.
Oh, they might have found themselves a catch. Still, though, bit of distance between Aphelios and the rest of JDG. And like you said, they kind of just gave up, or really forfeited a lot of that vision control they had just fought for, and it's not they have to do it again now, so that puts another minute or so, or minute or 2 minutes onto the JDG timer of when they can force a fight at Baron or even just sneak it away.
Exactly, and I mean, why weren't you having Kanavi do this to begin with, where the rest of the team is trying to play around that? Or honestly, I would have preferred if Zoom had just finished it and you keep Kanavi there to try and poke down people and force WE to make tough choices when clearing out these these wards in and around the Baron.
See there, Luamao not happy that he missed that ward there, putting up the pouting emote. And right now, they had to back away. This adds another bit of time where the side of Team WE, they can come back into us. And again, we cannot underestimate or understate just how much front-loaded damage can be in Team WE with that Zoe and Aphelios.
That was what I was going to point out was, I mean, if you give enough time, this Zoe will start to become a real menace. Yes, Braum can block some of the damage, but if you miss one of those opportunities, Loken is then in trouble. Or Kanavi's in trouble. This is not a particularly tanky lineup. Yes, Zoom has got some stats from the True Grit, but that's where a lot of that tankiness comes from. The shield. It's not when you get a bunch of up-front damage that he can really deal with it.
The game has just sort of stalled out again. This roaming death ball that is JDG. It's exactly as you said in the pregame. They just roam around looking for another fight, looking for another objective. Now they've started up the Baron. There is no vision though for Team WE.
They want to try and bait out Morgan's teleport here. Is split pushing the bottom side, and Zoom's nearly has his up. So if they can try and get them to use that summoner spell, they can then have Zoom down in the bottom lane and really make the difference. That is going to be Ornn.
I don't think that's a great little two-man thing there. Say that though, here we go. They're going to jump in with the supreme display of talent. There's the TP coming in as well. They're looking for Zoom to try and get some more damage. Tick, tick, boom. The Olaf goes down, as so does the Leona. And now Team WE full retreat mode as they try and run away from this onslaught of JDG. They haven't got the damage to really take down the Ornn just yet, as he just falls down. But Kiana a little bit overzealous into the Aphelios. They're going to flash in. Loken takes down the enemy AD carry, and JDG end up coming out of that fight 4 for 2.
Ornn was backing to walk up to the rest of the team, so he didn't have to burn that teleport, but the rest of the team, WE, pushed too far in. JDG pounds, and out of nowhere, they're able to get the collapse. That's the beauty of Yagao in and around this top red side jungle. You're able to find multiple different lanes and multiple different walls to get that supreme display of talent, and WE feel it.
And again, we're seeing the same setup where Yagao's jumping in with the supreme display of talent, trying to just get as much people caught in it as possible, and then Zoom goes in with the hard CC.
Yeah, you can see that Ornn is backing here to try and make something happen, but fantastic play from Yagao. Gets the Ragnarok out from the Ornn, sets up Zoom to get a haymaker, and this is the problem with trying to fight in these small corridors. We've repeated it time and time again when you see a Kiana in the game. She loves to be fighting in and around these objectives where there's lots of walls and lots of places for the supreme display of talent to hit. You add a haymaker in on top of that, particularly if you've got enough of your pit grit to make that true damage, you're going to wreck a team.
Positives for Team WE though, as they were able to take down 2 on the side of JDG. It meant that the Dragon, or Baron I should say, did not go down. And that's going to be another potential fight. But this suits JDG. This is kind of what they want, really. They know they're so far ahead. They have the damage numbers. They just need to be a little bit careful that they don't give over too much.
But the problem that I'm seeing right now is Zoom is coming up to try and join the team, trying to see if they can get a flank off Morgan.
Morgan's just deleted straight out of the fight, as Beishong has now also had to force a flash over that wall, and that should just spell JDG going for this Baron.
Yeah, Morgan has been caught out quite a bit on this Ornn, walking too far forward, gets caught by the chains of corruption, or has been giving Zoom the opportunity to deliver the Ram God straight into the team. Now JDG turn on towards Baron. WE are maybe trying to contest, but Yagao's behind them.
Yagao is just hovering, hunting. He has been spotted on a ward. Baron down to about 50% HP. Zoom playing bodyguard as he should be, as they see they can try and go for something just big on this backside. Looks like JDG should be able to finish off this Baron pretty damn easily, and they will take down the Olaf as well, as Zoom jumps straight in onto the back line of Team WE, and everyone is just falling missing, has gone missing as he gets taken down as well. It is going to be the ace going over to the side of JDG just as Morgan spawns, and he's the only defense left for Team WE.
And Morgan's going to be the only witness to watch as fires wreak havoc on the base of JDG. They'll be able to take this inhibitor. Might not be able to push on too far, although there's still 20 seconds on Plex. They're going to try and go for the end.
They can most certainly do it. They've got the minion wave, they've got the Baron buff, they've got all 5 members. Morgan is probably going to die just as quickly as he spawned. Beishong can only sit and watch as the tanky members have to see their base crumble. It's going to be JDG taking the first game of this series over Team WE.
And JDG were able to find the team fight victories, and this I think is an awful big problem with people not being ready for a set. You can see Morgan walking forward, trying to be the way you do as a tank, command the space in the team fights, force back the enemy team, but you're giving Seth the opportunity to get that showstopper, toss you into the rest of the team, and really just these 1 or 2 team fights where Seth was able to find the perfect showstopper, turned this game, well, what was already a JD Gaming winning, but just solidified that victory for them.
I think you just kind of summed it up very well, is that from minute 3, 4 maybe, if you want to go that far in, it was just JDG constantly ahead. I don't think there's actually a moment there at all where Team WE were even 100 gold ahead.
And it says a lot there when we look at that damage chart, that Loken, who got 3 kills at the start of the game, was almost equal with the damage that Zoom was able to do.
And Zoom played this set so damn well. He was able to push himself forward and really put himself in the forefront, make those haymakers work out for his team, and also the showstoppers. They really did stop the show.
Yeah, this was fantastic play coming through from Zoom, and we were looking at them trying to play around Zoom in the early game as well. Kanavi got that Rift Herald, tossed it into the top lane, so it was Zoom getting the plates. They were starting to push the advantages with the Ornn, and now you've got this big problem coming into the draft where Ornn, who we're looking at as this safe side laner who can deal with low econ situations, now has a very big problem where you can look at these split pushers or the likes of Set who can kind of do a bit of split push and a bit of team fighting that you can't really deal with.
And that's the thing as well. We look at the pick and bans, these are in order as well, is that Set was so far down the draft. It was last draft in terms of 4th and 5th pick on Blue's side. And it was the key to everything that JDG wanted to work for. How do you even change your pick and ban? What do you want to see from them from the side of Team WE?
I think you just get rid of it. I think, honestly, you take Set out of the equation. Zoom looked incredibly strong on it. Definitely, I think, a lot better than Flandre did yesterday. Wasn't having that same impact in the team fight, but Zoom was just able to figure it out.
We'll have to wait and see what Team WE decide to do in Game 2. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we will have Game 2 of this best-of-3 series.
3分钟不到，现在2分多一点点，但是 Hoplas 跟我溜了，拜拜。这边如果兰博不回到现场，他们是不回来吃线的啊！你看兰博回去了，赶紧过来。但这波 EQ 挑的是一个泰坦，这边有个 TP， 泰坦刷个盾往塔下溜，点燃应该是点不死的。TP 下来的是一个
铁男，
这边是中路的蹲壁，只有一个半血，因为他应该是在 TP 的时候被兰博烤了一下。
哎，兰博踢下来，这波想强打吗？这边 EQ 穿起来了，后续第一滴血，第2滴血都由兰博拿下。
这一波下来，但是 TP 下来的看并没有做到太多的事情，而且自己可能还有点危险，烤一下平 A， 再来一波，哇，果然 KI 上校有东西啊！5分钟直接看好1star拿了一个4-1的战绩。
这波人头交换上算了，看一下这个小龙能不能拿得下来。
熊熊得以命相搏了，这一波如果不以命相搏，很有可能后面就必须得
直接挖下来了，选择先杀人。
我直接被吸血鬼给收掉，龙也给这边的滔博拿了下来。上去之后，吸血鬼一个血池拉下身位，进场的一个卢锡安闪现，一个 Q 技能透体圣光是击杀这个仇人锤石，又一个冷酷追击加透体圣光。但是有塞纳的一个存在，他们的回头补状态也非常好，而且一勾到了小天这波原地开一个金身。我们看一下坠烟交出了一个闪电球，林伟强在后面输出，没有人管林伟强，输出非常的高，在后面想要换塞纳，但是这边并没有换掉，林伟强还在输出，这一波好像是有机会的，交了一个闪现，这边直接被塞纳一把撇给收掉了，没有任何的办法，鳄鱼被打出了一个血手，双拳男第6手啊，塞纳收到了一个3杀4杀。
大龙还有1分50秒就要刷新了，峡谷先锋就要退出历史的舞台了。两边怎么说？
一勾勾到，一指一勾。这边小天有点危险，明明是交了一个闪现，但是进场的小天使被蛇女给收掉了。这边伤害还是太高，旁边看过来一下打出回血阵，这边看到后面杀了起来，他击杀了上单，击杀掉了辅助，他还要杀起来吗？他溜了，但是没有关系，兄弟们来了，这一波勾到的是墙。感觉蛇女的输出没有人管呀，看过来想要管一下蛇女吗？但蛇女溜得很快，围这里想要换，他偷了一个草，但他并不是草之子，草之子并不在场上。这边双方再一波对拼 ，Wink 应该是不能和看继续做一个对碰了。哎，这里 Fortic 位置有点危险，直接撞 Fortic， 他是没有办法走的，在这里是被奥拉夫的一个 E 技能收了下来。
但这个位置女枪也把大招交完，兰博这个大撒的一般。卡萨进去直接收到了奥拉夫的人头，
回头还要在中路打拉扯着打，其实是滔博愿意见到的。这边还要回头继续留，这边抬到了阿修罗，而且一定这边只是指到了阿修罗，阿修罗应该是走不掉了。回头一 Q 是 Q 到阿修罗的人头，一个一技能拉回2个369这波立功了，他拉回了对面的辅助，拉回了对面的中单。
As a child
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LPL. We have just seen JDG capitalize on what we can only say was a fair few WE mistakes. And JDG, they still had a couple of problems that you were talking about, but they looked a little cleaner. I do think a lot of it was due to Zoom, but they look cleaner in this particular game.
They did. They looked like they were starting to move forward together, and that's where I'm kind of in a little bit of a toss-up, was we're still seeing this 5-man group, but this time when you've got Zoom on to the set, it's looking a lot stronger, where they are getting these big showstoppers into team fights, but it's still not 100% for me. I want to see them utilize the side lane more.
And of course, we talked about Set's ultimate. It was Zoom who picked up the MVP as well. He was unbelievable, like you said, almost equaling the AD carry's damage right at the end of the game there, and he was the tank.
Yeah, that was, not only was he tank, but he'd built the Black Cleaver, he'd built the Jorm's Fist as well. He had enough damage coming in that he was able to do exactly what you said, equal the AD carry in damage. But a lot of this all kind of kicked off, at least for Loken, in starting to get that damage rolling, was on this early fight where I managed to pick up 3 kills. And this is where I wanted to see what JDG would be able to do with those 3 kills. Still little bit of a messiness where they were giving over dragons in the early game, but when it did come to team fights, that was where JDG shone.
I completely agree. It was JDG all the way, and we'll see a couple of the team fights, if you like, that Zoom was able to set up for his team, and the power of Set, like you said, able to peel off of the dragon. You can see here, the third one of the game, they needed to take this one away, and just able to absolutely smack down onto Team WE. There just really wasn't much of a reply.
Well, there's so much setup for the Set here when he does come into these team fights. We could see there Loken got the Chains of Corruption down into Lu Mao with the Glacial Fissure. Means that Zoom can kind of walk about, pick out exactly what way he wants to angle the Showstopper, and there you can see the results, able to take out major health bars on the side of WE.
Yeah, of course, we got to mention Yugao as well, and this Kiana able to find those flash flank engages with the ultimate. It just made it so difficult for JDG, or sorry, excuse me, for Team WE to really find their own footing in this. And I feel like you said, the warding, we talked about it during the game, warding would have been key for this side, and it just really wasn't there in the long flank game.
If JDG had played to their strengths and holding onto that vision control, this could have happened a lot sooner, but you can still see JDG, regardless, were able to find it. WE didn't have control of the map, they'd lost it in the early stages of the game, and JDG played well to that. They knew that they were going to be able to find the flanks that they wanted. They knew when they were going to go for these team fights. We even talked about in that last very fight was Zoom wandering up in the bot lane because they were like, look, we've got the opportunity for an engage here. We're going to take it. Chains of Corruption goes down and Morgan goes with it.
Was there any glimmer of light from Team WE?
Definitely in the early stages. I mean, you go down 3 kills, you kind of expect to roll over and go next, but they did steal away the dragons. They were playing around those backtimers quite well. It's just unfortunate that when it came to the team fights, they weren't quite all together. They weren't respecting how much damage and CC was there, and Zoom was able to set up. I mean, we saw it already. Showstopper is kind of silly.
Are we expecting Set to get through the bans?
No. I would be very surprised. More so not that I think Set is very strong when it does come to the ultimate, but more so I think that WE showed they're not capable of playing against it. They don't know where they're supposed to be positioned. I never expected them to be grouped up in the way that they were. I thought they'd be coming in from multiple different angles, but if they're going to group up and give Zoom that opportunity, well, he's going to be happy to take it again.
So what is the next play? As you said, the early game was okay from the side of Team WE. They picked up a couple of dragons. They're able to shore up a couple of kills to make up for the early game disaster that was a level 1. Where do they kind of take that right now? Because for mid-game, JDG, you did cite a couple of issues. They still were kind of creating these death balls, but leaving opening up vision control to the side of Team WE. For Team WE, where do they need to go? What's the first thing they need to try and fix to try and get back into the series?
I'd like to see them enable Morgan a little bit more. Look, yes, Ornn is great. Can play very well in those side lanes and in the team fights as well. But Morgan is a mechanically very strong player. I want to see him get him locked. I don't want to see him relegated to Ornn duty. It's the same way everyone cried when the Shy got Ornn locked in for him. This is a player that I want to see shine, want to see prove that there's a reason he had the most MVPs as a top laner in LDL. Get them onto the likes of the Aatrox, even something like the Mordekaiser if you still want something relatively tanky, and have an impact in the team fights rather than just being, okay, well, I can't get the Call of the Forge God through because there's a Braum, can't get my stun off because I'm actually being flung back by a Set ultimate. I want to see what Morgan's capable of doing. They need to be able to enable him.
They needed, as you said, they need to be able to enable Morgan as Plex. He had some good Zoe bubbles. It wasn't looking amazing overall, but he had some small little moments as such, and I agree. It just feels like it needs to come from the top side down, and overall, the Olaf pick was okay. It just kind of kept up with farm with Nidalee, and in fairness, Kanavi on the Nidalee didn't really have to do much either because her team was just able to run away with so much of an advantage with the set up. But for Team WE, I do want to see a little bit more. I want to see some life out of these guys, and I do want to see if they can just take it to JDG, because like we said, JDG are not a perfect team. There are flaws in this team that they can take advantage of.
And if you know that JDG are going to be going for team fights regardless of the composition they locked in, well, why not go for something that works so well in those team fights? Have Plex onto the Orianna that we can still be a lane bully and keep Yagao in check, but have that impact where it does come to those objective fights.
I would like to see the Kiana banned as well, personally. I think the Kiana was a pretty big cog in the setup and flank team. It was able to just isolate everyone away because they were forced away from all the different walls that it was getting the ultimate off on top of. It definitely is something that I feel like JDG will have a huge priority on, again, if it's left up.
You can see, though, why the priority is starting to shift as this week goes on. It was Aphelios all day, every day. Now teams are starting to learn that Kiana in and around, because there's so many objective fights, is very useful in those close quarter combats. Now I want to see if we're going to see WE, if they are on red side, picking that up first, or if it is just going to be a case of ban anything and everything.
And you said the Aphelios, unfortunately for any Aphelios fans, again, another loss. That's another drop in the percentage.
I don't think there's many Aphelios fans, to be perfectly honest.
Well, you'd be surprised. There's already a Reddit page called Set Mains, so I'm sure there's an Aphelios page as well. But again, this Aphelios pick, it's shown that it is powerful. The numbers are there. It's just not being utilized correctly, in my opinion, or it's just being punished super hard.
I think it's the punishing part is more the correct answer here, where you can have the divers come in, the Kianas, you've got the likes of Mordekaisers that can run at you and just ult you, so you can't do particularly much. A lot of what we're seeing is these dive potential. We talked about it in the death segment at the beginning. Very hard for Aphelios to deal with, very hard for him to enter these fights, and it means that a lot of the almost melee range that he often ends up in sometimes based on his guns can't really win out in these scenarios.
Give me a Kog'Maw. I don't know
why. I don't know that one. All right, cool.
I was just thinking, what is like a worse version of Aphelios? And I was like, Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
He genuinely is. He can't even scale up that well. I do love him, though, my little Void puppy. He's like
that skin is gorgeous.
I
love that skin.
It's such a good skin.
If only he was playable.
If only if he was viable. He is still playable,
viable.
but he's
True,
not
true,
viable.
true.
That is the difference between the two. And for JDG, I imagine for this pick and ban phase, it's don't fix what's not broken. It's very much same as.
Yep, 100%. There's no reason for them to try and swap things up. Kanavi, maybe get off the Nidalee. I would have liked to see possibly. I know it's a kind of a special, but go for something like the Elise. I think you still get the amount of damage that you want. You still get that AP damage coming through, and you can offer Yagao something like the Kian in the mid, but I'd rather see them go for an Elise, a Gragas. The Nidalee for me, yes, cleared well, yes, got a level advantage, and they didn't really have that massive of an impact that I expect from Kanavi, where does like to gank, get Yagao and zoom ahead. Maybe go back towards something more tried and tested and see if that can just help snowball that little bit further, because I felt they were capitalizing or at least utilizing the advantages Loken had got more so than anything else.
And we are into picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. TW on the blue with JDG on the red. No ban onto set right now, or the Kiana, as we see Gragas, Pantheon, and LeBlanc banned away, along with the Rumble, the Lucian, and the Akali. So plenty left up here for Team WE to first pick. And it looks like Kiana, like you said, the shift in the priority.
With that Rumble banned away, yes, most certainly. If the Rumble was left open, we probably would have seen that picked up, and then you can go towards something like the Jarvan in the jungle. But with these picks off the table, Kiana just becomes the easiest. Looks like we're going to be pretty much seeing a mirror on JD from our initial game, which is, okay, Aphelios has slipped through, let's try and go for it.
And they first picked that one there, and anything you can do, we can do better from JDG. So we're seeing very similar picks coming in, but this time we're going to see a Nautilus coming up from the side of JDG.
That's I'm kind of surprised at. I thought we'd see the Braum locked in here more so, because again, does start to counteract the likes of the Ornn or any of these pesky poke champions that we might see come through. But Ornn and Misfortune, so a very strong setup in that trio with alongside the Kiana for those team fights. That's fairly potent.
And I was just about to say, something that was left up in the last game, or sorry, left to the bans in the last game, has been left up in this one. The Mordekaiser, almost certainly going up to Zoom. Could go to Yagao, but definitely into the solo lanes.
Yeah, and imagine now if we're looking at WE, it's going to be jungler bans. You've already got yours locked in for Kiana. Well, you'd imagine so. I would think that's going towards Beishang, but get rid of the likes of, well, they've got the Elise gone on one side. Get rid of, your Lee Sins, anything else along the lines that can have that early game advantage, like the Jarvans, and just give yourself an easy early game where WE can control the tempo, and maybe not with those 3 kills going over towards Loken in the early game, can mount a game 2 victory.
As we said, JDG obviously banning out the Elise. They are aware the Kiana can go towards that mid lane, and the Kiana-Elise combo can be deadly at any point in the game, so they just want to knock that on its head straight away. Renekton going to be the ban away, try and give Mordekaiser, if it is going towards that top lane for Zoom, any kind of a easier matchup.
It still leaves open the gangplank for Morgan if they want to go that direction. Does very well into the Mordekaiser, because you've got the remove Scurvy to get rid of the Realm of Death from the Mordekaiser. So that could be something that Morgan looks for. And again, tending more towards how do we enable Morgan to be more of a carry in these situations.
The Jarvan being banned out as well. We're seeing a heavy amount of jungle bans. That could be a Nautilus mid, which is something we didn't actually think about coming into that pick and ban phase. Obviously made absolutely famous by the one and only World Championship winning team FBX, but that is a Nautilus mid for Yagao.
JDG picking up a little bit of an FPX special. Obviously, a lot of teams have been looking at this Nautilus mid after the victory for FPX, the World Championship, but I didn't expect to see it come out for Yagao. This is a very potent roamer though, so this says to me that we're going to see Kanavi focus in towards this mid lane and then try and get up towards Zoom in the top lane to get this Mordekaiser rolling and be a menace when it does come to the later team fights.
Gangplank locked in, like you were saying earlier, for the side of WE to give it over to Morgan, try and get him something that can have a little bit of a later impact, a little bit more damage, as you were saying. Diana as well, something that has been hovered quite a bit by a few teams, but Team WE going to go straight back to the Zoe for Plex in that mid lane.
I wasn't convinced by Plex's Zoe to begin with, and I'm not a fan of it coming back in. I would have preferred maybe to see something like that Orianna, so you're constantly able to keep the enemy team at bay, utilizing the ball as this zone control tool, because you're going to have hooks come through from the Nautilus. You've got the Rakan there. Now if they want to go towards something like the Rek'Sai, a lot of follow-up engage for anything that lands. The big problem, they've only got the Glacial Fissure to try and keep everyone at bay, and that's not really where you want to be.
And right now, you can see them all swapping around as the Rek'Sai for Kanavi in this game. Pretty standard considering the Lee Sin, the Jarvan, and the Elise all taken away as well. So still keeping yourself a little bit of AD with the double AP in the solo lanes.
I'm not convinced by WE's composition right now. I don't see a way for them to really play around the team fights. They don't have a huge amount of poke. It kind of seems like they do a lot of different things. The big one for me is just try and leave the Gangplank off on the side, and then eventually when they do start to join team fights, utilize them as a weak kite back, try and draw them into us and have a lot of damage coming through from the barrows from Zoe, but it doesn't give you a way to accelerate the lead that you have. Missing is not going to be able to really get much going unless it's a flash engage or flash glacial fissure. So if you find WE are getting ahead, they can't force JDG to try and do anything. Whereas if JDG get ahead, they've got so many tools to try and force fights, it becomes very easy for them to snowball over WE.
For JDG, looking to try and just get that Mordekaiser going. Like we said, Zoom had a fantastic game in Game 1 on that set. Looking to do a very similar repeat performance on the Mordekaiser. And of course, the Aphelios, Loken bringing it to the side of WE, saying like, look, this is how you make it. He's trying to redeem the win percentage for this champion.
Yeah, it has to be someone who's got to step up to the mark, because right now Aphelios not looking too hot, but Loken, definitely someone who might be capable of doing so. When Loken was back on his previous team, I wasn't convinced entirely by him. I thought, you know, maybe we need to see something a little bit different. Was coming off top esports. I wanted to see him be a little bit stronger in lane. I wanted him to see him stand up and be recognized, but wasn't quite able to do so. Now standing next to Lumel, his previous support from 2018, I think he's doing a little bit better.
We are going to jump onto the riff, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 2 of this best of 3. JDG looking to seal it out with only 2 games, and Team WE looking to come straight back into it. It always just filters out before that last Jaiho. It's
always that one guy who's still like, oh wait, we're not going again.
Yeah, it's someone who hard commits to it and just kind of like, oh, everyone's gone.
It wasn't me. That was someone else who said it.
No, it was that guy. I don't know what you're talking about. So we jump onto the riff. No level 1 shenanigans this time around for the side of Team WE. They learned their lesson, took their rap on the knuckles, and backing themselves away. They will get themselves a little bit of vision though, just to make sure they have an idea as to where the side of JDG send Kanavi.
And this is kind of standard now across the board. We're going to see both junglers looking to start on the bottom side, clear it over towards top. This is more for Beishang to just try and keep Morgan in check, make sure that he's not getting these early plays from Kanavi. Because one of the things, of course, when you're on the blue side is the Rek'Sai can pretty handily find multiple ways into the lane, and it's hard to ward against. So having Beishang up on that top side would just give a little bit more protection towards Morgan.
So you see there, JDG, Loken setting up himself a little bit of a pushing lane, able to get that first early reset as the lane will be pushing into him. As I said, now taking a fair bit of damage there. Going to try and get the heal out as the Ignite goes down. That was an interesting trade, but overall, summoner for summoner, no real damage done to either side.
Lumel going very far forward, and I'm not sure what the thought process there was. I mean, yes, Chumeng is going to take a little bit of damage, but you're totally fine as an MF to back early in lane because you're able to pick up the extra Doran's Blades that fits into your build, gives you a little bit more punishing power, and you can see right there that now Loken sitting fairly low himself.
Will have the sight to be able to get himself back up into a better position. So we can see there is Kiana coming in though as they jump in with the grand entrance. Exhaust goes down, flash burn by Loken, and Lumel has to flash himself over the wall. They should be able to get out of this one pretty damn easily.
They're waiting for Rek'Sai, who's sitting at the top.
Kanavi is there, will use the tunnel, and they're trying to find out anybody they can, and missing has to put up the unbreakable. No level 1 shenanigans, but already we're seeing some fireworks in this bot lane.
Tippertat, everyone backs away. Summoner is blown on all sides. Loken and Lumel completely out now, whereas you still have the flashes for Joymeng and Missing, although that mightn't be around for very long as the Misfortune takes another little bit of damage.
See Kanavi hunting right now, knows that this Kiana is level 2. Beishang just trying to keep himself outside of the reach of the Tremor Sense, and will do so successfully. And overall, His bot lane is going to be fairly hotly contested. You could see what Loken can do with a lead. He was able to keep himself ahead, push his lead eventually over to the side of JDG pushing into Team WE. And that is important for the side of JDG. As you can see, already the jungler's back in this bot lane.
They want to try and get onto this Misfortune so low. They have the dive potential there, but with Beishang playing, keep away, they're going to just take a time out and move back.
JDG hard forcing the issue. You can see with the fact that they were level 3, only just hit there by the side of Team WE. They wanted to try and push down the tower play if they could. Beishang is here to try and help push out the wave with Plex and move himself back up towards his top side jungle, which, by the way, neither jungler has touched.
True, but both these junglers are, well, sorry, Beishang is actually fine with the way that this is starting to play out. Jiameng, as we say, can back up, pick up an extra Doran's Blade and be totally fine as the Misfortune. You don't really need to go for these big BF backs like some of the other AD carries, say like a Caitlyn or something along those lines. And Beishang, if you can keep Kanavi down in the early stages of the game, Qiyana has far bigger impact the later this game goes. So if you're just answering for what Kanavi's trying to do, you're winning out as Beishang.
Already Loken and Lumao able to put down the pressure in this bot side as they're able to get that turret plate, a bit of a CS lead as well. And you can see the longer that this goes on where they're not able to get themselves an advantage. Flash in, flash again from Kanavi. He tries to get Plex down. He picked himself up a flash and able to get himself out with that W.
Well played by Plex to escape away from that, but does mean there is no flash left, and this just feels like a rinse and repeat for Kanavi and Yagao. Very easy to set up this lane and set up the ganks, and this is something that Kanavi loves to do. Get Yagao ahead, we talked about in Champ Select, and start to get this Nautilus out onto the map.
And we've seen it a couple of times as well, obviously again from FBX, but I'm going to stop myself as well. Kanavi, they're going to go for the TP with the Nautilus. You talked about it as well, the flash in there from, or flash away from the Misfortune as Nautilus picks up first blood. The Braum falls on the backside as well. Beishang can only get himself out as JDG are hard forcing. I swear this is FBX.
I mean, it looks very, very similar because that's what you do with Nautilus. And this is why I was blue in the face saying Jiameng needed to back, needed to go get that second Storm Blade. It was greedy play coming through from the bot lane of WE and JDG punish.
JDG just hard forcing the issue, able to pick up 3 plates at 6 minutes already into this game. And that is a very, very big gap between him and the opposition Misfortune.
As well, almost picking up a plate in the top side for Zoom, who is starting to win out in the top lane match. That will start to swing back towards Morgan eventually, but for the moment, definitely in favor of the Mordekaiser, so Kanavi can keep his attention towards Yagao and Loken.
And here we can see it. Kanavi went from mid lane straight away into the bot side using the teleport, and there's just nowhere for these guys to go.
But look how low the Misfortune is. This is where you should have backed earlier. You know that Kanavi is perfectly fine to go for the dive. Lu Mao, with how slippery that the Rakan is, can also tank that turret very easily. It's just greed and not allowing JDG the opportunity to go for something like that.
Now you're looking at a Doran's Blade, 2 Doran's Blades and some brown bags on his feet versus a BF sword and the similar amount of brown bags on his feet. But overall, this is not a good sign for the side of WE, and with the Dragon being an Ocean Drake, you're going to look towards Kanavi going again for that bot side pressure. This is looking very, very dire already, only 7 minutes into the game.
It's nearly a 2k gold lead for them as well. Missing now, running into Yagao.
Getting a stun up with the passive. Gust of Blows are there. There's the dredge line, but there's a lot of people here on both sides. There's the ultimate coming in straight away, and they just CC lock Plex as they try and put him down. Still a very slippery champion. He's missing flashes away. He's ticking down, but not enough. Another dredge line lands for Yagao, but I don't think they're going to take this underneath the turret. They get a lot of damage down, and almost certainly going to be able to take the Dragon off of it.
I mean, you're talking about JDG looking like FPX. WE are looking like the old LNG. We're seeing Plex not communicating that Yagao is missing from the lane, and with the jungler there, they're able to jump onto Missing, who thinks he's safe to roam up through the river. Not so much when Yagao is waiting in a bush. Now JDG are able to get their hands onto this dragon, handily as you like.
There's going to be an Ocean Drake, a little bit of regeneration there. Not going to be too massive, but it will help with the laning phase. Probably the best Drake to get in the early phase, especially when you're against, especially for someone like Zoom, who's got those parlays to contest with. Fernal going to be the next spawn And right now, if you're JDG, you're 2,000 gold ahead. You're sitting pretty. You do have no issues whatsoever because this bot lane is just non-existent for the side of Team WE.
And you kind of expect it anyway, because again, we're kind of looking at Missy not able to do a huge amount to the Braum. It's almost like a double range because you've got those quills that are going to be coming in to get the poke down. But going in under the tower.
Goes in just for the sake of it. Really wants to put down the hurt and the impression that they have absolutely no way of coming back into this game at all. So we see Yagao taking a little bit of harass there from the Zoe, but will be a long time before that Nautilus really takes any kind of detrimental damage. And Kanavi, he has been everywhere this game.
Will gets spot on the edge of that ward, but I don't think they were ready.
And here we go, the quickness comes in, no ultimates available for either of these two on the bot side. It's going to be the Misfortune dropping first, Luma will drop second. There's the Gangplank ultimate as Kanavi has to back away. Loken will take a fair chunk of his own health bar away as well as they try to push in again. But that does mean that Beishan can go for this top side Rift Scuttle, and that's actually a little bit of a botched engage there from JDG.
And in the mid lane, Yagao actually got hit by one of those paddle stars, so he's forced to back. Plex is picking up some of the turret plates there, and now this gives an opportunity, if they really want to, for WE to try and throw down that Rift Herald in the mid. Zoom is coming to collapse though. You've got Blue Mao who's coming up as well.
You got Blue Mao, but you also got the Misfortune and the Braum rotating up as fast as they can. I feel like they just have to let this one go, as it will eventually be taken down at just under 10 minutes. And like you said, Team WE is finding a little bit of glimmers of hope, and honestly, they kind of needed that because right now, it's looking a little better, but still not great for them.
No, I mean, the 1-for-1 is great, especially the fact that the kill went over towards the Misfortune. We're past the 10-minute mark as well, which means that stopwatch is now online, so has some safety there to try and help out for Kanavi, who just seems dead set on making as miserable as day for the bottom of WE.
Joe Mong trying his very, very best to get back into this game. He is still 20 CS down. As we can see, Kanavi, he is not stopping. He's a ganking machine. Good double barrel, though, from Morgan. Has to burn his flash in the aftermath of that. As Zoom also forced to back away. Morgan trying his very, very best to defend this tower from losing any more plates. Oh, we're going to see a lot of CC, and that tower is going to do a lot of damage. Just about enough for Yagao, and you cannot go under tower versus a Nautilus.
Most certainly, but Yagao finds him right on the edge, and Plex, we've just been singing his praises, saying, look, has managed to get the plates in the mid lane, forced Yagao back, but one step too far, and now 2 kills onto the Nautilus. Will be able to shove in this wave, still healthy and still has a heap of mana, so can look to roam off of this play as well, and making a beeline towards the bottom lane.
Beishan is here, like you said. We're going to have a quick replay, of course, of that. And this was just Plex, without any real mana, just not respecting the damage that the tower can give.
I think he thought Yagao was behind that turret. Because that hook did look a little bit wonky the way it sidelined the turret, but well played by Yagao. Understands exactly what he's capable of doing in that scenario.
Now 2-0 on this Nautilus. Won't mind that he's a little bit behind in CS. The next dragon spawning in a minute and 30 seconds is going to be the Inferno coming up. And you can see Plex and Beishan being hunted right now by the side of JDG. They know exactly where they are because of that tremor sense. Now WE know exactly where they are. Not testing any more waters, they're backing away.
Jiameng and Missing are making their way up though. It looks like WE want to try and make more out of this. We'll have the Rift Herald go down. This will get the 2 plates, so the rest of this cavalry is here to try and finish off this turret.
Ooh. Half health off of Lumao. There's the 2 turret plates, like you said, so a little bit of gold. There's the engage coming in. The quickness comes in as well. There's the Affiliate's ultimate as well as the Kiana's. And there's the Misfortune trying to get on top of him, but Kiana falls down. Flash in from Yagao as the fight now really turns into JDG's favor. They have got Loken just free hitting on the backside, and Misfortune just can't get involved. They're trying their best to just back away. Yagao's feeling it, but not too much. He's going to back himself away. 30 seconds till Dragon spawns. JDG going to turn and burn.
WE are not a fan of this mid lane turret so far. Not able to finish it off because the Rift Herald's so easy to kill nowadays. Yagao knows this, throws out the hook, sets up the play, and WE are left very much wanting in this game. Now just passing the 13-minute mark, and we're nearly at a 3k gold lead for JDG.
Again, we're looking at the mid and AD carry, or sorry, bot lane positions of JDG, 2-0-2 individually as they come into this mid game. And it's looking so difficult for the side of WE to really kind of find avenues back. They almost need another mistake from JDG to really kind of hand them life.
And JDG aren't really giving them that right now. Yagao has been playing incredibly well on this Nautilus. Great to see that he's expanding his champion pool to pick up these newer picks and have the impact. Very capable of pushing out these side waves alongside Zoom, and if you've got both a Mordekaiser and a Nautilus joining in these team fights from a side lane, you're in a lot of trouble.
Mountain Drake means Mountain Rift. It's actually the exact same drakes as we saw in the last game. Infernal, Ocean into Mountain, so no Cloud, rip. But like you said, just Team WE not really having the luck in that mid lane, hard forcing something that just wasn't really there for them, and it does feel like they're just misunderstanding certain situations. It does feel like they're underestimating the amount of CC and damage that can come out from JDG in an instant.
And this is the problem, is that the way WE want to play their composition is to kite back, is to try and force JDG to come through the bullet time, have Plex poke them out, Morgan with the cannon barrage to try and create some distance, but they don't have enough slows right now. They don't have any way to try and back them up, particularly if they're going for something like that mid lane turret where they're the ones pushing for it aggressively. It allows JDG the easy opportunity to get the engages that they want.
Look at Kanavi on the minimap. He's got himself behind enemy lines again. Gonna use the blast cone, but unfortunately for him is sitting right on top of a ward. But again, I've been honestly incredibly impressed with Kanavi this series. He's been so quick, and as I say that, Lumao, just gonna let him go. Just like missing, you know, it's the intention. Missing will watch back this VOD and go, you could have been caught out.
You've now got Let It Go from Frozen stuck in my head because
why did you have to say it? You didn't have to say it
if I have to suffer, everyone else has to suffer, okay? That's twice now. You had coin for my Witcher earlier on as well.
I could sing it, but I'm not going to. Yeah. I love how instantly you were no, don't.
I've gone to karaoke with you before. I know what that's like.
You live with me. You know
True.
exactly what it is, but we're going to come back to that later as JDG look to set up a dive in this bot lane. The quickness does catch out both of them, as well as the cannon barrage. They're trying to just pepper them down, but they're actually going to get the Death Realm onto this Misfortune, so she is locked in a battle to the end with Zoom, and she will not win it. It ends up being 2 kills going over to the side of JDG, and they can teleport Yagao to the top side to stop any kind of recreational push.
This is anything but recreational or leisure time for WE. They are finding themselves deeper and deeper in the ground, and JDG are not letting up. But this is what we mentioned in Champ Select. You don't really have much of a hole for much of a way for WE to get out of this hole.
I think I was thinking of a different word, and recreational just came out. I don't know where I was going with it, but sure, does not matter. You can see the plates very much in favor of JDG as Loken is just farming himself up a storm on 134 CS. And actually, as I say that, I look at Mordekaiser, Zoom. He's almost just above the 10 CS a minute, having himself a fantastic game as we have a look at that bot lane dive.
This is just, again, you don't have the Zoe able to push out of mid lane. You open up Yagao to try and go for these plays. They even bring down Zoom to make sure that this happens. And there's very little that you can do. This is going to continue throughout the game, and unless you can start to get these waves in check to allow, you know, Beishang to try and get in to turn these ganks around with a good supreme display of talent, you're really going to struggle as WE to find the opportunity to turn these plays around. JDG now have control of the top side. They aim to get this turret and also have that Rift Herald started up.
They can take both at the same time. They are just in so much control. 4,500 gold. Going to be a little bit under the 5,000 mark now as they go towards this mid-game. Not even Baron spawning just yet. And like you said, this is the moment you could say that a Rift Herald does actually start to look incredibly powerful when you're ahead, when you're just pushing for more advantages.
Especially when there's only the single outer turret remaining in that mid lane. You can have the side lanes pushed in by Zoom and Yagao. They can just wander in to collapse into mid lane, or you can just go for the play straight off.
You can just go straight in. Glacial Fissure to try and stop Plex from going down. It's just not going to be enough, though. Missing also has a flash away. All summoners burned there. Great hook there, but bullet time to respond means that the side of JDG need to back themselves away. They drop the Rift Tail, but it could die before the charge.
No, we'll get the charge off.
On the backside, though. Going to see Beishang almost get the ultimate off, but not quite, and that's going to immediately incite the side of JDG to jump straight back in. Kanavi jumps in, trying to jump on top of Morgan, but thinks the better of it. And these fights are just happening it seems to be one after the other. People just walking into JDG.
And WE seemed as surprised at Beishan going in as we were, because that was not the play you wanted to make. Missing was not in position. You had no ultimate from Jia Meng to try and follow up from that either. WE are all over the place.
It was 2 misplays. You'll see it from the start here. It's a proto belt push forward from Plex as he tries to push the wave. And it just immediately ruins him for everything else.
I love the instant, like, oh god, I've made a mistake. Flashback out. But why? Why are you pushed up this far? You know the 2 turrets are gone. You know the next objective is going to be that mid lane for JDG. You're handing them the opportunity on a silver platter. And Beishan trying to make the hero play. Good flashes keep the rest of them safe. And Missy and the rest of them are just like, what in the name of God is going on?
Able to turn it all. You can see Kanavi here thinks about going in under Morgan, thinks the better of it after it, but Beishan, oh my dear summer child. Not unfortunately your day as he goes down 0-3. Only 1 kill for Team WE. They did pick up a plate in the top side, I do believe. But other than that, there's not really much else going for them.
And they still don't have any way of forcing back JDG. Once this turret does go down in the mid lane, JDG can start to get their vision control in. Baron is going to be coming up soon. They've already got their 3 mountains, or their 3 dragons as well. So will be pretty handy for them to secure a mountain soul. There goes the turret. And now WE find themselves in an even worse situation where they're losing control of the map. They don't have any way of kiting away from JDG's engage.
For JDG, this is the moment where you need to make this clean. This is where you need to make a crisp end to this game. Put down a marker that says, you know what, yes, we had a couple of small, bad early games in our first series, maybe even our first game of this series, but we are here to be contesting for playoffs. And for Team WE, they need to hope that the mid-game kind of faux pas, if you like, the mistakes that JDG have shown do actually come up in this next, 5-6 minutes.
JDG are playing smart here though, so you can see Zoom and Yagao are pushing the waves in. They're trying to get them in some sort of coordinated manner.
Oh no, look at the fancy feet as everyone just backs away from the Glacial Fisher. Missing will go down, and that is just unfortunate there for the side of Team WE.
Yagao is backed as well, making his way from base, so JDG can turn towards this Baron. Beishan would love to be able to get in here with the Supreme to display a talent, but is 2 levels behind Kanavi, so why would you try and contest?
They have no bullet time either. They do have the Cannon Barrage, so they could try and just pepper them down. As you can see, JDG aren't interested in the Baron at all. They turn immediately onto Beishan and Plex, and they are deleted. Lumao takes so much damage, but he is still safe, and the Misfortune is trapped in the Death Realm. She flashes over to the blue buff to be grabbed back and smashed down. JDG are ripping through Team WE, and they will take their prize.
Pick up the Baron as easy as they like. Zoom slaughtering the AD carry. JDG making a statement in this game that they want to try and finish this as quickly as possible and silence anyone who was talking about them having a weak mid-game. Namely me.
Yeah, so I was going to say mainly you on camera, but there's plenty of people who would have.
You don't have evidence of that.
There's no evidence. You just happen to say yours into a microphone. Morgan still 0-0-0. Everyone else on pretty much 0-4 apart from the Misfortune. This has just been dire straits. I actually quite like the
synergy.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you look at the other side as well? The other side 4-0-5 all across the board apart from support. I like that. That makes me feel good.
Pretty.
It's very pretty. Yeah. I like symmetry. But Team WE.
I mean, it depends on which symmetry. I like the JDG one because you feel good about it. Not so much on WE. That's a bit of a rough spot.
That's true. But if you're on JDG, you still like the Team WE one because you look at it and go, yeah, we're winning. But again, the Team WE, what is there else to say about them? JDG just seem to be outclassing them in all areas.
I think it comes back to, well, for definitely this game, the draft. I'm not sure what the thought process was with Plex going for the Zoe. We saw that it didn't really have an impact in Game 1, now again in Game 2, and even in the Siege scenarios where, like this, it should be shining, they're not able to get the connections that they want.
Crescendum goes down, puts down a little bit of turret, a little bit of zoning as well. You can see, still got some good wave clear on the side of Team WE. As they look to try and find that miracle engage.
It's Zoom that you need to look at in the bottom lane, though. JDG are just trying to bait them in, keep them busy in the mid, but Missing?
Trying to go for something. Hook in onto Morgan means they're going to get Plex in with the ultimate as well, but that's going to be Beishan completely isolated away from his team. Another dredge line. Yagao just cannot miss as he just pretty much isolates everyone else away from that tower. WE, they need to back away.
The big problem for WE right now is that their tanky member, the Braum, has gone with the Redemption, so not any real tank stats on this team. So if Yagao lands a hook onto anyone, they're taking a plethora of damage from the rest of JDG. Tower number 1 goes down in the bottom lane, tower number 2 in the mid, and tower 3 in the top lane will be soon to follow.
One silver lining for Team WE at the moment is they have not broken their base. Their base is still there. Beishang
I thought you were going to say they have 1 kill.
That's not a silver lining when they're 11,000 gold behind. But they can still look for a mistake. JDG are not flawless. They can be caught out. But Yagao is just so tanky at this stage, and Zoom hasn't left. He doesn't need to leave. He is just untouched in this bot lane. Yes, defend your tier 2. I'm getting a tier 3.
I love that it's actually JDG who are pinging question marks in the bottom lane going, someone is eventually going to show up to this, right?
There's another turret or 2 going over in favor of JDG, and now Team WE, the one silver lining I gave them is gone. Their base is broken. Baron will wear off in about 10 seconds, so you can see JDG, they're going to go back, spend the gold they just got themselves, and come out even stronger in the next team fight.
And that grey sky is looking a lot darker, turning to black as you realize that that's going to be the Dragon Soul as well up for JDG if they're able to secure this Mountain Drake. And for WE, this is more the slow demise, the nails slowly being put into the coffin of this series.
How do you kill anyone on JDG after this dragon goes down? There's just, like, even though arguably, objectively, not the greatest dragon, but when you're so far ahead and you're Nautilus mid with a Mordekaiser top, you just have so much. You have so much to get through in terms of health bars.
You do the solo queue special and right, can I just get a pentakill before you end? And then maybe someone would be nice enough to give you a kill.
Maybe.
Maybe.
But
not holding my breath.
Yeah, again, we'll say that a million times about Team WE. And unfortunately for them, this is a very scary kind of showing from them in the sense that it shows them as a very, very weak team coming into the start of the season.
And that's kind of what we expected coming through with Plex and Joya Meng entering into the roster. Big step down from the likes of Mystic, big step down from GA, and you're seeing the results where they're not able to do anything.
Here we go, quickness shows get the knock up as well. Beishang is just taken and down. A flash in, Yagao wants to go 1v4, immediately get caught up by Zoom, who's exhausted straight away. Yagao has a lot of damage put on top of him, but he will Zhonya's along with Kanavi as the rest of Team WE is just running away to any kind of safety. Kanavi jumps straight in. They are going to miss the ultimate from the affiliates, but it does not matter at this stage. JDG are just too far ahead.
And now they're going to start pushing in. Well, no, decide the better of it. Going to back away. They're happy with their inhibitor turret Plex. Trying to see if he can pick off anybody, but not going to be the case today. JDG now can back away. Mountain Drake there for them. And, I mean, it's only going to be a minute until that Baron spawns.
Yep, they took the Mountain Drakes. They have plenty of tanky stats. They're just going to try and go back, deny as much as they possibly can. Got a little bit overzealous there, I imagine, in the base. Didn't want to give away too much, despite coming out arguably ahead in the fight.
True, it is JDG. They like to take things a little bit slower and not force the point too hard. But you can see here, Missing tries to go forward, lead the charge, but there is very little that they can do in this scenario. And it's on to Lu Mao as well. So not even like it's any of the important members of this roster.
I love how Yagao is fearless there. He's like, I'm jumping in. There's nothing that anyone can do about it, and I'm just going to jump in. You can see Kanavi and Yagao able to use the stopwatches there to great effect. And here's just a little bit of an overextension here. Yes, he gets missing, but he loses everything else.
Now we see the Baron spawning in just 10 seconds. I'm scratching my head, desperately trying to figure out any way that WE have a hope of getting into this, but
It's a mistake. They need a mistake from JDG. They need either a miracle steal from Beishang or they just need a straight-up mistake. This is do or die right now for Team WE. You lose this, you lose the game. Baron down to about half HP. Yagao is just playing keep away. So is Lu Mao. As Beishang tries to push himself onto the back end of this Baron, the cannon barrage goes down. Zoom is just going to jump straight in onto the Misfortune. They're going to use the blast cone. Baron goes in. It's going to be a straight steal. Will he be able to get it? No! It went down to 4 HP. It does go over to JDG. They lose the Rakan. They get the Kiana. Zoom is trying to do as much as he can, and he will just keep smacking people down. There's a good bullet time, but an even better hook coming in from the Nautilus, and JDG will take the game and the series.
And it starts with a hook. It ends with a hook. You go on the Nautilus, finishing off what they started. JDG will stride through the base and pick up their second victory of LPL Spring.
2 series, 2 2-0s. JDG cementing themselves towards the top half of that table. Again, very, very early on the season, but this is very, very good signs from JDG.
Most certainly. Picking up 2 wins, and I mean, we can kind of argue that it's against 2 teams that you would have expected them to. WE and OMG, people not looking at them as the strongest teams coming into LPL, but at least we can see that with Kanavi, with Yagao, they're controlling the tempo of the early game and picking up these advantages.
You say that these are people they should be winning. We did just watch E-Stars beat FBX yesterday, so these are the wins. It's a very football Premier League reference. You can't lose. You can't do well against the big teams and then lose against the small teams. You'll never win the league. This is how you need to get it done. You need to be beating the smaller teams and then win the bigger challenges, like we talked about earlier. The RNGs, the BLGs, the IGs, so many Gs. It's just, they're the people that you need to be going in absolutely full of confidence, because if you're not bringing down these smaller teams, how can you even expect to step up to their platforms?
Well, JDG pick up the GG here anyway. They do look well. I have to say, liking Yagao picking up the Nautilus, expanding the champion, it looked amazing. And now you've got something else that you've got to try and contend with. Teams aren't just looking at Doinby for playing this Nautilus mid. Now we've got Yagao. Are there other players as well that are starting to etch these champions into their pool?
Overall, JDG going to be very, very happy going into Chinese New Year. They are now 2-0, top of the table, with no losses as of yet. Now, obviously, depending on the caliber of opponent, but neither here nor there. They've got themselves 15 best-of-3 series is left, and honestly, you got to be happy going to Chinese New Year. That's just the way it is. You have to be happy with that.
I'm looking at the damage chart. I did not expect Yagao to be the one topping the damage chart in this game. I thought it'd be Loken who's coming across, maybe Zoom who's dealing a decent amount, but you can see the work that this Nautilus put in.
I wanted to touch on Yagao as well. Someone that I think a lot of people were starting to write off as a has-been, myself included, someone that you kind of didn't really talk about in the upper echelons of mid laners in the LPL. He's come out and made a statement today. Honestly, I'm starting to feel a little bit excited. I don't want to get too excited, but I'm starting to feel it again. This is the Yagao that I remember everyone being so hyped for all those, splits ago.
And people were hyped for both the Dumpling brothers, both Zoom and Yagao, but Yagao specifically, yeah, looks good on the Nautilus, looked excellent on the LeBlanc in their series against OMG as well. So this is definitely a return to form for this mid laner. I want to see now, though, again, how do they perform against the top teams? How do they perform against the likes of Rookie, the likes of Doinby? Because that's really where I'm going to see, has Yagao now stepped into almost his final form?
Yeah, and Crying as well, of course.
Crying has looked amazing.
Top mid.
Top mids. Very true.
Honestly, yeah. I'm going to call it right now. I would honestly expect him to be a top 3 mid for the end of the year. I'm calling that now.
I think that's the beauty of the LPL, is that we see a lot of these developmental talents come in and really show up. Knight being the one that comes to mind for me. Now we're seeing Crying as well coming up from the LDL and making a name for himself in their first 2 games of E-Stars. There's a lot of talent that's hovering just below the surface in LPL.
Yeah, and all it takes is one good bit of momentum, maybe even a patch or two to really kind of go in your favor, then all of a sudden you're there. I will give a caveat that Knight is just one of those exceptional players.
Look,
I don't know what it is about
watch
him.
Knight's game yesterday and Zoe versus Plex today, and you'll understand just what that champion is.
Honestly, you can watch it tomorrow. I do believe he's playing tomorrow as well. True. So you can watch that, and that will be a treat for you. But for Team W, obviously, we're giving a massive amount of praise to JDG, but Team WE, I don't see a lot. And I don't like saying that about teams because I feel like it's very unfair considering it's such a long season. But this showing didn't give me a lot to get excited about or even have hope about.
I think that's the difference, is that when we look at some of the teams towards the bottom of the table, we can see them try, but or at least try and fight against some of the better teams. But that's not the case with them. They're just falling apart.
We'll have to see now. We are going to send it to a break, but when we return, BLG versus RNG coming up straight after the break. You do not want to miss this one.
So excited for this.
It's going to be great.
不打了，
不打了，不打了。
求稳，想开团，
左翼有闪
过来，闪现，水到了，张无忌先交闪，乐意舍身取义，直接顶上去，酒桶一个大的对面四散而开，乐意这边还蛮肉的，被 W 定住之后，回身剑魔进场，剑魔这边2刀劈的伤害不错，但自己只能交闪现成功出来，让左翼在R过去中场被杀掉了，剑魔这个位置在跟铁男进行扭打，铁男这边交一个闪现来到队友身边，铁男这边选的不好，一闪 Q 一炮双响，直接拿到这2个人的人头。 是的，
就那个大招，2个大招都得大了很多人。
踢上去了，又打起来了。这个位置正面鳄鱼被打出血手了，鳄鱼的位置很危险，2段穿过去，骚粪也扛不住了。兰博一个大的一般般，而且剑魔进去开一个秒表，等待着自己的队友上前。剑魔再交一个闪现，回身铁男只能点完之后，魁子先倒，铁男交闪现自己大里活了下来，但是铁男还是被无忌收掉，无忌最后被112掉给成，这波团战应该是打赢了，对于苏宁来讲。
但是卢香的进化也解不了盲僧，
解不了那个。
对，所以说盲僧这个闪现看能不能立功。
来了，R闪 W 开到了，但能秒掉吗？秒了，刚收完，没有闪现的女枪就出事了。盲僧也倒，索拉特也倒，无忌哥哥3杀在手。 知道对方已经开了远古龙，远古龙好在还是比较抗揍的。
他们知道这波日女是先回了家，所以想这波5打4。瑞兹先开个车，应该探视也没有上车。
侧面铁男被打残了，铁男这个位置感觉
谁的远古龙？
铁男被秒了，远古龙是被这都抢到了。那这样感觉战场要逆转了，哈鲁是救世主啊！
剑魔疯狂的追击，大灭开启，一个苏联没有打中，但是还能追上吗？被追到了。 这波斯考的直接绕到后面去了，凯南的闪现马上就好，但是好像跑不掉了。
哎，正好是顶过了石曼，强曼被沿途突回来，沿途真准啊！开车下来的中野直接被石化凝视，小东北被减速惩戒，石川闪现双杀毒牙斯考的拿到双杀 ，Max 过来保，但是 Miko 紧随其后 ，Miko 有指的空间，直接指3杀。
天下诸国征战日久，旧乱未平，新患又起。唯当死战不却，方得天赐神兵。巴山盖世，唯我贾克斯。
a beautiful lights, and everything is set up now for the next match of the day.
Shanghai does look beautiful from that angle, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah. We got a not bad view from our apartment, though.
True.
It's all right.
You're flexing on people now as viewers.
Let's
just
bit.
Get to the game. All right, let's just get to the game.
We get to the game, of course. I'm Penguin. This is Dagda. We're the Irish duo bringing you the next year. I am so excited for this. This was something that if FBX and IG wasn't literally the first game of the week, this would have been our match of the week.
100%. I was looking at it, and when I got my schedule, I was like, please just give me this. Like, I've been a fan of RNG since Season 3, where I saw Uzi playing Vayne at Worlds. Now I get to cast them up against BLG as well. This is going to be a great game.
And for RNG faithful, Uzi is not playing, of course. He has to have a little bit of a break up until he comes back till after Chinese New Year, but it is going to be Betty in that bot side, but we have a new jungler for RNG as well.
Yeah, Xiaolong Bao coming in, or XLB, as you'll see on your screens, looks absolutely fantastic. Had the second most MVPs in summer of the total of LDL, and the funny thing is, the guy who had first is actually the substitute jungler for RNG, who's sitting on the bench. So this is definitely a caliber of jungler that you want to keep your eyes on.
And this is the thing we wanted to bring up as well, like Xiaolong Bao against Meteor, two incredibly young talents, two big franchise names that could potentially push these teams beyond what they have at the moment.
And that's why I'm looking at, Meteor won Rookie of the Year last year. Now we've got a lot of rookies that are vying for that position, but XLB would definitely want to be one of the people that is going for that. Two styles that I think fit quite well, where you do have a lot of carries, a lot of heavy ganks, a lot of action in the early stages of the game, and I want to see how these two match up against each other.
And I want to see exactly what RNG bring to the table. You haven't got Uzi. This isn't the Uzi show this particular week, It will continue on after this, I'm sure. But this is where you're coming in and you're looking to see what kind of a style can they bring in. Because at the end of the day, RNG is still a team to be reckoned with. They have such amazing solo laners as well as having an amazing jungle potentially now.
And for anyone who doesn't know, it is Betty coming in to the bot lane instead of Uzi. This is the same guy who played on Flash Wolves, was actually partnered with Swordart in that bottom lane. So a bit of a rivalry, I'd imagine, between those two. I know Swordart said in a couple of interviews that he wanted to face him at Worlds, but now he gets him in LPL instead.
Gets him pretty much twice a year guaranteed, if not technically 6 times if you're going by games. But you can see RNG setting themselves up on stage, getting themselves absolutely ready, and BLG, they look good against Vici. Let a little bit of a slip, though, in Game 3. There was a little bit of BM. We call that BM. Or, sorry, Game 2, excuse me. And that brought us to a Game 3. A little bit of BM, but you imagine now a little slap on the wrist in from their coaches, and they'll be right back to looking to try and take this as quick as they can.
What I did like about BLG was that when they got ahead, it was very clean in how they closed it out. And even when they fell behind in Game 2 and in Game 3, they were finding picks to keep them even. And despite the fact that they were falling behind in tempo to Vici Gaming, the gold lead never really fell out of more than, about 1,000 gold. That was very quickly brought back with a couple of picks coming through in the mid lane on to Forge.
I think as well, like BLG are the team that we have dubbed the slow, methodical Korean team in a sea of LPL team fighters.
Well, they do have their head coach Sim, who came from Najin back in Korea. It makes sense that that's the style of play that they do go for, but that is exactly what they do. Slow, methodical, very risk-averse play, and making sure that they've got all the boxes ticked before they try and make something happen.
And that's it, exactly what you just said there. They don't go for a fight off of a whim. They have to have a setup. They have to have a meticulous start and end point, and they need to know exactly what everyone's role is in that. Be it you have Flash or you don't have Flash, that can change everything for this team. I want to see exactly what they want to go for in this particular one, because for them, this is a big match to go up against RNG.
Yeah, I mean, and how does the RNG try and answer this? You've got the rookie coming in the jungle, trying to pair up with Xiaohu and potentially Long Jin, who I think this is the opportunity for the solo lanes of RNG to really stand up and be accounted for. We're getting away from an AD carry-centric meta. Now you've got to look towards these two to stand up and be the carries for RNG.
Bans coming in thick and fast, as well as the pick. The triple flex evolution can go top, bot, and mid. We're going to go quickly through the bans. Pantheon, Senna, and Elise, along with the Kiana, the Aphelios, and the Akali, which means that RNG get first pick on ADC.
Can also look towards something like the Rumble here if they want to go for it. I think that could work quite well, especially if you want to just set up something handily. Rumble mid, XLB on something like the Jarvan could potentially get that early duo of the 2v2 working in their favor.
Misfortune locked in there for Betty in that bot side. And for Betty, this is kind of a moment to impress, being realistic. This is a moment to kind of put his name out there and say, look, I am a very, very good player. I deserve a starting spot. Maybe not so much on RNG because it's always been the Uzi show, but it's definitely a sign to other teams that maybe need an AD carry. And cough, top, cough.
Well, I was going to say Wink as well. I mean, this is the same story we saw with Wink. Came in through LPL Spring 2019, had a great showing, now picked up an E-Star and looks phenomenal. Betty, this is your chance to show, and now on the Misfortune, the chance to set up some great ultimates.
So the Rek'Sai here being prioritized here by Xiaolian Bao. And we see the immediate response here, Varus and Braum. So Braum, a natural counter to the Misfortune, always going to do semi-well, but the Rumble has been left over, and Xiaohu has had that in his back pocket for ages.
And you can see now as well that it is going to be potentially going, if it is mid, up against the Lucian. Lucian can do enough to poke out that because it is the melee into range matchup, but you do have a good amount of wave clear on Rumble that could open up for Xiaohu to get out of lane.
Now, where do the bans take you if you're on the side of RNG? They have gotten rid of the Zoe. I think that is basically saying to me that we want this to be as easy of a Rumble lane as we possibly can. A lot of straight upfront damage if you combo that Zoe into the Lucian, or maybe even someone like an Olaf into that mid lane if you're going for jungle picks. Still plenty of junglers to be picked from, even though the Rek'Sai has been taken by RNG as well.
I'm trying to see what we'll get Meteor to go for, because we already talked about how explosive this jungle matchup could be. You've got the Rek'Sai on the far side, which does do well into picks like the Lee Sin, so I'd be very surprised to see Meteor go for something along those lines. But then you're kind of stuck with maybe the Jarvan or the Gragas, who Rek'Sai can have a pretty decent early game into as well.
Last ban is going to be that Aurelia in the top side. As RNG look to see what they want to ban or pick up. It is going to be the Rakan. We saw it use a great effect for JDG in that last game. Now BLG going to be very AD heavy if they went with that Jace. They didn't expect that one to be the pick there, but it looks like they're going to be picking up their top laner, or a solo laner at least, and the jungle.
I would imagine the Lucian is going towards Fofo, but I mean, Kingen has been known for these big carry performances. Lucian would fit quite well into that scenario. We'll find out now as this last pick is going to be locked in as to where the Lucian is going. On the opposite side, RNG setting up heavily for the team fights. You've already got the big engage coming through from Rakan, sets up for the Rumble, sets up for the Misfortune, and you've got that execute coming in from the Rek'Sai. I wouldn't be surprised to see something a little bit more like the Ornn potentially come in for them. It has been something that a lot of teams have been going for, even when you're up against the Braum.
Angxing has played it as well. Is in his wheelhouse of champions to pick up. I suppose at this time, if you're at this high at the level of play, you should have everything in your wheelhouse realistically. But Renekton shall be the one picked up for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, this is something the Longshin has played a lot of, has a 75% win rate on this champion coming in from the summer split. So it's a bit of a champion that he finds comfort on. And when you're going in towards the Aatrox on the Kingen, give that early game aggression, see if you can get some help from XLB in the early game to swing that lane into your favor.
All right, compositions are locked and loaded. You see BLG putting Lucian into that mid lane, and this is the first real test for Fofo, in my opinion. This is against Xiaohu. This is against a guy who, despite getting no attention in summer 2019, despite getting no jungle assistance or anything, still came up as someone that we were considering as our personal MVPs, because he was a monster.
And I'm so happy to see him get off of Karma Duty. It felt like that was all that he was on, only had 21% of the team's gold. This is where you want to look at and go, okay, Xiaohu, we're giving you the opportunity to stand up, and we know that this is a guy that is capable of doing it, now has the tools to do it.
You have the Rumble, you have the Misfortune, RNG, like you said, going for that big team fighting style. A little bit disengaged for BLG with the Gragas, but you imagine they're looking for lane domination with this Varus and Lucian pickup.
But there's a lot of stuff that RNG can try and work with here. Oh, sorry, that BLG can try and go for here. You've got the, as obviously you're saying, the Lucian is going to be very strong, but in team fights, you've also got, a lot of poke that can come through. We're seeing the Culling used as more of a, an offensive beginning to a fight, see if I can get someone low before the fights kick off. So for me, BLG are going to be looking to try and get these poke down and then look for the fights. Whereas when you're looking at RNG, it very much is a get your engage with a Rakan, follow up and throw everything in the kitchen sink and hope that we can delete a few health bars in the meanwhile.
We didn't get any time to talk about in the pre-game, but who's your money on? Oh. Not looking at comps. If you're looking at pure series, who do you think is taking this series?
See, the RNG fanboy in me wants to say RNG, but I think I gotta give it to BLG. I think that Meteor is going to get the up in the jungle matchup, and that's going to be the big decider for me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it here first. We're going to waste no more of your time. We're going to jump straight onto the Rift. RNG looking to start off their season the right way with a win over BLG, and BLG looking to take that first step into cracking the top 3 and potentially Worlds at the end of the year. Wow. That's a serious amount of people here for RNG. My God.
Yeah, they are definitely excited, and rightly so. I mean, RNG are always a crowd pleaser. Have always looked very strong coming into it, as you said. I mean, 3rd and 4th in spring and summer. This is a team that knows how to keep the fans happy, at least when it comes to the W's in the right brackets.
They've always been in the conversation as top-tier teams. They've under many different aliases, many different iterations. One thing has stayed the same: RNG and China are synonymous with each other. You cannot say one without the other, and that's just a beautiful way to see how an org can build its brand throughout the world.
The happiest thing that I saw was Uzi being voted Person of the Year in China. That just told me not only how big esports is in China, but how big this organization is.
Just for context, this isn't just like esports Person of the Year. This is Chinese Person of the Year fan vote on Weibo.
Against actors, musicians, everything.
Directors, all these massive, massive stars. And Uzi was the one to come in on top of that. I think Clearlove was in there along with the Shy. So there was a couple of different esports names. And it shows in spades. Like, we have, of course, got the World Championships in China this year now, coming up at the end of October/November. And I can only imagine how hard it's going to be to get tickets for that, because the fans are just going to take them away like that.
I mean, we saw it in Paris. We saw it the year before in Korea as well. I can only imagine what it's going to be like now that it is here in China.
Bringing us back down to earth. Worlds is a very long way away, so bring us right back down into this game. BLG versus RNG. I'm excited to see what BLG can do with this. We've seen Lucian be, specifically, I suppose, a very, very powerful pick that has to be banned by multiple teams. They do not want it going through, mainly because of the triple flex, but also because of this pure laning power you can get in those solo lanes. I want to see what Fofo can do with it, and right now he seems to be being able to push down the pedal and really put the pressure on the Xiao.
And this is the way it's going to continue for at least a little bit in the early stages of this game, where you do have continuous pressure coming in from Fofo, getting the double shots, poked through the lanes with the piercing light. It's going to be after XLV has this full clear through that then he can start to move in towards the mid lane and help out. But you can see already movements in from Longshin to get a ward on that top side of the map, to spot out where Meteor is going to be. They know he's cleared his blue, which means he's on the bottom side of the map.
Very tentative start. You can see Ming. That's an Irish one there. But,
gonna say.
Yeah, very, very Irish one. But Ming just testing the waters a little bit, going in with the grand entrance, seeing if he could find anything a little bit out of position. But, of course, nerves of steel there from Jin Zhao and Shinmo.
My eyes are looked solely pretty much on this top lane at the moment, though. If Longshin can get an advantage in this lane, means that you can pretty quickly start to snowball an advantage in towards that. But it's also on the opposite side as well. So if Xiaolongbao is able to get in here and upset this lane, I mean, Kingen is going to be in dire straits.
Rek'Sai is one of the few champions that can level 3 gank behind the tower just because of the tunnel. But looks like Xiaolongbao is just going to back away from that one and just get himself right back into base in the lead set. Doesn't feel super confident knowing that it is an Aatrox, and if Kingen can get those sweet spots and those extra little bit of healing, it can go very, very wrong.
Speaking of the extra healing, you can see it coming in, working pretty well for Fofo right now. Has got the extra pots there with the corrupting potion, so pushing in, getting the shots, and then pushing in the wave means that it's starting to be a little bit more difficult for Xiao Hu to clear this underneath the turret. Has opted for the Comet, so not going to be see those Predator ganks coming in from the Rumble. Means that it's opting more for that lane dominance and see if he can poke back Fofo whenever he tries to auto-attack.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from BLG right now. They are constantly getting Xiaolongbao to constantly clear wards, which is obviously showing off his location, which means they can then make their next move. And this is very BLG-esque. It's very kind of know where the steps is, know what their steps they're taking, and then take 2 ahead of them.
And it usually comes from Meteor. That's the guy you want to keep your eyes on to see where he's going to make his presence known. Likes to get these early ganks. Now is backed and picked up the Predator boots, so wants to make some sort of pressure on the map. I'd imagine it's going to be mid or potentially on this bottom side as well, because if you can get some pressure on towards Betty, get a kill on the bottom side, makes it a lot more difficult for them to try and set up for the Dragon, but will get spotted out by a ward as he tries to make that play happen.
Seems to be ward wars right now from the junglers. They are just constantly trying to get themselves into that fog of war, the shadows of darkness around the map to see if they can try and find someone out of position, someone overextended, but neither side giving an inch because they know that both will take a mile.
The difference is, though, that it's BLG getting control of the vision. You can see the ward placing the river brush and also just pushing slightly into the back of the blue, where the blue buff spawns. Gives the opportunity for BLG to start to make these more aggressive plays, start to go towards this Scuttle Crab that's spawning on the bottom side and try to take the fights in that way. You've got the push from Lucian, so Fofo should be able to move across faster, and that should give the control there to BLG.
Kingin putting in a little bit more BM again. He needs to be careful. Putting a BM, like, you know, it's not a fun thing to do, especially when you lose. So hopefully it does not bite him in the butt, but now we see both junglers towards this bot side. Now Longbao is here. Jinmo is going to walk straight into him, get knocked up. Heal has to come out. He has got his flash available to him. He's ignited and he's flashed away. Xiaolinbao follows, but not able to get anything off of it. Meteor is here as well. TPs are coming in as well as Lucian roaming down from the mid lane. This looks like it's just going to be the TP from Xiaohu. And everyone backs away. No one wants to give away an inch.
I think Jinmo could have waited a little bit longer for Meteor to try and join in. Would have just had the Rek'Sai tunnel over the wall, but wouldn't have burnt the flash and the heal in that scenario. Fofo, though, because he had the roam first with the push fire we already talked about, manages to get the teleport off Xiaohu. So when this play comes to being rinsed and repeat, started all over again, Xiaohu won't be able to come across as quickly as he would like, but does have that ultimate now available, so can join the fight from a little bit further away than before.
It's alright if he's a little late, he's a little slow. He can shoot a massive red carpet to welcome his guests into a
just
team
like
fight.
any person on the red carpet, you want to be a little bit late to show
You
off.
don't want to be the first one there.
Then it just gets awkward. You got to sit in the corner with a beer and try and make small talk with people you've never met before.
Yeah, and journalists, and you're not that famous, they don't really want to talk to you.
Yeah.
It's just a bad time. BLG though having an okay time. Both sides pretty much dead even in terms of the gold. Dragon is going to be a mountain the first one to spawn, along with the Rift Herald, which now spawns at 8 minutes. And this is like the exact opposite of what we saw from FBXIG at the start of the week.
Yeah, 100%. Very little action, but we can still see it's not that the pieces aren't moving, it's that both teams are reading each other well. We hit that 8-minute mark and we start to see Ming get out of lane, try to get towards the mid, but they decide, you know what, we've got enough vision control, we can just take this Dragon instead. And BLG are happy to give this over for the moment because they're looking more towards the top side where they can start to get Kingin going on this Aatrox.
Looks like it will be a trade of objectives right now. As you can see, Rift Herald is going to be the one a little bit later than the Dragon that RNG did take, but it is a lot easier, a lot quicker to take in my opinion. As you can see, Langxing, he needs to be careful. Kingin is very powerful on this Aatrox if he can hit those sweet spots.
Yeah, Renekton does win in the first few levels, but as you start to approach that level 9, you're going to see Aatrox slowly but surely win out in this matchup. That's why we're seeing Meteor confident to go and play around the top side of the map because Fofo's got that lane under control in the mid, now able to pick up the Rift Herald, and I want to see where they decide to use that objective. Again, I'd imagine it's going to be towards either that Aatrox or to keep this Lucian up and going.
And that's the thing, really, isn't it? Yes, you've traded a Dragon for a Rift Herald, but it's how you use the Rift Herald versus guaranteed stats. It's definitely, as I always like to say, power now versus power later, and that's how you need to play that one. So BLG need to make that Rift Herald work. They need to make sure it comes out trumps for them. Otherwise, it's just a win for RNG.
RNG are definitely winning out on this bottom side of the map. The CS doesn't really say it, but it is control for Betty and Ming. It's that threat of that ultimate combo, although as I say that, now the support's having access to that level 6, just hit by Ming there. So now this is where we'll see Xiaolongbao start to move down to this bottom side, see if they can utilize the ultimate that was just picked up by the Rakan.
See, Shinmo has to go these little extra routes, if you like, just to clear waves, or sorry, clear wards, excuse me. and make sure that there is safety for BLG in that mid, in that jungle, in that bot lane. And that's the little bit of extra thing that Ming kind of brings to RNG. He's able to put down these little bits of pressure that just create these small advantages, like getting a turret plate in bot lane, like being given the freedom to your jungler to be able to roam around and get those sneaky dragons.
And like getting a whole crap load of wards in that bottom side jungle. You can see red littered across the board in the BLG jungle, and that's mostly coming off of Ming and Xiaolongbao moving in together to get control, and it's almost like a big red arrow pointing towards where they want to make their plays. It's either going to be in the bottom side of the map or give them a nice avenue to roam in towards the mid and get some ganks on Fofo.
Coming up into the 11-minute mark, no real fights have happened, but this is massive territory for RNG to look for a fight. You've got your team fight ultimates, you've got the big AoEs with the Renekton and the Rumble and the Misfortune, so you have ways of making this happen. You can see they're already stacking towards this top side. Xiaohu is getting peppered, massaged down to about 2/3 of his HP. Top lane, they've already moved in, but Meteor gonna walk straight into a little bit of a gank, knock up, charmed and dead. First blood to RNG.
And that was just a creeping pressure game that had come through from RNG. The beauty about having the MF in the bottom lane is she's free to clear out the wave from very far away. She can either use the bullet time if she needs to, or just has the make it rain to start weakening up these creeps. Ming is free to roam. He gets up towards the bottom lane. Jinmo's not in position to roam with them. And with Xiaohu pushed in, BLG get the pick. BLG are not able to get the pick with Fofo roaming up.
And RNG, or more specifically Xiaolongbao, first blood on his counterpart, on the person who most people will be looking as like, the sophomore to a rookie as such, the person who's supposed to have more experience within this league. This is kind of a very promising start for the young man, and I'm curious to see what he can do moving forward into this game, because right now he seems to be just tempering the waters, testing to make sure he knows he's not putting a foot wrong.
But it's almost like walking hand in hand with the mentor because you've got Ming there with them. It doesn't seem like these two are ever moving away from each other, joined at the hip, getting the vision control in the bottom lane, then they make the play in the top lane. It's almost like a reverse of what we talked about coming into this game, where BLG were the ones who were making the calculations and making sure they had full information before they make the plays. It's RNG who are playing that style.
So now Meteor moving up with Shinmo has got the pressure in this top side. Put a little bit more damage onto Langxing. We need a little bit of late rotation here from RNG. So again, it's those tempo movements we're seeing from both sides. They're really trying to force the issue here.
The big difference here, though, is that Jinjiao actually has the teleport. So if stuff starts to go awry, you can have BLG 5 men the top side of the map, whereas you don't have that opportunity for Betty. This is why BLG feel comfortable tossing down the Rift Herald. They'll take the first tower, and now they can start to push on towards the second.
We'll get the charge off. We'll get a hell of a lot of damage onto that turret, so chip down a fair bit there, and BLG take the first turret of the game. They also get the 5 turret plates just before the turret plates do fall in 30 seconds. Xiaohu should be able to pick up at least one here. As I say that, Fofo might feel it.
Would have liked to get one there, trying to see if he can pick that up and then rotate across to this Drake. You know that you've got Kingen who's dying to get this teleport off as well, but with the vision control RNG have had and knowing that BLG are on the top side of the map, they just start up the Drake. There's no way for you to try and teleport in, and they pick up their second Drake of the game.
Will be an ocean map, arguably the prettiest.
I mean, Clement likes it.
Clement does like it. Uh-oh, Shinmo. And again, they're able to use those tremor senses. Another quick pick. Aren't even needing to use any of their summoners. It's just straight up, boom, you are dead.
And I love the way RNG are playing this. This isn't what you'd nearly expect, or the quote-unquote LPL style of constant team fightings, get them around the objectives and see if we can win. Very JDG style, I'd argue. RNG instead are playing this around the vision, around the tremor senses, as you pointed out, Penguin, and getting the picks that way.
And it's just slow, methodical play. There's no real else. Like you said, mentor and student, Xiaolongbao and Ming just walking around hand in hand. You need to assume if one's there, the other is too. And
like,
that is a very...
Yeah. Here's where I got my last kill. This is where I got my next kill. And here was where I had my first, 5-man penta that I gifted to Uzi.
Yeah, absolutely. Ming knows how to play the game. Ming knows how to play RNG's style. And right now he is just gifting over so much over to RNG alongside his jungle partner. And you can see BLG, they're going to go for the second spawn of the Rift Herald. If they can make that one work for them just as well as the first one, BLG shouldn't be too unhappy as they are still equal in gold.
The Longshin, though, is kind of the sacrificial lamb when it comes to all this. Is falling behind when it comes to Kingen, who's up on slightly on the CS, but as this game starts to go forward, the Aatrox will be the one that's in control of that side lane. So if Kingen wants, can start to abuse that a little bit and look to make plays with the flanks of and join the rest of the team.
This is pretty big from the side of BLG. There is teleports available for Xiaohu and Longqing. They will drop the second Rift Herald almost immediately. I don't even think they need it, to be perfectly honest. They should be able to get a second fully unperturbed charge onto this tier 2. And now you can see RNG a little bit slow to the play as 5 men of BLG just barrel down.
And Betty's already at half health, so not able to open up with the bullet time to try and force the minions back. It means that they've dropped 2, and Xiaohu as well was in the bottom lane trying to get that tower, doesn't even get that one cracked. And that's a massive blow to RNG, who are looking so clean. And this is something that BLG do a lot. You start to talk about how they're falling behind, how they're not getting themselves into the game, but look at the gold. They're 0-2 down, but they're up in gold. They're always keeping themselves just an inch away from turning the game back in their favor.
And the fact that they have got the 2 Blade of the Rune King users in the Lucian and the Varus just means that they have so many ways of shredding through this kind of tanky-ish front line of the Rek'Sai and the Renekton. Couple that with a Black Cleaver, you're looking at a very, very squishy tank that's just not really going to be able to last that much longer than arguably anyone else on the side of RNG. But BLG, good, strong rotational play from them. They're able to keep all their turrets up, which just keeps the map that little bit brighter for them on their side.
And now they'll start, or at least be able to move in and darken the vision on RNG's side. Start to clear out the wards that RNG have been putting down so well throughout this early game. And just try and make a pick. See if we can hop in a little bit, get a Chains of Corruption onto a couple of members of RNG. Maybe we can have Meteor with a cast. It becomes a lot harder for RNG to navigate when they've got to contend with these big ultimates on BLG side.
Feels like we're just setting ourselves up for a massive team fight coming up. It is literally 500 gold at this stage in the game, coming up to 17.5 minutes. Everyone's farming up to those 1, 2 items, 2.5 realistically if you're looking for later in the game. And Baron is going to be spawning in just over 2 minutes.
And Dragon in a minute. This is the 3rd Dragon for RNG. They want to be able to pick this one up. But BLG are coming to contend. They want to make sure that RNG aren't 1 dragon away from that zone.
The only summoner not available on the entire team, either teams, is Betty's Flash. He obviously lost it just in that when he lost half his HP in that mid lane. Now, this could be key because it means that Betty cannot reposition if he plants his feet for a bullet time. This is all about positioning from RNG and BLG. As you can see, all 5 of them are starting to crouch around this mid lane.
Fofo is trying to make their way up from bottom lane as well. They know the fight is about to kick off. Hovering in the darkness, trying to keep out of vision. Meteor is looking for the engage. Has the flash body slam if they can get the right target.
Kingin has been spotted, as has Meteor. They're just trying to poke them down, prodding, pushing, seeing what buttons can be pressed. Vision is definitely in favor of BLG. No Baron to trade, and you can see right now BLG, they're still wary of where RNG could be, but it looks like RNG are willing to give it up.
If that pot was at boiling point, it is overflowing, frothing as both these teams want to try and find a team fight, but they are subdued.
And what I love about that entire thing, BLG set up the waves. They lose absolutely nothing. There was no minions being pushed. You can see Langshi only just now getting towards that top side. So he might be able to get a little bit of chip damage, but by the time that happens, most of BLG should be able to trade it, if not defend it.
And now it's interesting to see when we start to move over towards the Baron, how does this start to play things out? BLG, committee members to the bottom side, they want to get this tower down because it opens up the map, starts to put pressure on RNG, where now they're onto a tier 2, now they're onto inhibitor turret when we're doing that Baron dance. they're not just taking a tier 1.
And you can see now, Longqing being the only one on the top side who was able to push into that turret, he's only now getting on to be able to put the damage down. They're already ahead of the play. This is what we know about BLG. This is what we love about BLG. It's slow, it's methodical, and all of a sudden you notice little bits of moments where they're starting to step ahead, be ahead of the play, and stopping RNG, and RNG need to find a way to get themselves back into the driver's seat.
Well, the way to do that is to try and get vision control. You can see Ming placing wards into the enemy jungle, trying to see if they can catch people out. Now back into restock and begin this battle over river control. The entrances to the jungle, because it is the ocean, means we don't have the Infernal who knocks down a few walls. Helps out massively for the likes of Xiao Hu, who likes people tunneled into these close corridors. And the same with Ming. Ming is capable of flashing and engaging very quickly onto, I mean, the likes of Jin Zhao in particular, who is not going to be able to escape from a lot of these scenarios.
Kingen may be a level down, but he is not afraid of this Renekton right now. He's able to walk up and just pretty much say whatever the hell he wants. As you can see, RNG trying to establish vision control around this Baron pit, but Jin Zhao is here. Ooh, I feel like he could have gotten away with that had he not auto-attacked, realizes that his position has been compromised, and will go back to join his team to defend mid.
Yeah, BLG have to back away here. They were trying to make the play. Ooh, hang on.
Xiao Longbao does actually think he can probably take down this Varus. Flash away, and that is good move there from Jin Zhao. Has to go golden as they just lay down the red carpet. It's Betty who picks up the kill, and that is going to be RNG with their third kill of the game. Now Kingen is caught between a rock and a hard place, but there's some very low health bars, and BLG still have all of their ultimate. Xiao Longbao forced to flash away, and you can see Kingen with the ultimate pop will take down Ming, and now Betty forced to flash away as a fight on two sides. Xiao Longbao goes golden. They're trying to get the culling to do enough damage. Jinmo is the first of BLG to try and finally catch out the jungler from RNG. It ends up being a 3-for-2 trade. Overall, BLG coming out trumps.
Xiao Longbao and Ming went so low in trying to secure the kill onto Jin Zhao that when the rest of BLG collapsed, there's no health bars to try and keep them going. And crucially, the big ultimates were down. The red carpet from Xiao Hu, the quickness from Ming. There was nothing left in the tank, and BLG are able to turn that fight around. You'll see it here. Yes, Xiao Longbao does a great job of forcing them out. I think you just cut this here. You don't try and continue forward, but Ming uses the quickness. You see there's the Rumble ultimate as well, and now there's nothing left. RNG are left without anything to go on. Kingen is able to turn this around, or at least keep them delayed, and BLG pick up the teamfight victory off of what should have just been RNG forcing Jin Zhao back and moving towards Baron.
Very long extended fight. You can see Fofo on the backside as Longqing almost gets himself taken down. Sadly, his heroics were in vain as he does end up falling, or his jungler ends up falling to the side of BLG. Now, crucially, 2 kills did just go over to Xiao Hu, as well as 2 kills just going over to the side of Kingen. So you can see this is where the money is starting to be separated between these two teams.
But you do have the likes of, the Gwinsu's Rage Blade now completed on Varus, so a big jump in power for the AD carry of BLG. You've got Betty answering on the far side though. The double BF sword purchases fully bought for RNG, but BLG say, alright, well, if you're going to play around mid, we're just going to go straight for the Baron. Double Blade of the Rune King, they're going to shred this.
There was a great ward just beyond the Scuttle Crab right there. Now they see it. Now they know how RNG were able to quickly rotate to that. And this is putting BLG on the back foot, because it does mean that that Ocean Drake spawning in 20 seconds is very much on the timer of RNG.
RNG need to be so careful. You can see BLG are more than happy to pull the trigger when given the opportunity. Now going back, now the fight will potentially start again. This has been quite lackluster so far, but third Dragon on the cards. RNG are in position, whereas BLG might just look to run this down the mid lane if they want to.
Have vision of it right now. There is the Scryer's Orbs as well. 2,000, 1,500, not able to steal it. Just about getting it there, but there is the red carpet putting down, trying to separate the rest of BLG, but it does not really do as much as it needs to be. And you can see the pings going down. They're trying to just cut them off away from this turret, but RNG should be back to defend.
BLG tried to put pressure on with that mid lane wave, but unfortunately we're late to the Dragon then. A lot of bursts coming through from RNG at this stage of the game. BLG late to the play, which is a rare thing to be said about this roster, but RNG sitting on 3 dragons, 1 away from the soul, but they need to get onto this Baron.
And another fantastic little ward there, just on the outside of the pit, means that this Baron is in full vision of RNG. It's down to about 4,000 HP. Longxing is here. The flashes are up. There is no massive ultimates, though. As you can see, there's the redemption coming down. The quickness comes in as the fight ensues. The bullet time tries to hit absolutely everybody. Double swipe misses, but it's stolen. RNG get it. And Longxing is the hero of RNG as they try and just take down this Aatrox. Fofo, the only one left, just trying to get himself out alive, but in the end, it is RNG who are able to come out trumps.
Oh no, Fofo gonna go down to Longxing. RNG with the turnaround play. BLG tried to quickly burst it down, weren't able to do so, and punished by Ming with the quickness and a bullet time from hell for Betty.
It was so close from both junglers that the Baron went down to about 52 HP, I do believe, of the last number I saw. And you can see just how close this was. And it's a good call from BLG, but they're just too separated.
That's the point. It's a call to finish, but everyone splits. 1 HP for Longxing. I don't even know if that was the call the Meek. That might have just been the passive damage from the Dominus.
Dominus.
But either way, RNG pick it up. And BLG, I think, with a rare miscommunication there. The call looked like it was the burst coming through from Fofo and Meteor. Kingin, Jin Yao, and Jin Mo all tried to move away, and it means that it sets Betty up to throw down the bullet time straight across the maw of the pit, and there's nowhere for them to go in that scenario.
And what a perfect place for RNG to find a fight as well. Bullet time, you've got the equalizer as well, the dominance, the quickness. These are all just little things. And even then, they didn't even have the equalizer for that fight. It actually came out afterwards during the end of that fight just to try and pick up Fofo. And you can see right now, BLG a little bit desperate to try and find something else. They pop the Predator, pop the World Ender, and to no avail with Longxing just pushing in this bot side will or should be able to pick this Hotur up pretty much uncontested.
And we talked about this in Champ Select. We wanted RNG's solo laners to stand up. Longxing gets the Baron steal. Xiaohu is 5-0-2 on this Rumble. When Uzi cannot come to the team, Xiaohu stands up and is accounted for and makes RNG look even more dangerous than they usually do.
The game starts to settle down again. 30-odd seconds left on this Baron buff. RNG have themselves a 3,500 gold lead. It is not unassailable. However, in 1 minute and 30 seconds, as I caught myself right there, as they're just trying to jump straight in onto this Varus, delete him, the turret, the Braum, and everything falls apart for BLG. I don't really think they can do much about this push.
No, there's nothing that they can do. They've already lost the Varus. Fofo needs to try and be the carry here, but I don't know how much work you can do on this Lucian when you've got a 5-man stack of RNG knocking on the door of your base.
Will not have the Baron buff for the rest of this play, but Ming, again and again, just proving why he is considered one of the best, if not the best support in the entire league as RNG crack open this base, taking an inhibitor turret. But not quite the inhibitor. They're going to back up, reset in a minute's time. They got themselves a Dragon Soul.
And that is terrifying. BLG are already struggling to deal with RNG in the team fights. You just add extra regen into the team fights for RNG, and this is not at all where BLG were hoping this game was going to go. You see Ming again, great engage, great setup for Betty. Xiaohu, the ulti worked out in the end, but we're now back into live as BLG setting up, trying to get control. They need to stop RNG from getting this dragon, but the vision's already there. RNG are in position, except for Longxing.
Longxing has got TP though, and he might just go for it. I feel like BLG, this is do or die. Like you said, the extra regen and extra health they would get from just being able to kind of get those auto attacks off with that Dragon Soul being an ocean would just make this so difficult for the side of BLG. And there's so many bushes as well. There's just so many little things they need to just check.
And they're in such a difficult spot here because RNG can either go towards Dragon or just run it down towards that open in here.
Oh, here we go. The red carpet's in.
Oh
It's
my God.
an assault on all sides as RNG look to take BLG down in this first game. It is actually only a trade of 1-for-1 as Xiao Long Bao just go a little bit too far. Lang Xing needs to jump back into that pit, but they have no jungler, and that's key.
Jinmo was able to tank up so much of the follow-up damage that was coming through from RNG. They're starting up. They need to get onto Meteor. Meteor, what are you doing?
Went in too far too early, and they can turn straight onto him. Now BLG are forced into this fight. TP coming in from Xiao Hu off the backside of this as well. Long Xing taking solo, but he's got a GA, so he'll BK. Meteor jumps straight back out, has the flash available to him. This is such a risky play, but Ming is just too good, and the rest of BLG will fall. RNG are not afraid of you, and they will take everything from BLG.
Screw jungler, we don't need that. All it was the bait. Meteor face plants into the wall as he face palms himself over what RNG find the teamfight victory. Now they've got the teleport for the bottom lane, and Jin Zhao is left staring at what is left as the game goes to runes.
Ming the Merciless. He is just an absolute madman. He caught out every single kill, well, almost every single kill. And they will be able to eventually take down the rest of BLG. This team fight wombo combo was just too much for BLG. RNG, first game, first win.
You said it yourself, Penguin, though. You do not want to give that team composition the opportunity to fight in around on objectives. They are so strong with all the AoE, CC, damage, everything else that's coming out from that squad. But that's exactly what BLG did. They tried to burst the Baron, tried to make the quick play to see if they could steal that away and not give RNG the opportunity to set up around the Baron. But they cost them in the end, and with that one fight, RNG swing it in their favor.
What started off as such a slow, tentative, calm game, if you will. We were having a good time chatting.
I know, yeah.
And then just boom. RNG decide it's time to fight. BLG forced a Baron that unfortunately for them, they felt without the equalizer, they had the edge. And like you said, it was a split call. It was half looking for the Baron secure, half looking to get the hell out. I feel like you said, if they all either committed to one or the other, they could have maybe done something. But RNG, even without Uzi, they look good. Betty looked good.
Ming looks amazing. On the opposite side, though, Meteor's not looking so hot in this series. Couple of mistakes where we're like, are we bursting the Baron? What's the call here? Nobody really making a decision either way. And then when we came to that final Dragon fight, entering the pit way before the Dragon was down. I'm not sure, actually, probably should have checked to see. I don't think he might have had vision.
I'm pretty sure he didn't have vision. I'm pretty sure he thought they were going to try and burst it. But RNG, they knew that's what he was going to do. They had no jungler, and they still baited it out. Yeah. They knew they could bait it out because at the end of the day, it was either BLG got that Dragon or they lost.
But either way, BLG still going in split. You've got Meteor going over the wall. The rest of the team is still scrambling to get into position. They don't look like they're on a 4 or 5-man unit in that case, where they're against a team of 4 without the jungler. Should have been more coordinated. Should have been able to take that at a nice BLG slow pace and get into the pit correctly.
But again, you know, massive praise goes over to Xiao Long Bao.
Yeah.
Xiao Long Bao was able to 100% at the early stages for those first 2 or 3 kills stay ahead of Meteor. And we talked about how these two players were going to be the difference in who was able to make it. And he secured his smites. He was able to make sure. Now, he went a little bit overzealous in that last team fight towards the back of the Dragon Pit. But overall, I'm very impressed with this jungler, and I think he could do fantastic work for this team.
Especially when you look at it as the duo more. We talk about mid-jungle duo. It was support jungle in this case, where Ming is consistently roaming with them, getting the early vision control. We saw the play up towards the top side of the map with them as well. This is actually a pretty potent duo that are really strong together. Like, if you've got double knockups with the Rek'Sai and the Rakan as well, you pair that with a bunch of other combos and you're getting a very similar story. This is something that you've got to watch out for, and the second that you see Ming leave lane, you've got to notify the rest of the team.
RNG take their first step to a 2-0 series. BLG going to look to try and reassess themselves. We will be taking a short break, but when we're back, game 2 of this potentially epic saga will continue.
处，但是他真没有大龙科里面的一个视野，这个偷草过去时间已经有点晚了。第一时间大招想要解围，自己的春哥被打出来，但是平点的进场直接把青春给杀掉。而另外一侧有残血的人员，看一下青钢这波已经是把 iBoy 给处理掉了 ，iBoy 的闪现好像没有机会交。C 位上面，波波这边直接交闪现，过来进来想抬，直接一技能往后拉，看一下，但是远方金角的大招炸进来，好像也直接把后排的破局给炸残了。这时候进来，铁男刚好拉到了一个青钢影，反手大招直接坐进去发条，被杰斯一炮自己给灌死了。在比赛里面会比排位来说，这件装备的收益高很多。这边找到一个机会，直接大招推晕了，要直接秒 iBoy 倒了。哇，这边金角的一个大招是直接拿下了人头 ，AD 这边已经倒下了，这边缺少关键的一个输出，当面反手一个进场。光是有一个金身在这位置，布隆也开了一个金身，但是金角的一个输出还在持续。最后是刀妹，虽然换掉了齐亚娜的人头，但是自己被船长给杀掉以后，这个残局，哇！好像帅哥的大招是已经好了，大龙现在血量没有看到，但我开应该已经不到一半。刚过一半的时候，忽然藏在旁边的一个帅哥直接进场，把没有闪现的小鹏直接给电死，另外一边又顶起来，双重齐飞，在空中，嘎啦就没了。凯莱这波是带着大招下来以后 ，Lucky 一个人在上面，一个人烧5个人，但是大家知道限制不了这个艾克，
平手了吗？
想要来限制这条大龙，看一下凯莱这时候惹帅进来以后配合艾克2个人就真的打5个人吗？这时候双人组还在墙下做输出，女刀锋的一个伤害，但是这时候青凯就顶留到最后有一丝血的吸液，回头想杀 Lucky 的血量不降危机以后，先利用大招回家血量，再一个技能过来，这种反向逃脱，大龙这时候
Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to beautiful Shanghai, as we are just witnessing pretty much standard RNG, realistically. They are an incredibly talented bunch of players, and they've added a new jungler. Nothing's really changed.
No, and a new AD carry as well. Betty's come in.
True.
And, I mean, it's kind of hard to show off when you're on the Misfortune because it is kind of point and click with the ultimate.
You
but
are a glass
definitely,
cannon.
Yeah, but definitely looking quite good on that as well. So overall, RNG looking strong, even without what people would consider Uzi as the star player. Xiao Hu particularly standing up.
Yeah, Xiao standing up, but in my opinion, I thought the best player was Ming, and he got our MVP for the first game there. And honestly, his engages, his everything were just so on point. 89% kill participation.
It was disgusting. I mean, as we were getting towards the end of the game, you could see 16 kills on the clock, 14 assists for this man, Ming, making it look easy. And it was coming down to early game, getting the control of the map with the warding from Xiao Longbao, and then rotating out of the lane and making sure they could get the kills.
And again, like you just said, it was about that duo, the hand-holding, if you like, of just where the jungler was, the support was as well, and then just at the objectives, he's just able to set up so much for Betty and the rest of his team.
I mean, BLG didn't really get a look in. I thought we'd see a lot more of them out in the early game where Meteor would get into a lane and try and make something happen, particularly when you take the Predator Gragas. That's what you're looking for, is get that early back with the boots and get out onto the map. Never saw that happen, Meteor. For this game, very quiet, and as well when it got to the later stages of the game, you can see actually, yeah, they'd had vision in that pit as well, so Meteor just...
Might be a little too far up, though. That's
Possibly.
the only thing. I think because it's only the pink ward a little bit too far up, they had to try and check it out with Meteor, but I suppose he did have the flash, didn't go down, but this play right here is just... It's just Ming. I think people forgot about Ming's Rakan. I think that was the big thing. Ming is incredible on this pick, and it just shows here he was just unstoppable in setting up almost everything around the objectives.
I mean, this was a clinic on how to play Rakan. If you ever want to look at your solo queue games on how you can work with your jungler, or even if you want to get out of lane to work more on the map, this is exactly how you do it.
I was pointing at Medic, telling him to watch the Rakan plays.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, he's a Leona main now, at least according to his
latest
his
one play on Leona, which in fairness was pretty great.
It was.
It's a very good play. But now coming into game 2, we're looking at the side of BLG and RNG. RNG are going to be on blue side this time round. What do you want to see different from BLG? And like you said just before we went to the break, Meteor looked a bit subdued. He didn't look like the Meteor we knew and loved from the first series in the week.
What I want to see them do is actually do what they did in the first series of the week, which was go back and start to prioritize junglers for Meteor. We saw them first pick the Elise, at least it was on the blue side, so picking that up first, but it does give them an early game jungler who can win out of most of those skirmishes, and I felt that was the big problem for Meteor here, was you had the Rek'Sai on the opposite side, which meant Gragas didn't have a huge amount of control, and once that control was gone, RNG started to thrive.
And for RNG, don't change what's not broken. I keep saying that kind of phrase, but I need to kind of figure out something new to say in the place of that, because Xiao Longbao looked fantastic. Xiaohu on the Rumble, super clean. Longxing did his job. I don't want to say too much about, negative about him, because he was heavily focused towards that bot side, but top side, excuse me. But it is pretty much, all in RNG's favor in terms of how that game went.
And you're not worried when you're looking at RNG side about the picks you gave over. Fofo did look strong in the Lucian, but was kind of a no factor as the game started to go on because they couldn't really play around them. We saw the Aatrox go into the top lane for Kingen, but wasn't able to find the advantages they would have liked there. So overall, you're happy with the way that this game went. So that's why I'm assuming they're still picking the same side here. They're not swapping over towards the red side to try and gobble up something like a Kiana or an Aphelios that we've seen other teams do. Instead, they're happy to go, no, we'll go blue side, we'll pick up 2 strong picks for ourselves and we'll be happy.
And that's the thing as well. I think the scariest thing about this RNG is that this is an RNG without Uzi, with Betty. And then you add such an incredible star-studded AD carry onto that lineup. That this team looks like it could go up against the the IGs, the FBXs, and actually challenge them again for that title, because it's been a while since we've seen RNG at the top.
It's also the way that RNG are playing. It's a very different style from what we saw previously, which was play around the bop side of the map, try and get Uzi going, or when it was Wink back in the start, it was still play towards that bottom side of the map. This time instead, we're seeing them open up Ming to start roaming, to leave the AD carry, which seems to be a taboo early in RNG, and get to the mid, play around Xiaohu, play around that top side of the map as well when the Rift Herald's up. This is a newly formed RNG that are playing in a very different style.
That's what I'm afraid of, though. I'm afraid that Uzi comes back and they just go back to side lanes don't exist. Only exist when Uzi says he needs to farm. But like you said, RNG, they look very, very good. A lot of us, we were talking about it. A lot of us were saying that BLG look like the kind that they should be the favorites coming into this.
But it is interesting to see that once Mata comes into the team as the coach, suddenly Ming is starting to get a lot more roams off, starting to be much more impactful in other lanes, because Mata, of course, was at some point a support for Uzi as well, so very used to the team dynamic here. So obviously having a much better understanding of how to change that dynamic now that he's come into a different role.
And as well as that, we talked about it briefly, obviously, during the pregame for Game 1 today, is that the meta has shifted. It used to be all AD carries all the time, protect the AD carries, you know, your Vayne comps, your Kog'Maw comps, all those guys. And now it's not. It's very much, I think that the stat was like, you know, the efficiency to gold to damage, even when you do protect the AD carries, it used to be something like 230% for
Crazy,
AD carries.
yeah.
And now it's down to 120. So it's slowly been coming down every single time. So the emphasis on the game has been more to those, like, you know, the flashy, the high impact solo lanes that really can just blow up the map.
It's also the case that honestly AD carries aren't getting the chance to get to those super late game items, the late game fantasy that they want with IEs and Zeals and crit chance, and that's not a thing.
Yep.
You don't have that opportunity. Mid game is where you shine. You're getting 2.5 items. You're going to be damn happy you got to those 2.5 items.
Players coming back onto the stage. RNG, cool, calm, collected, ready to bring themselves
Somewhat
a
sleepy.
clean 2-0.
Looking slightly sleepy
Yeah,
as
a
well.
little tired.
Yeah.
A little tired. It's all right. Chinese New Year around the corner.
True.
You know,
They've
get a
got
little
the
bit of
break
rest.
coming soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
They only have to play one game for this week, so I mean they're getting off easy before they have to come back.
I was going to say, actually, yeah, I think they're one of the few teams that only play one game.
Yeah, I think
there's like-
Suning is the other one.
Suning's the other one, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe there's like 3. I'll have to look at the proper
Yeah,
league.
17 teams starts to make the game's a little bit wonky.
It makes calculating stuff a little awkward, I won't lie. You see, Meteor still has fans in the crowd, but he needs to step up today. We talked about this in the last series. We talked a little bit about this one as well. For BLG, he is the franchise man.
Most certainly, you're coming in looking at Meteor. This was the matchup that we wanted to have. Xiaolong Bao, the new guy coming in, versus the rookie of the year from last year. And Meteor right now is getting taught a lesson as to how to play with your jungle, or how to play with your support, because it's never an even matchup thanks to Ming getting out on the map and roaming about.
And that was the difference, wasn't it? It was quite literally Ming being there for his jungler to be able to turn those 1v1s or 2v2s into 3v2s, 2v1s, and able to push the RNG forward. And yes, those little kills at the early stage didn't change much in the grand scheme of the game, and BLG did bounce back. It was still important because Meteor was then put on edge.
Well, we have to see if he will be put on edge as we get into pick and ban. Fofo will not see the Lucian one more time, as it will be banned away by BLG. And actually, correction, it will be RNG on red side.
It's RNG on blue side.
I'm looking at the wrong thing. Never mind.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know where you're looking, because I see very much RNG on the blue.
My bad. But we are still seeing, at least, Meteor is going to be not getting his hands on the Elise. This was something that we saw BLG prioritize, we said, in their game 1 of their first series, but I still want to see them try and pick up an early jungler here. I think something like the Jarvan, well, I mean, we're seeing the Rumble banned away, but still Jarvan, that early game pressure, even go for that level 2 gank if you really want to, and get Meteor the advantage already in this jungle matchup.
Already RNG focusing themselves around what they thought worked in that last game, and it was, of course, the misfortune for Betty as well as the Philios going over to the side of BLG. Meteor looking like he might go back onto that Gragas. It is still a very powerful pick, but definitely needs to be improved on from game 1.
It does mean, though, you can't go for something like the Lee Sin, which, I mean, Xiaolong Bao is very good on. I mean, could go back towards the Rex side, but when you don't have the likes of the Rumble there, where you can get a lot of this follow-up damage on the knock-up, probably going to steer away from that pick instead.
RNG now weighing up their options. Could take the Braum. Could take Ali Sin. All right, going heavy damage now with the roaming duo, the Lili, as Clement likes to call it, double Lees, LeBlanc and Lee Sin.
I was surprised to see the Lee Sin come through, because you can work pretty well as the Gragas to counteract the Sonic Wave. And as well, if you start to go in as the Lee Sin, could find yourself in the business end of a Gragas cast. But we're looking at the LeBlanc for Zhao, who very quickly Fofo answers with the Lissandra. This is just I'm going to stay safe, I'm going to push the wave in and make sure that Zhao, who really can't get any advantages here.
Unfortunately, similar to Kuro in the last split, BLG have put Fofo on point, click, and we kill a carry, Judy. And not a bad pick, of course. Lissandra still has her very good wave clear, can also go with that very good flanking position with the Ice Claw, able to get into good positions in that particular sense. But the Shen ban coming out for BLG means I feel like they were looking towards RNG, looking towards that massive 5-man bot.
Yeah, it could also still be something like the Shen support for Ming. That is something that Ming has played a little bit of. Still relatively okay and does give you support across the map. And I think if I'm on BLG, I'm trying to look at my top side of the map and go, I need to have some sort of supplemental damage here. Because, yes, Aphelios can do a lot of AoE burst damage, but they'd like something maybe along the lines of an Aatrox that can help out to a certain extent, because you have the AP damage from Meteor, tiny bit of damage from Fofo, but they really want something that can just finish off anyone that's left.
Aurelia, maybe?
Aurelia could work as well.
Yeah. Nasus?
AP Nasus.
AP Nasus, of course. Got to get that the W. What's the name of the W again?
The W? No, the E is
the E.
The E is the...
What's it called?
We're casters. We don't need to know this.
It's completely blocked my mind. I'll come into you like 5 minutes into the game and it'll be like, that's what it is. But see, the last bans, the Rakan finally banned away by the side of BLG, with the Camille banned away by RNG. We'll see now what support do they want to link up with Aphelios and Jin Zhao in that bot side.
So I'd imagine this means that they could go for the Braum, although the Leona is hovered. Take the Braum, go for the Ornn in the top lane then, but you are giving the opportunity for it to be counterpicked on the opposite side. We will be taking the Leona. But yeah, it looked more to me like they were just trying to remove any sort of split push power, because BLG, with the picks that they have locked in right now, are heavily in on this team fight and want to force RNG to go towards that.
Spirit Fire! That's what it is. That's what it's called. Spirit Fire is, of course, the
You were
Ring of
listening to
Fire.
me for the last like 10 seconds looking that up for you.
How dare you? How dare you? I will not be called out on stream again. But, like you said, the Aatrox will be locked in there for RNG, which means they have a lot of front-loaded damage. It does deny the Aatrox from BLG, which you did allude to. The Renekton is still available, the Aurelia, Morgana as well. Ming on Morgana, that's another massive pick for this guy. It almost feels like everything's a massive pick for him, considering how good he is on support. But Gangplank going to be the final pick for BLG.
Morgana works quite well here because it fits into several different functions, and stopping so much CC that is available for BLG also provides you an engage tool, or at least a bit of a disengage tool for when Meteor comes in, or Jinmo as well on this Leona. On the opposite side, I'm kind of looking at, okay, you've got Fofo, who can be this point-and-click CC. You've got Jinmo, who essentially can be a point-and-click CC. There's so many different targets that whoever the Black Shield does go on to, they just turn. They can go towards Zhao Hu, they can go towards Zhao Long Bao. There's so many other options for them to go for. It means that Ming is really going to have his work cut out from him, picking the exact right target to make sure they're getting their Black Shield.
Composition's locked in. Coaches have shaken hands. And right now, BLG looking to bring themselves back into this series. I want to see if this Aphelios is a good Aphelios or a bad Aphelios. No disrespect to Jin Zhao, but it isn't looking great for his win percentage.
It's not even Jin. Well, it's the rest of the Aphelios we've seen so far.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got to be at pushing 30% win rate right now for Aphelios with two more losses today.
Well, it's one loss. On
We had one in the first series. They did,
yeah,
but
one win. JDG. Short-term memory loss.
Yeah.
Big brain, Oshin. Big brain penguin.
Pat in the back.
Pat me, pat my shoulder. I'm with a Twitch chat right now who heard you say, like, 2 losses. They're like, no, actually, it was one loss and a win.
I'm glad you saved me. You're the voice of Twitch chat in this scenario.
Good God, what have I done?
What have I become?
What have I become? Jumping onto the Rift, BLG need this win. They need to show that they can be competitive against the likes of RNG. This is the first real test we're seeing for BLG in the 2019 season.
And I mean, it's a little bit early days. Obviously, it's only their second series.
But you don't get a second chance.
You don't, and that's what I was going to say, is you don't get a second chance against any of these teams. So you need to show up at the start. And now we're seeing a very different style come through from them as well, with Fofo and the Lissandra stepping away from the carry and being more of a CC bot.
We will waste no more time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to jump straight onto the Rift for BLG versus RNG. RNG looking to solidify themselves back to the top of the table where they always belong with a quick 2-0. BLG looking to bring us to a game 3. I won't lie. That sounded really sad.
That middle one was
that BLG chant was super sad. It was like RNG, an entire chorus of angels, and then BLG was just like one guy and a group of people just being like,
yeah, had a bit of the plague going as well. I think I had a cough halfway through. Just, save me.
But they can. We've seen it before. where the crowds flip-flop depending on who's won previous games. So RNG obviously riding that momentum, of course a fan favorite as well. But now for BLG, this is to kind of step it up, to silence that crowd, to really put them on edge, because they lose this, they go 2-0 down, obviously they lose the series, but of course RNG then go for sky high.
Sky's the limits for both of these teams, both of them looking at the top of the table, both wanting to secure it. RNG to kind of keep their legacy going. BLG to keep the legacy they've kind of started going. Coming into summer, they really came into their own. They ended up finishing 4th, but this, when you look at the roster, is a team that can contend with RNG, FPX, IG, and I'd love to see them now take that first step to making it up higher and taking the fights in the playoffs.
And just on that point of BLG kind of building their legacy, building their time, last season they just missed out on that, qualification for the gauntlet. It was literally between them and Top Esports in the 3rd place playoff. Whichever one got 3rd literally got into the playoffs. That was how the gauntlet ran for them. And it was a little bit of a disappointment. We actually had, if we look back towards, Raz, of course, and a lot of other analysts who were talking about it, BLG were kind of expected almost to kind of go for this, and will he be able to steal it? He will not. Meteor will take that one there and back himself away. Bit of a scary moment there.
And a strange swapping has happened here, where Gragas is going to go in towards his own jungle back again, and then XLB will be able to clear out his side. So vertical jungling, not going to be too much with both junglers on this top side of the map, but now they are going to be able to answer for that clear back down towards the bottom half.
Kingin as well having a pretty decent time against this Aatrox. Naturally, of course, because the Gangplank does have that very annoying range advantage, even though he's melee.
We are going to see Xiaolong Bao taking control of this early matchup. Both junglers have hit 3. Xiaohu's got the push in the mid, but they might just turn onto the LeBlanc here.
Xiaohu obviously needed to be very careful, took the sweeper just to make sure. And you can see now Ming on warding duty, again getting that deep vision, making sure that he is in a position to give as much information to his jungler and to his team so that he and his jungler can set up the plays.
Jinmo and Finjo are already roaming up though. This is everyone on their way. Black Shield.
Black Shield was used, which means that a double stun does come down. They're trying to jump straight onto XLB, who has to flash away. The distortion is good, but it's forcing out the Mimic. And that means that the rest of RNG have to back away. Slight win to BLG.
And that's actually going to work out pretty well for BLG. It's the low health bars are onto the likes of Xiao and onto Ming, who's going to be forced to back away. Betty, however, didn't roam up, managed to clear out a little bit of the wave, so Betty will be in a better spot where he has this experience advantage, but Jinzhao and Jinmo are making their way back down to try and equal that one up with a slightly larger wave.
Betty backing away, realizing that Jinmo was just creeping behind him, but that does mean that the wave can be frozen in this middle spot should Jinzhao decide to do that. But similar to what you were saying about the Morgana pick, is that it is something that only has one black shield. Once that's gone, it's over, and there's so much single target CC.
And also only has one flash, which was burnt in that engage, which means looking towards Meteor, that's a big target for Ming in that bottom side of the map. You have Jinmo set up the play, going in with the Zenith Blade to bait out the black shield, and then Meteor can just hold on to his flash and stun to make sure that the second that black shield goes down, that he's able to pick up the kill.
These junglers are just... might as well be twins in The Shining, just holding hands this entire time, looking at each other, following each other's paths.
This is what you have to do as Xiaolong Bao, though. If you're going for the likes of the Elise and the Lee Sin, you're very heavily focused on this early game. You either got to find the ganks and get the kills in your favor to make it worthwhile picking up the Lee Sin, or eventually what's going to happen is that the Gragas damage, the CC, and that big cast that he brings to the table are going to do far more in team fights. So XLB getting in and trying to force Gragas back will give a little bit of an opportunity for RNG to keep pushing the advantages that they have in the lane, like with Xiaohu and Longshin on that top side.
Sneaky Dragon is on the cards for RNG, though, as Xiaolong Bao is pretty much in full darkness, despite that Scuttle Crab being there, and that's going to be Infernal Drake very early on going over to the side of RNG.
Yeah, I mean, he's already cleared out most of the camps that are on the Gragas side, or at least fought for them. So able to take this, will be able to back over the wall, clear out his own jungle as well, and that's when you should see Xiaolong Bao equaling up on the experience and the CS and set themselves up nicely for this mid game. Again, we're seeing a slow start from both of these teams, but it's because we're waiting on the level 6 to be hit for Fofo, for the likes of Xiaohu, where we got the burst, and now they can start to try and make plays around these side lanes.
This is where it all comes down. BLG have got Fofo's Glacial Prison in that mid lane. You can see there's the Cannon Barrage being dropped down onto Longxing. You can see Kingin hiding pretty beautifully, if I'm being totally honest right now, and really forcing the flash. Will he have enough damage? Take down! Yes, he will. A straight-up solo kill for BLG in the top side.
And Kingin coming in big for BLG there. Wasn't expecting to see a solo kill coming out, but you already see how much Kingin has been bullying Longxin. A 20 CS lead, now a kill with the teleport burn. Longxin's going to lose a massive amount of this wave to the turret.
No teleport, no flash. No CS, unfortunately. That means he's going to fall even further behind in this top side. 25 CS down already, and that kill means that Kingin hypothetically should be having a pretty easy time scaling himself up. And you can see it's just straight up damage.
I mean, you get caught by that initial barrel. Kingin does a good job of playing around the knockups coming through from Longxin. Doesn't even bother throwing down the second barrel, just wants to get the passive procced off of the barrel hit. And Longxin, we talked about him stepping up. Unfortunately, that's not the way you want to do it.
Step up or step out, but I like how the Kingin at this level obviously knew exactly how much damage he needed. Popping the Corrupting Potion, able to tick him all the way down. Now Meteor looking for Xiaolong Bao, roaming with Fofo. They are really starting to put on the pressure now, knowing that top lane is very much in their favor. BLG looking to control this top side of the map.
They just wanted to make sure that Xiaohu couldn't get that blue buff, because in their minds they want to have Fofo pick up their own blue, and he can then shove in that wave and start to get the pressure around these side lanes. Xiaohu already below half on the mana, means he'll be able to back fairly soon without that blue, and they can start to have BLG open up this game. Oh, Longxin.
Only getting his World Ender now, so wouldn't have been able to trade at all should they have gone any further, and no teleport either means that he is just being decimated in this top side.
Which means Fofo and Meteor can go back to focusing on that bottom side of the map. Ming does have his flash back up, so it won't be as easy to get involved, but Jinmo is only a few moments away from picking up that level 6. Suddenly that's a lot of CC that can come the way of the RNG bottom lane.
And this is very different from game 1 as well. We're seeing BLG having the pace, having the step ahead of RNG, whereas in the game 1 it was a tango. They were both stepping the same way, stepping the same direction. Now it's looking more like the side of BLG have the number of RNG, and RNG need to change that.
And a lot of it stems from Longxin actually giving over control. But as I say that, actually, he is spotting that Kingin is backing, so it does give the opportunity for at least the Rift Tower to be set up, but BLG definitely no.
100% they know. You can see straight
what's
away.
giving it away?
No one in bot lane? Question marks. Again, BLG adapting, pushing themselves forward, making sure they're in position. Rift Herald will just reset, and BLG could just back away from this.
Has to be so careful. Xiaohu goes in, can find himself in the business end of Fofo's ultimate. Does not want to get caught out by that Glacial Prison.
Now we can see a very, very early 5v5, but it looks like both sides not really comfortable taking this just yet. No perfect vision for either of them. And they're just backing themselves right the way back to their lanes, but it is a lane swap coming in here from the side of RNG.
Yeah, they want to try and keep control of this top side of the map. Does mean that BLG can have Meteors move down to pick up the dragon, but this will be answered eventually. Kingin is going to back away here, walk down towards the lane, and Longxin won't be able to push that in before he loses out on that CS.
BLG starting to dictate the pace, starting to step to the tune of RNG. We knew this was going to be close, and I'm hoping for a third game because this has been an absolute treat to watch. But right now, RNG need to stop the bleeding. They need to stem Longxing's descent down into terrible madness because he is just falling further and further behind. With that Executioner's Calling picked up by Kingin as well, it's only going to get harder.
And this was something that I didn't expect to see from Longxin when he joined RNG. Back when he was on Suning as Xiao Al, this guy looked unstoppable when it came to carries, especially with the help that he was getting from Hacker. But now on RNG, seems that not quite up to the level that he used to in Kingin is showing him the ropes as BLG start up this dragon.
They have leashed it out. It's just an ocean, so only a little bit of regeneration, so RNG won't be too unhappy with letting that one go. They got the Infernal, arguably the better of the two objectively. And that means we're going to have our first Cloud Rift as everything starts to get a little bit faster.
And that's going to be massive for BLG. If you look at the ultimates that they have available, if you can get the 10% cooldown reduction and the increased movement speed off the back of that, BLG should be able to run over these guys when it comes to just consistent team fights over and over. But not as big of a one for the RNG side. You're not really overly worried about those ultimates. Instead, it's more kind of a poke with Xiaohu that's going to be starting off these team fights. Ming getting a binding.
Oh, getting a binding, also getting the chains as well. But in bot lane, Kingin's in a lot of trouble. And he gets taken straight down. A fight on two fronts. RNG come out on top.
RNG find the picks in both directions, which was never what you really expect from BLG. Meteor is trying to take down this Rift Herald as quickly as possible, so then they can secure that one. But without that kill going over, RNG aren't happy enough to contest with Xiaolong Bao on the bottom side of the map.
You're going to almost certainly just drop this towards top side, but you can see already RNG just pushing their ways towards that top lane turret, knowing the damage that this Rift Herald can do. Xiaohu, sadly for you, my friend, you will have to watch this one die. Can stay here, though, to kill the Rift Herald so they don't get any more of a push.
I like that BLG are understanding, though, that Jin Zhao has to be the big damage dealer for them here. They need to get the gold onto this AD carry to cover these team fights. Kingin will be off in the side lane pushing, so Aphelios has to do Aphelios things, or they won't have the damage to continue on in these team fights. And giving this Rift Herald up on the top side, securing a few more plates for Aphelios, means that they're starting to get this AD carry going.
See how this all happened in the bot side. Complete miss. It's just straight up. He went too far in and got his hands caught in the cookie jar.
You can see, though, Longshin is still giving a good amount of respect to the damage that this Pirate can put out. But if XLB is there in the wings, there's nothing you can do about it.
You mentioned Pirates are now canonically Gangplank versus Misfortune.
True.
That's canon. I'm very happy with that.
I thought you were making a joke about the cannon barrage for a second, and it's kind of like, okay, you're very heavily playing into this.
You know, you could have just said nothing and laughed, and everyone else would have understood it. I wouldn't have, but I wouldn't even have realized.
Those are the best ones sometimes, though, where you just gotta take it. It's like, totally meant that. Totally
100% meant that. Do you remember when they deleted Gangplank? Like, straight up deleted him from the game?
That was a little bit frustrating for anyone who was actually a big fan of him.
I'm not. Still haven't. I find him very frustrating to deal with.
I still remember everyone kind of going, this barrow mechanic sounds real stupid. I don't think it's going to be very good. And then he came out and was like, this barrow mechanic's real good.
It ignores all your armor. Obviously, that was back when it first came out. BLG now trying to keep this pirate a yo-ho-hoing up in this top side. Make sure he's picking up as much CS as he possibly can, getting enough blunder. What was it? Blunder? Was it?
Plunder.
Plunder.
You're close.
I was nearly.
That was a blunder on blunder.
I blundered my plunder. And right now, game is just kind of slowing down. Binding lands. And that's a great black shield as well to stop the solar flare, which means Jin Zhao still has his heal, still has his flash, so didn't lose anything as such. Kingin now here fighting for the Krugs with Xiaolong Bao. And right now, the Dragon will be spawning in a minute 30, so BLG looking to try and sort themselves out towards this bot side, make sure they have priority.
The bullet time will just about be up for that Dragon fight, though, so this is where BLG are trying to make a play elsewhere to ensure that they get control of that objective.
Meteor going to be spotted out here by Longxing as he looks to try and steal these Krugs, as he knows his Krugs were stolen, and going to be a trade of turrets either side of the map with a minute until that Air Drake spawns, or Cloud Drake, excuse me.
Trade for trade, one tower for one tower as BLG start to continue the push forward. But if my math is correct, 4 is greater than 2, so RNG are going to be forced to try and respond to this.
Can confirm 4 is greater than 2. Your maths does check out. So we see they're already possibly going to be able to take this one down with the Crescendum as well. That extra little turret, man. He's able to help you push it down, so it's a 2-for-1 trade. BLG, similar to game 1, able to turn up the heat around the 15-minute mark to be able to push RNG back.
And that's one of the things, actually, just going back to your turret point, was the thing about the Aphelios turret is, as we were talking about actually off camera, is that you can leave that turret there, and unlike pretty much every other thing you can spawn in the game, it won't get targeted first by the tower, so it essentially gives you another minion to try and work that turret down with.
A supercharged minion that just constantly fires at it, and as long as it doesn't proc onto a champion, it will just continue to be hit as a regular minion. So, see if that bot lane priority is a huge issue for RNG or not, as right now they are just getting top lane vision control. The beauty for BLG though with this Gangplank pick is they have got the Cannon Barrage with alongside the TP, so they don't even have to fully commit to sending Gangplank to that bot lane or to a Dragon fight if something were to happen to them.
Xiaohu will most certainly want to be here for that fight though, but unfortunately he's not going to be given an opportunity. Meteor starts this one up and the rest of BLG collapse to finish it off. You can also see Jinmo has made its way up towards the top side of the map to support Kingen and make sure Xiaohu can't do very much, as he eats a lot of gunpowder there off of that play.
Barrels are very, very annoying, especially if you can combo them correctly, like you just saw Kingen there, able to push out Xiaohu despite all the support he was getting from Xiaolong Bao. Again, the game will slow down a little bit. We're seeing a lot more tempered play again from both sides, waiting for the best opportunity to fight.
So what RNG are trying to do right now is get the waves on the side under control, where they can have Xiaohu on this top side push in against Kingen because Longshin is struggling so much, and have the LeBlanc come in on a flank, particularly in towards the mid lane, if they see BLG trying to overcommit for the play. The problem is Longshin is not in a position to try and support them on that just yet, so we're having Xiaohu back away, but it's opening up BLG to start to make moves around the map. Have Fofo up here, see if they can catch out Xiaohu as they try to answer for this push, or at least get the waves back in their favor so they can make the push on towards mid lane turret.
Again, BLG, they have the tempo, they have the slight advantages. This time I will say they have got the dragons on their favor, but it's still, you cannot discount RNG. We saw what happened last time in an even game. One small mistake from BLG. As I say that though, Meteor needs to be very careful with how this goes down right now. Realizes he does not want anything to do with that fight right there, and gets himself very quickly over to the wall.
But this is where they're playing pretty heavily around the bot side. I was watching to see where Fofo was going to be going. I saw the claw go out. But they're playing pretty heavily around the bot side of the map. But Longshin is kind of the least of your worries right now. He's just trying to get as much farm as he can. But both these teams are not wanting to give an inch in either of these side lanes. And right now, I'd like to see Jinmo. He actually cancelled the back. I was going to say, move in with Meteor to get some vision control down so they can try and make these more aggressive plays, because that's what's really lacking from BLG right now, is knowing where Xiaolong Bao is, where is Xiaohu, and this is what they need to do to start to solve that problem.
Zhao just farming up as much as he possibly can. Betty up to about 200 CS as well, so still doing fairly decently to try and make sure that they have as much gold in their pockets for the almost impending team fight that is bound to happen. And RNG proved in the last game, they had the positioning, they had the inside tracks in a lot of those fights, so it's up to BLG to really prove them wrong and push themselves forward to make sure that they do not get a repeat of game 1.
Kingen manages to win out on the auto attack fight with Xiaohu there, but you can see chipping away is Xiaohu in this top lane. Would love to get his hands on the blue buff to try and keep this pressure up, allowing Longshin to try and work away on this bottom lane turret, but unfortunately it's just not really been the case so far.
See right now, just chipping away, trying his best to just be as much of a nuisance as possible. Say Kingen wins on the auto attack for the barrel. Xiaohu did get 2 previously to that.
That's I meant that one.
Oh, that one. But yeah, again, more and more farming for both these sides. And where do you want to see RNG look for a fight? Where do you want to see them look for that kind of masterful engage as they look to try and retake control in this series, or in this game at least?
Well, I think it's actually both teams essentially want to do the same thing, which is try and play through where they have most of their players, and that seems to be either for, if you're an RNG fan, pushing in through that top side to try and push pressure onto the tier 2. You can see Xiaolong Bao trying to get in to control the vision, up on that side to allow Xiaohu to push in towards the turret. Because if you can force multiple members from BLG to respond to that pressure, it allows Longshin to get the bottom lane turret. On the opposite side, if BLG want to try and push in, they need to get control of this river, get control of the jungle when it comes to wards, so they can utilize Jinmo and this Leona, utilize Meteor with the big ultimate, although he's just been caught.
There we go. There is the bullet time raining down. And that's going to be 2 ultimates down. One from the side of BLG, which is the solar flare, and of course the bullet time as well. Betty, though, taking a huge chunk and 30 seconds to this dragon. He needs to go back and get back out quick.
Yeah, that's where BLG, you can already see them, should be collapsing on towards this, either the mid lane turret or towards the dragon. I'd like to see them push in with this wave that is arriving to see if they can chip down this turret. Might be a little bit difficult, but with Fofo here, they can threaten the dive.
There is no real wave clear, though, from the side of RNG. Xiaohu's going to have to be the primary wave clear with that distortion. They will eventually see him popping up. As Fofo just tries to back himself away. Ethereal Chain will land.
It's Caliburum and Gravitum for Jinzhou on the Affilio, so more AoE CC, but not what you want for a team fight that's going to be starting up in just a moment. There's the Infernum, he just managed to pick it up.
Needed it very much so, and this could be the big fight that blows it all open for either side. Xiaohu trying to be a nuisance, putting himself in fog of war. It looks like RNG are happy enough to just let this one go, and that's another Cloud Drake, which opens up the potential for a Dragon Soul now for BLG, but the fight still may be happening. BLG do not want to give up this turret without a fight.
All the ultimates are back up for BLG, but the turret is no longer standing. BLG will back away. It is the third Drake set up, but losing that mid lane turret is going to be a much bigger nuisance for them. It allows RNG now to again go back towards Xiaohu, split pushing across the map, and have XLB be that more supportive unit. Have Ming start to roam around and slowly draw BLG back into the base.
Sonya's Hourglass is now finished up for the Lissandra and Gragas respectively. Meteor and Fofo feeling a little bit safer. Also opens up Fofo to not have to use his Glacial Prison onto himself.
Also, the amount of invulnerability you get with that. For anyone who hasn't seen Lissandra for a while, when you do have the Frozen Tomb and then you've got the invulnerability from your Zonyas, you can get right into the middle of people, utilize the ultimate, then have the Ring of Frost, the W come up to freeze everyone again. Zonyas to keep yourself safe, and at that stage, either the team fight's won or you're the last one to die.
It's Frozen Tomb, not Glacial Prison. Glacial Prison is Sejuani.
Glacial Prison is Sejuani. I did the exact same at the start.
Too many ice-based
It's
CCs.
fine. Glacial Fissure, Glacial Prison, Frozen Tomb. What's so difficult?
They all CC and they're all ice-based. Now we see BLG looking to repay the favor of that mid lane turret. Should be able to put down a fair bit of damage. And you can see how quickly it goes down with that crescendo put in. But Longsheng should be able to trade back in that bot side. And RNG just keeping within touching distance. You can see the goal lead never getting higher than 1,000, which basically at this stage of the game means very little across the board.
And this is exactly what we saw the last game as well. It took one fight in and around the dragon to turn it all in favor of RNG. Now BLG are the ones that are pushing in at this Baron, getting control of the area and making it a lot more difficult for RNG to enter. The good news for them is though that they have the black shield that they can toss on to whoever's being at the forefront. They've got Xiaohu as well, who can just pop in, very quickly place a ward and get back out. They've got ways to deal with the suffocation BLG is trying to put down.
For BLG, that is how they've won games traditionally, pretty much throughout their organization's history, with the coach obviously from the Korean background, is that it's always been about just slowly choking out your opponents, making sure they're denied resources, jungle camps, vision, as much as you physically can. And at that stage, like we call them, the kind of the Korean team in the sea of Chinese team fighters, is that they don't need to team fight you. They know exactly where you are and what you have because they've denied it all from you.
It is curious to see though that the two teams that are playing the slowest in the LPL both have Koreans as their head coaches. But now we've got to see BLG. How can they try and put this pressure forward? They have the 2k gold lead. They do have the triple dragons for themselves. And in 2 minutes there could be a fourth one coming their direction. We already said how fantastic it would be for BLG to pick up that Cloud Soul, but now they have to put their money where their mouth is. See if they can out team fight this RNG lineup and pick up that dragon.
Big items being picked up now. You can see 2 items pretty much the standard across the board. Betty on 2.5 has that double zeal, or sorry, first zeal into his IE, so having a lot of crit damage potential. Equaled on the other side just now by Jin Zhao. Both sides gearing up for a fight. You can tell that neither of them really wants to give up the ghost on this one.
Not a hope. You were so close to that Baron being spawned. You're so close to that dragon. And now you force RNG into a tough call because they'll want to play around that Dragon Soul. They want to make sure they're on the bottom side of the map. But now as BLG, you can then start to skedaddle up towards the Baron. You can look to take that objective, force RNG into these tough calls.
RNG taking their reset, making sure they are warded up and ready to go. As you can see there, 6 pink wards or vision wards, whichever legacy, how legacy you are of League of Legends, sitting in their inventories, as well as a couple of vision totems.
It sounds like one of those terrible memes where it's like, if your control ward has 4 health, don't talk to me.
Okay, Boomer.
That one hurts a little. That one hurts a little. I set myself up. I didn't like that.
Congratulations, you played yourself. See now, both teams starting to angle towards this dragon, but that's Meteor caught, and a huge chunk on top of Meteor. Has got a little bit of regeneration on that Ocean Drake, but is definitely not in a position to be contesting this Cloud Dragon. It looks like it's going to be RNGs, and they're going to deny BLG the soul.
RNG just got slipped the answer to the multiple choice question about what they go for. They've now picked it up, but here comes the fight.
Bullet time, not quite able to get enough people there, but a flash in, and Fofo goes into stasis twice over just to make sure he gets the damage. XLB trying to back himself away. They do have the Aphelios damage, but no one has quite gone down. It looked like the moment, but everyone gets out unscathed.
XLB was the hero in that play. Managed to kick away Meteor before he could follow up on the rest of that engage, so no big burst damage to allow Jin Zhao to get into the position to throw down the Moonlight Vigil. That was a massive play from Xiao Longbao.
Xiao Longbao equaling Fofo, who again saw the frame, the half a second of an opportunity to go in on his claw and get the flash in with the Ring of Frost to try and create something for BLG. And at 28.5 minutes in the game, we've only seen 2 kills.
But it's not like it's an unexciting game. That's the thing. It is. I mean, look, I've been in games that are only 2 kills that are, I mean, you might as well be watching paint dry. This is not what we're getting from both these teams. You can see
You can call it LCK, that's fine.
How many unfollows are you going to get off of that one? I
mean,
you're already playing.
Yeah, I get a lot of people just kind of going like, well, hang on.
But yeah, they're keeping this entertaining. They're keeping this very close. And at any moment, you know that these teams are happy to jump on you. They're waiting for the right moment. And unfortunately, that moment has just been taken away from BLG. RNG have extended that clock on the Dragon Soul, which now gives them the opportunity to play around the Baron.
Now, the longer this game goes on, the more time you give over to either side, the less gold means anything. So as you start to cap out on items, you start to see maximum damage, critical mass, if you will, from both of these teams. It no longer becomes a race, it becomes about execution as to how you play these fights rather than what you're playing as. That was a Scryer's Orb to pretty much save the game for BLG.
Just a tad. That was getting a bit ropey, but they do manage to spot out RNG in the bushes. Kingen is free farming in this bottom lane. Doesn't want to push up too far because knows that they could still be collapsed on, but now knows where the rest of RNG are. Now will continue to put the pressure down, although actually walking across here, see if they can catch out RNG and not burn the teleport but force it out along Jhin.
2 minutes 30 until that. What number are we at? 6 Drake spawns. And you can see around these areas how quickly you can move with those the Cloud Drake buff on this rift. These are so quick to just run around. If you don't see someone coming, you will just get caught out.
And this is the thing that actually helps out BLG quite a bit, is that they can move quite quickly. If they have Fofo and Keegan join up in this bottom lane, they're actually pretty safe to start pushing in towards that bottom side as a two-man unit, or at least have Fofo play this assassination alongside Gangplank, because you've got the double teleport, and you're not really worried about too much of an engage coming through from the rest of RNG. The only person you really have to watch out for is Xiaohu, because Ming's, you're only watching for the binding or a stray Sonic Wave. Not the easiest to hit when you're just poking about trying to get vision back.
BLG coming out on top of that vision game, able to take themselves a turret, but Longsheng is still pushing in that bot side. Most summoners are available except for RNG Betty and Ming not having their flashes available, but Meteor needs to be very careful. There's the solar flare down, they do get Xiaolong Bao, but that's 2 ultimates down for nothing on the side of RNG.
And Longshin has force in that bottom wave, so Kingen isn't there to help out either. So RNG do find a moment of respite. Now the pings are going down. They know that, well, it looked like Fofo was about to start backing, but they need to.
They have no wards. They
yeah.
have no wards. They need to go back and get themselves set up again on this Baron dance. And if you were to call the Baron dance, what would it be? A tango? The cha-cha?
It's more like a waltz. It's like move in and then back.
That's a good way to put it, actually.
Thank you.
It's like a waltz.
It's great because it's like one of the 2 dances that I know. So worked out real well there. It's like my boxing analogy all over again.
I was going to say, I know most of my dances purely from Fortnite, and that makes me a little sad.
Oh, no. So it's like a floss. You know, you go one side and then it goes back to the other with
yes,
the warding.
Exactly.
Yeah.
For our younger viewers, it's like a floss. You know, just flossing up and down, just back and forward. But now we got ourselves a second objective on the map. We got ourselves that Cloud Dragon, which could be the 3rd for RNG or the Dragon Soul for BLG. And you can see already with BLG having that reset, they've got the vision, they've got the priority. Flashes are coming up for Betty and Ming.
Fofo forced to use the Hex Tech Protobelt to get away from the stun from Longjin. Jinmo stepping forward. The Dragon is started up, but I don't think anyone really wants to try and take this one. Don't want to force it to a 50-50.
I'm going to go for a 50-50, 13 to level 13. Dragon will reset down to about 50% HP. You can see that little sneaky barrel off to the side, able to get a bit of damage down, but nothing too substantial. The Q has landed, they go in, it's taken away by RNG as the fight ensues. Everyone goes in, and they're just trying to back away. RNG will lose the GA from Langxing, and now the Bulletine rains down on BLG to try and save his top laner. It will work, and nobody, surprisingly, again, goes down.
That was a couple of missteps coming through from BLG. Jin Jiao not able to hit the Moonlight Vigil onto multiple different people meant that he was only able to get onto Longjin. Betty does a great job of tossing down that ultimate to keep the Aatrox safe, allow the RNG top laner to escape, and all said and done, 3 for 3 on the Dragons, 1 for 1 still on the kills, and now this game becomes so much more explosive.
Now you're looking at a Dragon Soul apiece or a Baron. Which do you prefer, the permanent buff or a little bit of an extra push?
If I'm on RNG side, I'll definitely be favoring that Baron. BLG would like to get the Cloud Drake, but they can't let RNG get the Baron. So it ends up back in this weird, okay, check what is the least favorable option.
In the game of flossing, you either win or you lose. You win or you die. That's the way it was. God, I screwed that quote up as well. I'm just not on it today.
No, it's not.
Just not
I
on
mean,
it.
look, as soon as you brought in the flossing, I was just like, all right, I'm outie. I'm done.
I thought, to be honest with you, I was out once I said plunder instead of plunder. As quite literally the most ironic thing I could have said in that particular moment.
Back to the game, though. Still, this ward dance continues. 3:20 before that Cloud Drake spawns, which means that it's going to be mostly in and around these side corridors to see if RNG can find the engage. Haven't seen the same sort of pressure come through. Oh, actually, as I say that, Kingen does step in, looking to see if they can grab onto Betty.
That is the Black Shield down. His Betty needs to keep on running home. He has no extra defense. Cleanse, use, and flash in that last team fight, so he is summoner-less. Now with the Baron on the table, they've got to wait for that Black Shield to come back before RNG can step forward.
This would be a lot easier for BLG to engage if Fofo had the flash, because that means that then they could close that distance very, very quickly. But unfortunately, not up for the mid laner BLG. So with Betty playing respectful, the Black Shield comes back up.
So tense from both of these teams. For Kingen as well. He's just slowly becoming that monster that Gangplank always becomes in that late game. And the biggest, scariest thing, I suppose, is that there's no consistent hard CC from the side of RNG. They're trying to bait out the Baron. It shall not work.
That was a very close binding onto Jin Jiao, but does have that QSS, so would have been able to at least step away from it. Again, you see, this is what we're talking about with the Blanc, able to do a decent job of stepping in, putting down one ward, or at least face checking alongside Ming with the black shield, although didn't have it that time. Now Zhao Hu off in no man's land.
BLG looking like trying to bait it again. Distortion out. Xiaolongbao in and around. They do not know he's there. He is in complete fog of war. Here we go. Baron down to 7,000 HP, and you can see they're going to go straight onto Fofo, who has to go golden very, very early in this fight. Baron regens, BLG turned back, and now we're getting slowly, slowly closer to that Cloud Drake.
Yeah, most certainly. But looking at BLG, they use the Zhonya's Hourglass. That means you don't have that available for this next fight that's going to be coming up. So if RNG can start this the second that the Cloud Drake is up and available, you're going to have that crucial item down for Fofo.
They should have it before the dragon spawns. They do have 2 Cloud Drakes and the extra top of that. So again, this is a funny thing. I actually think Cloud Drake is super, super powerful with this kind of stuff because it does work on items as well. So you can see it ticking down very, very quickly. And again, we're at an impasse. This has probably been the most exciting game with 2 kills ever.
Yeah, I would agree.
I would honestly, I'd be pretty confident saying that.
You're definitely going to have someone now message you on Twitter or later just being like, excuse me, but...
No, you got to push your glasses up and go, actually?
I wear my contacts today. I don't have my glasses on.
It's true.
It's just, it makes it a lot more difficult to be...
It's push into your eyes. Ah, my eyes! Right now, King in. This is exactly how they lost against Vici in that game too. Last week, they're going to see if they can go for him again. He needs support from his team. Xiaohu's going to fight. Oh, Xiaohu misses the chain, and he went for the double onto his Q. Everyone take a breather. Everyone take a sigh of relief. This game is still very much in the balance.
Ming has not been able to find it, but here we go. Claw goes in, nobody goes out, and BLG will step away one last time.
Black Shield is down again. It will be about another 6 or 7 seconds. So you can see RNG, as soon as that Black Shield is down, they're backing away. They're moving away from anyone who can get CC'd and then waiting for it to come back up.
Meteor needs to take a step back and let Jinmo be the one that's entering these fights. Gragas is so squishy right now that if you manage to get Xiaohu with a couple of procs of any of the spells, Meteor will be below half, and then this fight becomes far more difficult. See, Jinmo is able to tank a lot more and has that Gargoyle Stone play still there as well.
This game rests upon a knife's edge. Stray but a little and it will fail as the Fellowship of BLG looks to take down RNGs. The Dragon's gone over. This could be the fight. There it is. The engage. They caught out Ming. And now they run onto Betty. He's forced to flash away. The Observer doesn't even know where to go for this one either as he's forced to back away. Betty is in no man's land. Puts down the Bulletine to try and get Jin Jiao away, but it's just a matter of time until he is chased down and taken down.
Heal is burned, so at least he's making them work for it here. Betty will fall, but with the amount of time they spent on this bottom side of the map, they won't be able to get across to the Baron, which they really would have liked to pick up after that team fight, but with RNG wasting enough time, they'll be alright.
Key summoners down for RNG right now. They have not got Flash or Cleanse on Betty for this Baron fight. You can see BLG know they've got themselves about 30 seconds until the Misfortune is back in play. They need to go for this. It's the same as game 1. They need to fight.
Xiaolongbao is hiding in the bush. You can see Zhao who's starting the back. They're giving this up. They don't want to go for it.
They have TPs available, but they are just going to give it up straight away. And that is going to be a Dragon Soul Cloud for a Baron in the end. Elder on the cards in 5 minutes. This game is still so damn close.
Not quite our longest one yet of the LPL, but definitely getting there.
4 minutes.
40 minutes is
only 4
one
minutes
of the longer
to go.
ones, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we got to that stage.
I was going to say, the way these teams are playing versus how FPX and IG, which, by the way, guys, is how we got our longest game of the season, which was FPX and IG. I think it was game 1 or 2, maybe? It was one of the 3. Anyway, if you haven't watched that series, I highly recommend you do. A fantastic game, or set of games. But BLG now, with the Baron buff, they got themselves 2 minutes 20 seconds. They need to find an opportunity. They need to push in, look for the damage. They are now maxed out on items for pretty much all their carries.
Xiaohu is trying to hide, but has been spotted out. Kingen, with his sweeper, has been spotting LeBlanc more than he has been wards, but Fofo, they're trying to chase down Xiaohu.
Xiaohu is so slippery, and this is the beauty of having the LeBlanc this late on. She can just blow someone up if left unchecked, and that is the scariest thing about this champion.
And that's what they're trying to find, but BLG doing a good job, doing their due diligence in keeping the side's control, having the wards there, but Xiaolongbao has managed to sneak in.
Shinmo tanking that binding.
Look at the Lee Sin.
Lee Sin is behind, looking for that ultimate kick, the insect from behind. But BLG not going to fall for it just now. They realized that something was amiss. They smelt something off, and they backed themselves away. BLG still with a minute and a half, or just under, with this Baron buff. They need to try and break open this base.
Everywhere needs to be littered with wards. Xiaohu on one side, Xiaolongbao on the other. Either of them getting in could be disastrous.
Xiaohu poking, prodding, pressing, seeing if he can find someone, just take that millimeter too close to the side of RNG. And it looks like for BLG, they'll get one more wave in this mid lane, and then they have to try to go back and set themselves up for this eventual Elder fight.
Calibrum for Jin Zhao, though, which is the favorite for trying to push in, although Moonlight Vigil gonna miss.
That's going to be a big miss ultimate there, and you can see as soon as that's gone, BLG, they're out of there. They don't want to even have anything to do with this. They're going to keep the waves pushing in, but they do not have the damage to continue with a 5v5.
And RNG are happy with that. I mean, you've got nothing out of that Baron buff. They're going to be able to look towards that Elder Drake in about 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And that's where we're really going to get the decider of this game. If you can get either of these teams to have that Elder buff, particularly look at the likes of Xiaohu, who we already talked out, can very quickly 100-0 people. Same in the opposite side for the Moonlight Vigil for Jin Zhao. These can be so big in clutching out these team fights.
Fofo has his ultimate, Frozen Tomb, a Zanya's, and a stopwatch, just in case. He is going to be in stasis if he puts it all on himself for so damn long.
And it's all on this team fight. This is what they're prepping for. They know that this is the last fight of the game. This could be the one that decides it. RNG picking up their first victory of the LPL, or a BLG joining E-Stars, joining IG at the top of the table.
Not quite yet, though. This will only send them to a game 3.
True.
This will only send them there. It feels like we've been
It
into
does.
a 3
It
games.
feels so long.
Feels like an incredibly long time, but you can see there BLG getting themselves a 2.5, a little bit over 1,000 Baron power play. As now we start to hit 6 items. Gold means nothing at this stage. It's just being used for wards. That's all it has right now. Banshee's up as well. There's the Twin Shadows. RNG still looking to see if they can find that one opportunity.
They want to try and get that Banshees back onto Xiaohu, because that's what's really given the opportunity to go in and find this poke. Doesn't have to worry about the Frozen Tomb from Fofo or a Wad Stun appearing from Jinmo, but doesn't have it. There's the Claw, but not wanting to follow up without vision of what's over that wall.
Fofo has been pretty good with going in and not going in on those claws when he needs to, so I feel like he should have a decent mind of when he should and shouldn't be going in. Meteor takes a little bit of a chunk, but they have got the Ocean Drake in their back pocket. 30 seconds until this Elder Drake. We've seen how the Elder Drake works. We know how unbelievably powerful it is, and I feel like you just said, whoever gets it wins the game. That's the end of it.
And this is where we got to start looking at those side waves before we hit this Elder Dragon, because top lane's pushing in favor of RNG, so that can actually take that top lane turret. Bottom lane, though, is steadily pushing for BLG.
Xiaolongbao is on the bot side, has snuck himself and keeps himself safe with that Vision Ward. BLG still trying to get priority into this mid lane. You can see whoever owns the priority owns the game. Xiaolongbao going very deep into this territory. He's trying to get behind them.
The LDL jungler, the up-and-coming rookie for RNG, looking to try and make the play, make the difference for the roster. Hasn't been spotted out. Jinmo can't find him.
They don't know where he is. They will lose that top tier 2. That will almost certainly go down to the minions. It's a pretty decent wave for the side of RNG. Now the Dragon has spawned, but they might just barrel up in this mid lane. You can tell RNG know that they can just push in and get an advantage, and that's why BLG want to cut off the wave.
There's no wave left except for that top side of the map. You can see Betty is beelining towards that. They're going to sacrifice this to try and catch that top lane wave.
This could be a little bit of a race. They're going to leave it on Lee Sin to try and trade. This is going to be huge. This is Xiaolongbao to put himself on the RNG team. They're trying to go for him. He does get the kick off. The TPs are coming in. He will not get the steal. He will go into GA stasis, but RNG are in the base and the TPs are coming out. This is all or nothing now for the side of BLG. They do get back in time, and they have the Elder Drake.
The inhibitor has gone down though, so RNG have managed to crack the base, creating a little bit more pressure. The problem is, it's on the top side of the map, where that Baron has now spawned. You've got BLG with this Elder Dragon as well, but it doesn't look like they care about that Baron, although as they say it, they will actually turn back towards it, realizing that, you know what, this 46-minute game, this is what, like a third Baron, fourth Baron?
Third Baron of the game coming in. They have got the Elder Drake as well. I feel like they had to turn for that Baron. They had no vision. They did not want to give it over for free, knowing that if RNG were able to take it with the misfortune in the Aatrox. So they now get both buffs. BLG will reset. And we got ourselves another 5 minutes or so.
It's slowing down the Elder buff though. I don't know if we got 5 minutes or whatever time we might have, but 130 is only left on that Elder buff. They're not going to have that for very long unless they can make a play straight off the back. But look at where the waves are for RNG right now. They've done a good job of keeping them in check, pushing them out, and it means that BLG won't really be able to find the team fight that they would like before that Elder buff is gone.
Jin Zhao has decided, I don't need boots anymore. I'm going with a GA. I need to be able to stay alive for as long as possible in these fights, and you can't really blame him for going for that one. As now we all look to see now what is the play from RNG. How do they crawl it back? Kingin now joining his team. They've got the Baron buff and they will crack the base. This is RNG now on the back foot. They're trying to just mitigate the damage on damage control. They will lose the inhibitor, but honestly, after losing an Elder Drake and a Baron buff, if that's all they lose, that's totally fine.
They are still pushing though, a big minion wave here with that Baron buff. 30 seconds, they need to try and clear this to Fofo.
Fofo needs to be very careful. So does Xiaohu though, and Xiaohu is dead. That's the power of the Elder Drake, and that's the go sign for the side of Shinbo. He drops down the Solar Flare, and Fofo goes in as well. They do get the CC. They're trying to get the damage down. They will eventually find him as 2 fall for RNG, and BLG are still pushing.
Long Jin is trying to make the hero play. 10 seconds on the Elder buff. There's 3v5. I don't think they can do it. BLG have cracked open one turret.
They've cracked one. They're going to be looking to crack 2. It's all on to Ning and Betty. Betty has nothing left in the tank. Long Xin just has no damage. And with that, you know it's going to be BLG bringing us to a game 3. What we deserve.
That game was so intense from start to finish. For what was a very low kill game throughout, we had the most excitement. Getting all the way with both teams to 3 dragons apiece. The Cloud Soul going to BLG.
To RNG, yes.
And then the Elder to BLG.
It was a clutch call from RNG right there. They made the decision saying we cannot 100% 5v5 fight at that Elder Drake. However, Xiaolongbao had to play the hero. He had to try and get in and get that steal so that if he gets the steal, even if he dies and Xiaohu dies, it doesn't matter. They end the game.
And that's the big problem, was that RNG hadn't got control of that area, so they couldn't set up to try and let Xiaohu pop over the wall, get the poke down, and then try and take the fight. You could see it consistently. Xiaohu was getting the damage onto the jungler Meteor for BLG. Couldn't get him into the pit because he was half health, quarter health before any sort of objective was spawning. But without the control there, they weren't able to do it. It meant Xiaohu couldn't be the big damage carry that they needed, and BLG were able to get control and take that dragon.
Going into game 3, possibly another 50-odd minute game. BLG, yes, they took the win, but it took a hell of a lot for them to crack open RNG. And RNG, they didn't look bad. They just didn't get the same amount of momentum that they got in game 1. So right now, you're coming into game 3. You're the coach of RNG. What are you saying to these guys?
Well, I mean, we looked at a very different RNG from game 1 to game 2, especially in the early game, where Ming wasn't getting out of that lane and getting involved. And I think that still could have been the case. You had the misfortune there who can still lane pretty effectively, push out the waves very well, and offer Ming that opportunity to get involved. I think the difference was Xiaolong Bao was going for this invade style. He wasn't going to try and get vision control and work in conjunction with Ming. It was to try and shut down Meteor on the opposite side, and unfortunately he couldn't shut him down enough that it didn't matter when it got to the late game.
And for BLG, you've now, breathe a sigh of relief, I suppose. You're still in this series. You are using your one opportunity to try and take down RNG, and we talked about so many times in the broadcast between all of us and and casting and stuff. At the end of the day, the regular season, sometimes these head-to-heads can literally be the difference between you getting a bye and you being stuck against, a much longer run in the playoffs.
Even down to game difference, not picking up the 2-0 versus the 2-1, and we're now looking at potentially RNG versus BLG, who we would be looking at towards the top of the table. This could actually be the decider, as you said, as to who gets into that upper echelons of the standings and who doesn't.
Now, we'll have to wait and see exactly how this all pans out into Game 3. We're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, but do not go anywhere as it all comes together in Game 3 of BLG versus RNG.
就非常的难了，他们必须要赶紧找机会
啊！知道瑞兹没有踢，这一波趁你少一个人的情况下，沿途没有中，直接想要上来 all in 所有的小 C， 小 C 交了一个进化，旁边反倒是 Haro 直接被喂从 F6 的出口直接弹出来一套给秒掉了。在这边的话 ，Ruby 也是利用自己的一个一技能带走了对方的位，但是自己已经全员都要阵亡了，这一波仅剩 hold 的一根独苗。
是的，曲解者月直接开车过来要 ace 掉对方，差一点点血量，应该是也难逃一死了。
已经是抢不到了，红色方斩杀掉这条大龙，同时日女再次指了上去，面对的是一个小五，日女自己是一个石羊鬼石板甲，自己非常的肉，双方阵型拉开，节俭到日女蜘蛛有点敢上吗？不太敢上，上到飞天没有落点了呀，原地落下，自己开金身，恐怕要金身等死了，两个人在等他，自己再交闪现，交击一个双踩，先踩掉蜘蛛，看一下，虽然说交了一个水系的，但是马哥还是倒掉了，马哥一倒掉，正面主要战力也不行，妖姬再踩一个，拿下一波 double Q， 再一个 Q 技能，收获一波 triple。 女枪再打一个人头，哦呦，又是一个金身大铲子。
哦，这段时间河蟹其实还有一段时间要刷哦，所以 Haro 这段时间可以抓下，抓完一波下之后再回去打这个河道线没问题。
但是锤石这一勾空掉了，看一下到达2级的一个情况下，直接摆回来，并说对方一个治疗，同时说 Weak 这状态不是非常好，交出闪现之后被野兔被吞了回来。
小 C 这一波是个神操作，闪现帮忙挡石川，同时在沿途出手那一刹那直接一口吞下。 因为羊的大招已经交了 ，MF 的大招也没赚好。这一波的话，伊斯塔直接选择了全员 all in 这条土龙，这条火龙。这边的话直接勾到了小白，小白直接瞬间被对方给融化掉。在旁边的话，稍微的强脉阻隔了一下对方，而乐意这边开了一个秒表拖一下对方的输出，但是直接法力涌动加超负荷直接弹死了这边的一个锤石。快直接闪现上去，一撸3，瞬间撸死对面的 AD 之后，还被小 Z 一口吞了回来，再撸死一个。旁边的伟直接找到了一个侧后方的位置，突袭进场，带走了对方中单。 仅剩下 Haro 一个人孤苦伶仃。哦呦，这两件断破加一焰，这边打一套，位是没有闪的，直接被扫死了。
闪现一勾，没有能够勾到，看一下这里反而是乐意一个状态不是非常好，不过身上还是比较坦的。在侧翼的话，这里小白又在跟对方皇城 PK 了，一个人孤军深入。
又是拉的无名，哇，一个人打4个，打死了一个，还打残了3个，再交一个秒表，这个小白，这个铁男是什么东西啊？
不讲道理啊！同时话岩雀开大过来，再帮助自己队友收下人头，乐意这里应该也走不掉了，直接被拽回来一棒锤，拿到了一个 ace。
As a child, you would wait is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster, heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. Come out of the shadow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Did you miss us? Because we missed you. And we are missing this series because this is... You do not want to miss this series, by a better way to say. Like,
not a hope.
This is such a textbook way of how to play compositions, in my opinion, for like, you know, not like risk-averse compositions that just ends up going for so long. And the tension is... I wish there were more kills and fights, personally, but at the same time, the tension does it all.
It does feel like you're watching a super intense chess match, though, where it's, I'm moving my piece here, and then you're seeing the responses come out from the opposite side, and it is this very much a back and forth, and I think that's why we're seeing such a low kill game, but you can see how close these two teams are to clashing at any point in time.
It's kind of like Death Note, except low kills.
Yeah.
You haven't watched Death Note,
I have
you?
watched Death Note. I'm trying to remember Death Note now. All I remember is this potato chip, and that was about the extent of it.
That's fair. It's a very well animated scene. But, of course, we're coming back into this series, and we've got to talk about the MVP of the last game. It was Kingen on the gangplank, able to bring himself and his team to a Game 3.
Yeah, and he was a menace on the gangplank. Got the solo kill to start things off as well, putting Longshin in his place. And I mean, definitely as this game started to progress, Gangplank was always going to take over, but not to the extent that we saw Kingen do it.
It's great to see, like, 57% kill participation and then 4 like kill participations.
Yeah.
That's just in my head. It's like, that seems wrong. But if you watch the game, you know is absolutely 100% correct. Now, coming into Game 3, might as well be a best of one. Might as well be LEC or LCS. Are we going to see the same kind of setup from these two teams?
That is the big question. I think we're still going to see some of the bans come through. I liked the way BLG limited the impact Ming could have by taking away some of those bigger picks and getting themselves Leon in the bottom lane, the big standout one that can take over, and forcing Ming onto the Morgana. But it looks like we're going to be seeing a very similar story. Rakan banned away, which means that RNG will not be able to get their hands onto at least that pick in the sport role.
Yeah, we're going to see the Rakan, the Lucian, not the Lisa, and the Elise banned away. The Aphelios and the Akali banned by RNG. Let's see what they want to go for. The last one is going to be the Kiana. So, what has been a fantastic pick for RNG so far has been that Misfortune. Do they let that one go through again? No, actually, this time it's going to be BLG picking up the Rumble that went to Xiaohu in Game 1.
And I think this sets up BLG pretty nicely to go for the Jarvan if they want to on this next rotation. You set it up where you got the Rumble Jarvan combo, which is fantastic, but also give Meteor something where, again, have that early game pressure, see if he's able to take over. But to be honest, with the way that Zhao Longbao has been playing, keeping good track of where Meteor is at pretty much all points in time will make it hard for the BLG jungler to have the impact that we're expecting.
Betty's feeling good on Misfortune. He will not change a single thing about this series. He will play it all day long. We'll not have Ming on Rakan this time round. Maybe we'll have him again for the Morgana. But it is going to be Xiao Longbao on that Rek'Sai, which did so damn well in Game 1.
Very much so. Kept Meteor in check. worked very well in moving with Ming as well. They played incredibly around the Tremor sense. So I want to see if that's the style that RNG want to go for here, where we saw them last time, not quite able to figure out where exactly BLG were going to be. Maybe the Tremor sense can give them that edge when it does come to setting up around the Dragon and the Barn Pit.
Coming in again, it's Senna for the first time this series, and it is going to be the Braum for Jinmo. So overall, BLG looking to change it up a little bit for themselves while trying to keep RNG on the edge of their seat as to what they're going to be throwing at them next.
I want to see RNG pick up the support role here. I think if you're going to cast Ming across there, you really need him to be able to pick up something strong in the bottom lane, have the impact that he did in the first game, not kind of the subdued version that we saw in game number 2, but that's not going to be the case. We're going to see the Mordekaiser locked in, so we're kind of seeing what has been the go-to for Longshin in a lot of these games, or at least in summer, was the Aatrox, it was the Renekton, and now we're seeing the Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser has been touched, adjusted. It is not the nerf version on 10.1 that we have on the rest of the world. We have our own special Chinese client here in China, so we have got ourselves a pretty beefy boy with a hell of a lot of damage should he get to that late game.
Yeah, he definitely hurts and can be an absolute menace in team fights as well. So now the question is, do we want to see RNG go for what they kind of went for in the last game, which is have Xiao Hu play a split pusher? My eyes are drifting towards the likes of the Rise, which is open at the moment, have him off in a side lane, and then have him join in, or even have a 1-4 come through with the rest of the team.
Exactly what the bans are. Gangplank Gragas, the two G's, as RNG spell out GG in their second ban phrase, and LeBlanc take it away from Xiaohu. I like that particular as it does do very, very well into Rumble, and also Xiaohu was a menace in it in game 1.
I think if we're going to see the Gangplank banned away, I wouldn't be surprised if, well, the Gangplank makes sense, sorry, for the Mordekaiser, but I think if we're going to see something, it might be the Ornn coming through for King in the top lane. You've got the Braum already there, you've got a team comp that wants to set up and try and fight using that bullet time, but with the Ornn would make that very, very difficult to do.
Fiona, the poison of choice for Ming this time around. 3 games, 3 different supports for the man in the bot lane, paired up with Betty, and now BLG look to respond. How do you go against this Mordekaiser, which you assume is going into the top side? Not confirmed just yet.
Could be the Kennen. I mean, if it's basically the same idea. Okay, going to be the Nocturne mid locked in.
I love this. No, not Nocturne mid. It could be Nocturne jungle. It's almost certainly Nocturne jungle.
Yeah, could be. Sorry, I got excited because I saw that there were a couple of players that haven't played Nocturne mid, and I was thinking that we might see it come out, but it's definitely more of a counter pick, or at least a pick in a very niche scenario.
I love Nocturne. I'm not Vedius, but I genuinely... Well, actually, as Vedius' recent tweets go, it's not even in his top 3 favorite champions.
Oh, really?
Yeah, according to Vedius, it's not part of his top 3 favorite champions.
Turns back.
Do you know what his number 1 is?
What?
Katarina.
Oh.
He's not good at her, from what I've been told, but it is one of his favorite champions.
I hate playing against Katarina. It's just so frustrating.
It is very frustrating with the Shun pose just constantly jumping around, but locked in is the Sylas for RNG, and we have not seen Sylas in a very long time.
We haven't. We did see some changes where, you know, the second part of his Q does a lot more damage, but we're still seeing a very similar build come in where people are going towards the Hextech Pro belt, in towards Illudens. I thought we might see a bit of a tankier style come out, but people are still just playing him nice and comfortable, and it makes sense when you look at the composition on the far side. All those ultimates are going to be pretty nice for that Sylas to pick up.
Pretty much anything. Take your pick. Xiaohu as they lock and load for this game 3 coming up to you guys. BLG fought their way back in game 2, and now RNG looking to smack them back down and regain themselves as the kings of China.
Well, they have to still scuffle with the likes of FPX and IG to make sure that they do secure that title. But this is definitely the first step on that road to trying to take the LPL Spring.
Overall, both sides, I think, will be happy with the way they've performed. Neither will be happy with a loss. I think that's the general sentiment we can take from both these sides, as they really do need, especially for BLG, if you can take down RNG now, you set yourself up so well for the marathon that is after Chinese New Year.
Well, it's interesting to see kind of a different style come out for BLG here, where instead of just trying to go, okay, we'll match you in the early stages when you've got the Rek'Sai there, we're just going to go for kind of a level 6 quote-unquote jungler. We take the Nocturne, he's going to be able to farm up. We hit the level 6, and that's when we start to go for the more aggressive lanes. I'd imagine they're going to be looking towards either that top lane with the Aatrox or the mid. You've got the Sen in the bot lane. You kind of just want to let her farm. It doesn't really matter if she gets a huge amount of kills. Not going to be the big carry. You really want to be looking towards Fofo and Kingan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Game 3. BLG versus RNG. One looking to cement themselves as a top 4 team in the league. The other looking to remind people why they're a top 4 team in the league. And we are jumping straight onto the Rift. I will say, I'm not going to care for the last chant. I will say that the BLG chant, the BLG faithful, they sounded optimistic. Sounded good. Sounded like they felt like there was something there.
You would after that last game. I mean, that was I was going to say a bloodbath, but it really wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
It was the complete opposite of that.
It was just a bath.
It was a really intense bath. But that's the thing. If you've watched the 48 50-minute game that we just did and your team comes out on top, you're going to be happy that it wasn't a 48 to 50-minute game that you lost and knocked yourselves out at 2-0 versus RNG.
I think they were just like us and relieved to be able to use the bathroom.
Possibly.
So long.
Possibly.
Like, that'd be fine. No worries. 30 minutes you can do. It's like 50 minutes. Like, all right, I really need to leave right now. As BLG on the blue side with RNG on the red. And Fofo on this rumble. So seeing him take this champion shout who took in the first game. And actually, I love this, the Glacial Augment from the Senna. So explain this to me a little bit. Why do you look to pick up that particular rune set on an AD carry, or marksman more specifically?
Well, you are looking to be more of a facilitator in this case. You've got your W, which is going to be the Dark Embrace. No, what's it called? Shadow's Embrace?
Shadow's Embrace.
Shadow's Embrace, that is going to give you the slow and at least the stun as well. So you're already getting the Glacial proc off just the slow. And then if you can hit multiple members with that, you can do quite a lot in these team fights. And when you look towards the rest of the runes that are there, you're not going to be proccing enough to say do lethal tempo isn't really going to help you because you're at the very low set attack speed. It's the same when you look towards something like press the attack. It's just so hard for you to try and proc these. You might as well go all in on that utility.
Blast Embrace, not Shadow's Embrace, or Dark Embrace. We were both incorrect in that particular one. But Xiaolongbao now eyeing up Fofo. See if he can go for anything as this wave does push in. This Rumble feeling that it's going to be a little bit harder this particular game, especially considering the amazing game that Xiaolongbao had in the first of this series.
We'll have to see how Xiaolongbao decides to go for this. There's a lot of time spent off in this bush. They want to try and make something happen. Level 3 just hit by Xiaohu, so full access to the combo if they want to try and go for it. Ming is on the bottom side, but mid is where we're looking.
Fofo might have to flash here. Does not have confidence, and does have confidence in his spell shield though, and that's going to be enough! Xiaohu just tunnel visioned a little too hard, and unfortunately for RNG, they get heavily punished for a hell of a lot of investment.
With how aggressive they were going there, I thought Xiaohu had the Ignite. I had to double check that. Teleport meant that there was no real follow-up, wasn't going to have anything left in the tank after they'd burnt in that initial damage. And RNG.
Straight up mistake.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the pressure is starting to get to them in this series.
See now, Meteor now up in this top side, going to be able to potentially get the flash out of Longxing. Doesn't even need it at this stage. Longxing confident enough knowing there's not enough damage to take him down. And they back themselves away, but it does mean the wave is pushed up in favor of BLG.
Yeah, we're going to get a replay here. I mean, Xiaohu had already used everything in this initial fight, so one more auto isn't going to be enough to take him down. Maybe hoping that Xiaolongbao would have enough damage with the bite, but that's still a lot to ask for when you've got the shield from Rumble coming up.
I was just about to say, the scrap shield is what saved him there. Able to get that little bit of extra buffer, no XP on the bite. Means that not able to make that one work, unfortunately. And that means they have lost 2 summoners for the sake of 1. Well, 3 technically if you count the teleports that were used as well. And you lost the kill going over. And there's now 10 CS in that mid lane. So Xiaohu already on the back foot in this matchup.
There's a lot of ands in that sentence and not a lot of positives for RNG, but BLG will be pretty happy. We already said it. Meteor is quite happy to just farm. He wants to hit that level 6 point. The fact that the lanes are turning around these ganks solo is just great for BLG.
Xiaolongbao trying to find himself up towards this top side, but then thinks better of it, as I feel he thinks that he's been spotted. Now Xiaohu and Fofo going head to head again. Fortunately for Xiaohu though, he has no mana, and Fofo has no need for mana.
Yeah, you can see the trade starting to go in favor of Fofo, but Xiaolongbao is back on the map.
They're just going to try and just knock him back, and they are already blocking him from his turret, which means Kingen will fall after a big smackdown from Longqing, making up for his blunder in mid lane.
I like that Xiaolongbao hasn't been dissuaded from ganking though, realizing, look, I've got to try and make the most of this while Meteor isn't able to really get, I'd say, the most fruitful of the ganks off. It does leave open the option though for Meteor to take away this dragon, which, to be fair, probably shouldn't be his. You've got Betty and Ming who are playing the MF and the Leona. They should be the ones that are shoving in this lane, but because they know how heavily Xiaolongbao is playing around the top side, they can't really push that advantage.
Free Drake over to the side of BLG. They, however, lose a kill in that top side, so it ends up being even Stevens, apart from the Infernal overall in terms of gold. And right now, RNG, they need to just settle down a little bit. Xiaolongbao does not need to be the crazy carry in this particular game. You have the Silas, you have the MF, you have the Leona, you have a lot of team fight potential that can just set up your team without you know, doing the heroics.
I don't want this game to start to go back to what we've seen previously from BLG and RNG though, which is, let's just take it easy, we'll let the game play out. This is where they need to start stepping up. They want to make sure that they're the ones in control, particularly on RNG side, because they've gone for the Rek'Sai. If they start to get towards the team fights and you've got Meteor diving in the back line, being a nuisance for Betty, you've got Fofo who can layer down that big ultimate as well for, I mean, pretty much the top side of the map of RNG who are trying to walk in, the team fights become much more difficult for RNG to operate in, and BLG should be in a position to take them.
Xiaohu on this Silas does pick himself up a blue buff. And I want to talk about Silas a little bit as well. He was changed quite a bit in 10.1 to be not as spammy as he used to be. Doesn't get auto attack resets now on any of his abilities. Very much, you know, a lot of his damage front loaded on the top of his Q. It's not quite there in terms of just hitting all of it. It's definitely a different look for the man, but at the same time, he's still got that unbelievably annoying ultimate to steal other people's powers.
Yeah, what you want to try to be doing is you want to use the first half of your E to actually set up your W, so you're using the Kingslayer straight off the bat. Means you can get one passive proc going through. You then get the first half of your Q, which means that you can lend itself into stunning to get the second proc of your Q, which is where most of your damage is actually loaded now. So it makes things a little bit different in the way you want to play it. But I was watching Xiaohu, trying to see if they can get up towards the top side. This is where, again, we see RNG trying to get out, utilize Xiaolongbao, but in conjunction with at least one other person to make the plays happen.
Big thing right now is the Paranoia is available. You can see the massive amounts of pings going down onto that Rift Herald. They do not want that going over to the side of RNG. Do not want RNG having ownership of the pace of this game, the tempo, if you will. BLG now in position, able to trade off his blue and maybe look for some more plays.
So Betty has been spotted by the ward on the bottom side of the map. You can see it there on your screens. So they know Betty won't be here if they want to try and make a play. They are sending Kingman down towards the top side. They've approached this one faster, so BLG could try and make a play if they get the opportunity.
Now Ming just sitting on top of a pink ward, confident that he has not been spotted out just yet. Level 6s have been hit by the junglers and the AD carries on both teams. Now, do you feel confident? Do you feel lucky, Jin Zhao? Do not step too close. Oh, doesn't quite get the Zenith Blade, but they do get enough damage down as Jin Zhao's forced to flash and cleanse with the heal coming down as well. He will not keep himself alive as they do get the Void Queen taking her prey. Kingen now in the death realm alone with Langxing, but a great little bit of a knockup to stop the bullet time from happening. Overall, though, it's all RNG all the time as they start to push up towards top.
BLG should have known that RNG were in that push. They saw Betty back. They never saw Langxin, or well, they saw Langxin still in the top side of the map, and nobody had entered back into that bottom side. That should have been enough of a clue for them to go, we need to back away. They didn't need Jinmo to face check it, and also burning the TP off of Kingen to try and save that play meant that BLG are very far behind the play now. Meteor is going to try and equalize if it's starting off this Rift Herald. Will, it looks like, have the support here to try and take it down before the rest of RNG can get there, but still a bit of a risky play.
Bit risky, but should be alright with 4 people now roaming up towards this Rift Herald. They have it locked out as well, so there's no real sneaky steal coming out from the wreck side. You can see a vision ward down in the back of the pit, means they are just going to be able to see that one go down. Know that Meteor has picked up that one, but at the end of the day, you're seeing a lot of plays coming out here. There's the Paranoia. Flash has been used. Finally getting the first one of the Glade. There's the Senna ultimate as well, along with the Fear, and Kingen picks himself up a kill. They will get the concussive blows and the Glacial Fissure as a 2-kill sweep comes in for BLG.
RNG sent their bottom lane into the mid to try and clear out that wave, but it meant that they were losing out of the man advantage in the top side of the map. Usually you just try to answer to try and keep control of the Rift Herald with no dragon on the board, but this is going to give BLG all of these turret plates in the top lane. They're popping the Rift Herald as well, which means they're going to put pressure on that tier 2.
Putting pressure on the tier 2, and we know how quickly this can go down. 30 seconds are all it takes to really just start pushing down the pressure, and you have a huge minion wave as well. This could be 2 turrets very, very easily for the side of BLG.
It's only Langxin in the top lane. He's not able to clear this wave. There's 4 members of BLG still here. This turret's going to go down.
This turret will almost certainly fall. They could maybe get another proc off on the next turret if they so choose. They are going to trade it for the Mountain Drake, but that's not really that great of a trade, and they've yet to get a turret in the bot side. Xiaohu still not really having the damage to take down those with those extra plate.
So RNG are trying to trade the initial gold and the pressure that's going over into BLG to get Xiaohu ahead and try to look as him as their big split push victory. They want to have this Silas off on the side. The Mountain Drake will help out a little bit in that 1v1 because you're getting the extra armor and magic resist. But this is really not great from RNG. They needed to handshake in the top lane, so then they'd have not Langxin here, but both the Misfortune and the Leona to help out in this scenario. But with only a 2v3, they get collapsed upon, give over the kills, and give over the 2 towers.
2 towers means there is a 1,500 gold lead for BLG. Yes, they gave up the dragon, but they were able to capitalize by blowing up that top side of the map wide open. And still some plates to be taken. As you can see, Langxing is in this bot side, able to push up that wave, maybe go for some more gold.
They need to get something going. I mean, you still got the CS advantage. We're still looking at only a slight lead for BLG with 1,000 gold, but it's the pressure that they've now managed to create for themselves on the top side of the map. They can give the option for Meteor to move in alongside Jinmo, get control with more wards that we've already seen littered down that in the red pit, and try to look for maybe some plays in around the mid.
Again, very low kill game from these 2 teams. It's to be expected, I suppose, from how they've played this entire series so far.
I like the way it's either 1-1 or 3-3. It's always an even amount, just so you can go like, no, it's not the kills you need to look at. It's the CS, it's the turrets. This is like your proof of, the proof is kind of in the pudding of why we're focusing so heavy on these things.
That's absolutely correct. It's one of those things that, because they are so risk averse, so ready to not fight, if that makes sense, without the correct setups, means we just end up in a situation where no one really kind of takes a step out or takes a step away from the correct position they should be in. But with 3 minutes on that Ocean Drake, we are going to see BLG trying to strong-arm themselves into this bot side. Yet to lose a turret as well, so you can see why they are happy enough knowing that they're not going to really lose anything at all in the top in exchange from RNG.
And now they can push on, as you said, on the bottom side of the map. Everyone from BLG is trying to help on this turret, but the conga line from RNG is slowly making its way across as well. Betty will be back towards mid lane clearing duty, but with the 14-minute mark hit, there'll be no more turret plates for either team to pick up.
And again, this is incredibly similar to what we saw in Game 1 and in Game 2.
Yeah.
RNG started off very brightly, BLG come back in the mid-game, and then we do nothing for, I'm going to say about 30 more minutes. Everyone just kind of stacks up dragons or stacks up a little bit of gold and items, and then we just stagnate. Why is it so hard for either of these teams to blow up the game?
Well, at the moment, it's you want Meteor to be able to assassinate, when we're looking at BLG, Meteor to be able to assassinate the backline. Doesn't really have that yet. Would like to get the boots, would like to have that sticking power a little bit more so, especially going up against Ming and this Leona. You need a couple of items there to just blow up Betty and not worry about the CC train that's going to be coming in on the opposite side. But for RNG, they want to stall out the game. BLG have a great team fight composition, so if RNG can let Xiaohu get up to his items, have Long Shin in a decent spot as well, where then they can just look to play through these side lanes and not give BLG the opportunity to go for these picks. The big caveat to that though is, again, looking at Meteor and the Nocturne. Very good at joining in on these side lanes from far away, so they have to be careful as to where they're positioned on the map and keep eyes on Meteor.
See, contesting over this red buff should be, actually won't be stolen, was taken there by Xiaolong Bao. Bot lane does go over to Xiaohu, like you said, looking for that split push pressure. And again, RNG just keeping themselves within arm's reach, not letting BLG blow this game open. But again, BLG not taking any crazy risks.
This is where the game starts to get a little bit more interesting though. We do have the Ocean Drake spawning, so we'll have to see if the teams are willing to fight over this. Both teams at one Drake apiece, so it's not the end of the world if it goes over either side. Instead, they will be looking to more fight for that next one, the third one, because of course setting you up for that Dragon Soul. But Baron is still a ways off, but the second Rift Herald is spawning in just a moment. And I think definitely BLG want to try and get their hands on that. Again, start to accelerate through these side lanes, see if they can get some of these turrets down and open up the map for Meteor to start to roam and work and create that partner.
And there is the start. Oh, Kingen gets jumped on. Xenoblade, bullet time, let fly. Jinmo there, though, to keep him safe. Ignite did go down as well. And while all that was all happening, they have got the Nocturne Meteor just taking this Rift Herald. So they may still be able to contest for this Dragon, but they don't think they really want to at this stage because it doesn't really give RNG that much.
Now, it really doesn't. I mean, a little bit of regen at this point isn't the end of the world. Again, as we said, more looking towards the later Dragons. And getting that Rift Herald gives the opportunity for Meteor, who's picked that up, to go for a gank, utilize the ultimate, and then toss down the Rift Herald to start to win more aggressively in the side lanes, or even in the mid lane if they do find Betty off on their lonesome.
For BLG, they'll be pretty happy with that one. They won't feel super overwhelmed with the Dragon pressure. They are still 1 and 2, so they're very close to that one as well. And with a Rift Herald, it all depends on how they use it, and if they can push that into a bot lane or a mid lane turret, they'll be delighted.
And the biggest problem for BLG is that because we're so far between when actual team fight or anything is really happening in this game, summoner spells start to come back up. They make those plays that little bit harder to overcome and actually turn into a success. So Meteor, I would imagine, is going to try to blow some summoner spells or play around Xiaohu before we see this Rift Herald get dropped down.
Could look to try and take out Ming as well. Ming not looking super tanky, has got the stopwatch of course, so should be able to keep himself alive relative to how long he's in the fight.
I love the adaptation for Ming though. Usually we see a lot of Leona's going towards that Gargoyle Stone Plate. It's actually why we saw her rise so highly in the pick, was because you wanted to get that tanky stats onto her as quickly as possible now that you didn't have to buy the support item. However, we see that he's going towards the Locket of the Iron Solari to provide a little bit more shields for the likes of Fofo's ultimate and for anything else that might come their direction. We have seen though BLG thrown this Rift Herald down in the bottom lane. They want to try and pick up a second turret, but RNG are collapsing.
No real wave clear here though for the side of RNG. I feel like a lot of respect was given to the fact that Xiaohu had just gone back. They didn't know exactly where he was nor where all the wards were, and he has TP available.
But watch what BLG are doing. This is the slow, methodical gameplay that we expect from them when they are in the lead. This is one of the first times we see them in control at tempo, and they're starting to pick off these turrets. That's 3 gone already. Now it's only that mid lane turret that's available. And it's a lot easier to get in and start to look for dives or plays around that turret now that both those side lanes are down. BLG are actually starting to slowly get control and start to put the chokehold onto RNG. We want to see if RNG, though, can catch them out in transition. If they can get decent wards down, they might be able to find Meteor. They can find Kingin as he tries to make his way in through them into the mid lane, and that's why we're seeing a lot of wards in both of the alleyways to bring themselves into the mid.
BLG, again, like you said, slow, methodical, suffocating RNG. But again, RNG, the team fight team of LPL, the guys who always find a way to just, that little bit of magic, that little moment that just brings them back 100% into the game. You can never discount them. We saw it in game 1, nearly saw it in game 2 if it didn't go on for so bloody long. And maybe in game 3, that's where they need to start bringing it out.
I was promised short games. I don't know what happened.
You were given short games. JDG versus WE. Oh, solar flares and a blade, flash, and bullet time lets loose. But no one else going to be caught out. There is a flash burn of Fofo. Nothing else gained.
Yeah, but I mean, that wasn't a very, like, it was okay. But I mean, this is definitely starting to teeter up into several games at that 40 to 50 minute mark, which is more like where I'm kind of like, okay, cool, maybe you should have Caitlyn, because she does real well right about that point.
You know who else does well? Cog.
We're back to the Cogmar, are we?
For anyone who's here for the early game today, that's
to go to work or sleep or
that's
something.
for you, my friend.
Shout out to the true heroes. The
Shout
people
out to the OGs who watch all LPL all the time, which is it. After Chinese New Year, it is all the time. It is literally starting on Wednesday 5th and going. It doesn't stop. We stop, unfortunately. We
needed a break.
Well, not even we need a break. Our fantastic production staff need a break. They are the lifeblood of our production, and they need sleep. They need days off.
Sure, sleep is for the week. Come on.
Well, this is a resident sleeper, so
fair.
I'm sure a lot of people are just going to watch this. This will be like, how to fall asleep instantly.
Yeah, I mean, for 1 or 2 games, like, okay, cool, this is great. We're seeing a lot of high-level play, and now it's just no, we've drifted into a bad place that we can't get out of.
Well, I will say is that BLG, with 15 seconds left until that Dragon Spawn, have put themselves into a position where they look like they want to fight. You have the Senna ultimate with the Rumble and, of course, the Braum to try and set up this, like, what I call like a double carpet of just insane AoE that can hit right down the lane. You can set this all up. You just need the right moment, the right, I suppose, go sign to really make it all happen. Uh-oh, Shinmo forced to flash away too close to the wall, and that fails to stand behind me. That's a little bit of a blunder that RNG will always capitalize on.
Yeah, now they're the ones that are in control of the pit. Flashes galore and all the ultimates up and available for RNG. They might look to try and turn this.
No flash on Shinmo, no flash on Fofo. Maybe they look for something right here. You can just put the Mordekai's in. That's a good equalizer to try and separate everybody away from the Dragon. It's still procced. It's still aggroed. There's the redemption coming down to try and reset the fight for BLG. Everything coming down to this smite. Bullet time goes off. Solar Flare as well. It's going to be secured by RNG, but the AoE comes out. Paranoia comes out as well as Kingin is trying to jump onto the back line along with Long Xing. They will take down the Senna. There's the fear down onto Betty, but he flashes away as Meteor goes golden. It's a battle of the top laners as they're both trying to do it. Kingin as a double kill. Looking for more though. Xiaohu on the back side of this. Betty still here. Will just be able to bounce himself out. It will end up being a 3-for-3. Maybe after this Till goes down, Ming will go down. 4-for-2, excuse me. Overall, BLG lose the Dragon, gain the fight.
And that was the problem that we saw was RNG are set up more to try and go for something along the lines of split push through Xiaohu. But when you've got that Unbreakable there for Jinmo, stops all the damage from Betty. You've got a great equalizer from Fofo. There's nowhere for RNG to turn. You can see here, Betty opens up with Jinmo instantly with the Unbreakable. You got the Dawning Shadow straight across everyone to keep them nice and topped up as well. And Meteor is wreaking havoc in the back line, separating everyone long enough for Kingin to start getting those resets.
Kingin just really, I feel like he should have focused maybe on Xiaohu. I know he's tried to go for Betty, but overall ends up trading over a kill as Xiaohu flashes in, gets himself the Kingslayer and the abscond. Words are hard, man.
They are.
English is difficult.
You don't really realize it until you try to explain to people just how difficult the language actually is.
Yeah. Here's a load of rules, and here's a load of exceptions to that rule.
That's actually longer than the rules.
Yes. Correct. Like the rule I before E except after C has more examples of it being incorrect than correct. It's one of those very, very weird little tidbits of information that you learn. But again, RNG, they got the Dragon. Now they're on the Dragon Soul timer. Able to put BLG a little bit on the back foot now with that particular thing. That means that BLG have to fight in 3 minutes' time around that Dragon.
And with Baron already up, you can see BLG are just like, cool, if we can get these guys in towards the Baron, find the fight that we want at that point, maybe we can make it happen. Maybe we can stop RNG from playing towards what it would definitely be another win condition for them. You can see how kind of drawn out these fights can be. A little bit of extra regen wouldn't go amiss for any of the members of RNG.
Still got that mid lane turret for both sides. Only 1 turret for RNG, 3 for BLG. It's a 3,000 gold lead. And again, BLG slowly creeping forward, I feel. Slowly getting the advantages, the gold at least, in these small little fights. And you can see with items being picked up, the Death's Dance alongside the Black Cleaver now for Aatrox, and of course the Edge of Night and the upgraded tier item for the Senna.
And the Guardian's Angel nearly complete for Meteor. This is what I love to see, because we've already saw the stopwatch, how crucial that was in keeping Meteor alive and drawing RNG members to try and deal with the Nocturne in the backline. But if you get the GA, with how few and far between these team fights have been, that GA is going to get continual value throughout the game and also be essentially another stopwatch for you in making sure that RNG have to deal with you when you resurrect.
So far ahead as well.
There it is. Yeah, just picked it up.
So the full item and a half ahead of his counterpart, Xiaolong Bao.
3 levels as well.
Yeah, like this is not a night fight that you should be ever losing. He's about 3 levels, minimum 2 as soon as Xiaolong Bao gets his upgrade, or as soon as he gets his camp, but he had to go back, and already you can see the tower being focused down here. As BLG finally cracked that one open, and they can now really start to put pressure on this Baron.
That was kind of the last outer bastion of hope for RNG. Was never going to stand around for long. We already said with both those side lane turrets down, it was a lot more difficult for RNG to hold on to that tower. Now BLG should be able to get in and start again. Methodical, clearing out vision, making sure that RNG are coming in blind. They do have the Tremor Sense, which can help out a certain amount. We'll have to see how well BLG play around that to try and bait RNG in.
Another lull in the game, 45 seconds though until that Ocean Drake spawns, and it only felt like a second ago I said 3 minutes. As we wait to see who prioritizes what. You can see already Longxing with that teleport in the top side, trying to get a little bit more pressure, get those waves in order for RNG. But at the meantime, BLG already in position to look to try and deny this from RNG, and I feel like with the Dragon set up the way they are, RNG will not really look to contest this. I feel they can let one slide.
I wouldn't even be surprised if they let 2 slide, to be honest. See if they can just let that timer reset. I mean, you're looking realistically 11 to 12 minutes before BLG are putting pressure for that 4th Dragon. That might give you just enough time to get control of the side wave, start to push things out, equal up, maybe find a pick, although BLG have been doing a great job of not giving any opportunity for that to happen. As I say that, Ming.
Oh, Paranoia and the red carpet with the teleport coming in off the backside. The Senna ult hits 3, but Meteors does so much damage on top of him. He's immediately put into his GA, but Misfortune is down. The damage is gone. Longxing will trade back 1 kill, but what will he lose? RNG now running for their lives as Longxing tries to take back as much as he possibly can. He will end up falling. As I say that, ooh, Jinzhou almost goes down, and Xiaohu and Kingen now playing keep away from each other. It should be Kingen though finding him out and chasing him down.
The rest of BLG are going to push in through the mid lane. We're going to have Jinzhou and Jinmo creep over towards this Dragon, trying to make the most of it. That Rumble ult is back up, or sorry, stolen away from Xiaohu, who is trying to use it to keep these going, but he goes down eventually, I'm assuming.
You assume? Potentially incorrect. I assume he will eventually fall down. He's got the boss cone. He's just going to try and fight Longxing. He's still got a hell of a lot of mana, but hell no to his health bar. And that is going to be a definitive team fight going the way of BLG.
Now giving themselves a 5k gold lead. No Dragon to speak of for RNG to try and play around Now BLG can fully put their focus on towards the Baron. We are going to catch a replay, but this is where the Xenoblade is down and Meteor goes, okay, I'm fine to go in. The Dawning Shadow is great in these scenarios as well, and just giving that little bit more survivability to Meteor with the GA alongside it. Causes enough disruption, allows BLG to get in and finish off any members that are there. And Longshin, yes, was able to kill Meteor, but it doesn't matter. The rest of them are able to collapse. Very nearly takes down Jinmo. I thought he was going to, or Jin Zhao even, I thought he was going to go down.
Very, very close. He's be very careful. That Mordekaiser is incredibly strong, especially with the extra little bit of damage being put down from his almost Stormmail.
The Bramble Vest, and don't forget also that burn damage coming in from the Landia Torment. So I wasn't sure if those ticks were going to be enough, but Senna will live to fight another day. Maybe not so much for Xiaohu.
Round 2. Fight. Kingen is not done with you yet, Xiaohu. He tries to just find as much as he possibly can. Nicely dodged over to the top side, though. Keep himself there, but they're just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this guy, seeing if they can just take him down. He'll go golden. The rest of BLG is here. He'll dash, he'll flash, he'll try his very, very best, but in the end, he does go down. And that is going to be a pretty decent pick-off here for the side of BLG, but unfortunately for them, they have no wave to push up in this bot side.
And Longjin is actually pushing in the top lane, so might finally get this outer turret down. But yeah, I mean, it's a kill, but a lot invested when it comes down to it. Ultimates galore used, and when we were already talking about them wanting to set up around the Baron, not having access to these big ultimates will steadily slow it down and give RNG the opportunity to clear out some of the vision.
And someone I do really want to highlight in this series overall was Fofo. A lot of question marks over this player. Someone that we were wondering, you know, he was multiple LMS MVP, someone that everyone was saying, oh, you know, big fish, little pond. Here he is, fighting against some of the best LPL talent in the world. This is his first real test, I feel, and he has come up genuinely top trumps.
100%. Fofo has massively impressed me. Impressed me on the Orianna, now impressed me on the Rumble. Want to see where this ultimate is going to go, though. This is prime real estate for that equalizer to come through and level RNG. But they're not going to go, they're not going to push through. They are aware that these ultimates are back up and available.
Well, stopwatches littered around both these teams. Double Zanyas for the side of RNG. You got a stopwatch now on the Aatrox and, of course, the Rumble as well. GA should be coming up for Meteor for the ensuing fight. Now we're starting to look at actually a GA third item for Misfortune. So Betty realizing that 0, 1, and 3, not having the best time, having to flash and heal most of these fights away is not the primary damage on his team. Needs to be definitely playing more defensively.
It also means that Meteor has less targets to go for. If you take out Betty, it doesn't really mean anything. The fight is still going to be ongoing. Now he's got to go and re-evaluate who he's trying to dive on. Do you go for Zhao, who's got the Zanyas? How do you try and burst out Longshin? It's a great answer, and RNG have been playing very smartly with their item choices to try and counteract what BLG want to achieve.
And RNG have to react to BLG setting up these waves. You can see Xiaohu up to the top side, Langqing down to the bot. Langqing has not got a teleport just yet. And that is going to be little small annoyances that make it easier for BLG to go back into this jungle, to go back into this red side and can get themselves some vision control over everything. Really put pressure onto RNG around this Baron. A minute till that dragon again. It's still RNG with the advantage in that sense. So BLG need to make sure they play their cards right. They're not out of the woods just yet.
This game is starting to go on and on. 33 minutes, and you are looking at least some decent items starting to come through. So this is where we got to start looking at the scalings on both sides. Xiaohu on the Silas will do a lot of work. That Kingslayer is going to heal for a substantial amount now that he's starting to hit up towards that level 16 mark. You've got Longshin as well, nearly hitting that level 18. This is Mordekaiser's territory. This is where it becomes so difficult to deal with if he gets onto the carries in these team fights.
The big issue I'm seeing right now is a level 15 Nocturne and a level 12 Rek'Sai. There is no catch-up XP in this game anymore. You're behind, you're still behind. It forced you to make a play just like this. Ming goes in, the Glacial Fisher stops the bullet time for going in, and now RNG have to be on full retreat. Longshin gets stunned up, taken down. Fofo will say thank you very, very much. BLG looking in control of Game 3.
And it finally looks like BLG have pushed over the line. Now they'll start to crack open this turret in the mid lane. They can look towards that inhibitor. With 40 seconds on Long Shin, there's no way that RNG can defend this, and now they can go back towards Baron as well.
Take the inhibitor. They may look just for the game if they're feeling risky enough.
If XLB goes down.
Again, those levels, he's so far behind. It just becomes impossible for him to even look for any kind of an engage. They take the inhibitor and they can rotate back down for the Ocean Drake, reset, set up again at Baron.
And we were singing the praises of Xiaolongbao, how well he had been doing in this series. But Meteor comes out with the Nocturne and shows why there's a difference, why Meteor is a franchise player for BLG, and how Xiaolongbao, yes, you look good, but you're still a rookie in the LPL.
This is the big play, though, from RNG. They know that the Ocean Drake was being taken down. They're going to go straight onto the Baron. It's down to about one half of its HP. Fofo is around. They do not have the equalizer there on the side of RNG, but they do have it on the side of BLG. Now they go in. There's the Paranoia. They jump straight on. GA onto the Misfortune, take it down immediately. And now Kingen can just force everybody out. Hello again over the wall with the Blast Cone. 3 for 1. GA's galore. RNG are routed.
And Long Shin goes down with that. They will already put the pings onto the base. Minions are strewing in, and RNG have been routed.
RNG will lose 2-1 to BLG, and what a statement for this team. BLG, the number 4 team from Summer, just missed out on regional qualifiers. Towards the end of the season, we were all honestly saying that this team should be going to Worlds. They stamped their authority down on RNG. They take the series 2-1, and they continue with 100% series wins.
And what a way to do it. Kingen stepping up. Meteor looking impeccable on the Nocturne. And Fofo, where questions were asked, answers were given. 7-0-8 on this Rumble.
The picks worked. They stuck to what they knew. They had faith in their slow, methodical, grind out little advantages style that everyone knows them to have. Yes, it's not flashy. Yes, it does tend to have a long game time attached to it, but it gets you the wins, and that's all that matters.
I mean, you always want effectiveness over anything flashy. If it doesn't work, get it out of here, and that's what BLG have gone with. Even in the games where they looked like they were behind, where they weren't in control, they were never far behind RNG, always nipping at their heels, always threatening to find that pick that would turn the game back in their favor, turn the series back in their favor, and in that last one, they did just that.
For RNG, they start the year, or rather, should I say, they end the Chinese year with a loss. But we have 2-week break now, 2.5-week break, realistically. They have plenty of time to fix this, and when they come back, they will have Uzi on their side. So this is definitely not 100%. This is not their final form, but it is definitely a disappointment for them going forward.
I think it's a big disappointment for Xiaolongbao as well. We saw him come in looking great in game 1. Game 2, still a little bit shaky, but keeping even with Meteor. But it was a marathon. This was not a sprint. By the time we got to game 3, the cracks were starting to show. And you said it, Penguin, 3 to 4 levels behind as you get to that late game. There's no catch-up experience. There's nothing to try and make you look good. It's just down to what you can do in that jungle. And it was Meteor who came out on top.
BLG showing it's not how you start, it is how you finish. Not the hare, definitely the turtle in this story, but they come out with the win, and they finally take a huge step towards possibly contesting for top 2 in the league.
I mean, you can see right there, Fofo on your screens, nearly 20,000 damage in that game. This dude is a menace. Rumble, Orianna, I don't care what this guy is playing, he looks fantastic.
And you can see just by the turrets, the pressure that BLG had. 9 turrets to 1. They lost 1 of their own turrets, and that was it. Yes, they lost a couple of dragons, but I feel like that kind of baited in RNG to fight at those objectives. You're against a Rumble, a Senna, and a Braum. That is so much AoE distortion that you can bring in there. And Kingen, someone who we had question marks coming into this, honestly looks like he's found his feet and looks like he's striding towards being a top talent.
Most certainly. I mean, solo kills, looks great in lane. And as well, I think also BLG are one of the teams that have adapted the best to the new meta. We're seeing them play very heavily around that Rift Herald, consistently getting 2 towers out of it, which other teams haven't really been able to do. We've seen Meteor place that exactly where he needs to, understanding how much pressure is going to be caused, and caught RNG unaware, it's caught previous opponents unaware, and I want to see how teams are going to adapt now to this new BLG.
What's the limit for BLG? What are they looking for right now? You've seen them now twice in the last week. How high is the ceiling go?
I mean, I'm looking at playoffs. I'm looking towards, you know, semi-finals, if not finals for this team. I'm really hyped to see what they can do. Yes, it was an RNG that weren't quite there, but that's still a very strong performance from them, a controlled performance throughout. And if you can rely on that and your mechanical skill that we've seen from their players, they become an absolute menace when it does get to the later stages of the split.
I will say I'm not worried for RNG. I really am not. I think Xiaolongbao had a great game 1, a great game 2. I think in game 3, as you said, as we were talking about, it just kind of got away from him. And that heavy gank style that he was kind of going for, that, you know, without farming as such, he just ended up getting the gap larger and larger and larger. And unfortunately for him, it just didn't really come together in that particular game. But I feel like for such a young player, he has so much room to grow, and what a team to do it on as well.
Definitely. It's not the where you want it to be in this series. I mean, think about it. You're in your game 3 of your first day of the LPL. You're up against Meteor, who's now put you on a clock with this Nocturne pick, where I have to make things work as this Rek'Sai in the early game, or this Nocturne is just going to outscale me and take over. You're putting a lot of pressure onto this day 1 rookie, and unfortunately, he cracked. That's not to say that he can't come up back from this or move on from this, but you can definitely see that it's still green behind the ears, and now to move on from there.
Exactly. You take exactly what you just said there, the experience and also just the length of this series. It's something that the LPL, and I feel like most Chinese teams, or most Chinese veteran players at least, will be very used to, is that these series can go very, very long. It's coming up to, I think, 10:05 in the evening here for us, 22:04. This is a long day for these guys, because you're assuming they're getting up, they're having a couple of practices, they're talking to their managers, their coaches, they're talking about their strategies, they're talking about the games, they're coming into the arenas, they're talking to fans, there's a lot that happens in a day, and then you have a full 3-game set that most games go 40+ minutes. That's a long day.
And to put that into a newcomer as well, that's the one that I want to kind of look at, is that these are new systems. I mean, yes, he played in the LDL, so we'll know a little bit. I think it was Young Miracles that he played for. So now coming into Royal, new team, new staff, new house, a lot of new opportunities for him to not quite be comfortable, and then to get to this later stage as well of the day, after so many games and such intense games as well. It's got to be pretty strenuous.
Absolutely. I think that Xiaolongbao has a fantastically bright future ahead of him. I am very, very curious to see. But, of course, we got to give congratulations, of course, to BLG. They're the guys that are now 2-0. They're the reason that, they're at the top of the table alongside IG and E-Stars as well. So they have gotten 2 wins in the bag.
And it's got to be pretty nice and have that sigh of relief to think, okay, we've got 1 game in the bag against one of the top teams. We can drop one of them against one of the teams later on in the game, or in the split, but we're good. We've got that 1 in the bag.
Of course, and we're going to have a couple of quick clips on the rumble for Fofo in that last game, because it was pretty damn big for how he set up all these fights.
These equalizers were so on point. This one in particular, where it just splits up the fight entirely, is fantastic. You can see him holding on to it for so long. I think this is the one, or have I?
I think it was just before this. It was just before this he got it, but this was just rumble. You can see Fofo, he's untouched in this fight, and he's just constantly going back, waging his cooldowns, making sure he doesn't overheat, making sure that when he does overheat, he is getting the max benefit out of those empowered auto attacks and flame spitters. And there is why Fofo is considered a pretty damn good prospect in this league.
Yeah, you can see the equalizers here as well, setting up the catch for Meteor, and it is just slowing it a little bit, but understanding that, look, I don't always have to have this 3 to 4 man ultimate. Instead, I can be the facilitator, and understanding how to swap between those roles is why Fofo is so potent.
I am very excited for this BLG side. I am very, very happy to finally see them after they lost Kuro in the last season. I have a lot of question marks, like, well, you've built this Korean kind of duo or solo lane style. How is it going to work with new Fofo? It looks fantastic. And it also is a fantastic thing to see that Meteor hasn't lost his edge.
And I was also looking to see how Kingen was going to perform. I saw ADD was doing pretty well last summer. I thought that this was going to be a guy that they stuck to, but seeing the performance that Kingen has put in, I understand why he's now starting on the roster. This guy looks phenomenal.
It could be a communications. This guy just seems straight up like a fantastic mechanical top laner. But Fofo, you mentioned this KDA, 708, 83.3% kill participation, and nearly 35% of his team's overall damage. He had a fantastic outing.
Yeah, and it's great to see him coming from the LMS. As you said, big fish, small pond. We were trying to see what the story was. But we've seen other LMS players come in and not have the same success. Maple, Sword Art to a certain extent as well. Hasn't looked like he has back on those Flash Wolves days. Fofo has come in and looked absolutely, even Betty, who was on RNG there today. I mean, these are players where we kind of go, okay, they're still okay. They're coming in, they're kind of finding their footing. Fofo comes in and just slaps the book out of everyone's hands and goes, I'm here, I'm taking over, let's go.
And that's where I love the fact that we can now have the conversation of, is he along the is he just below the likes of Doomby, Rookie, Knight? These are the big three, if you want to call them. Any of My Hero Academia fans will know what that means. The big three that are coming up, they are the top of the table, and they're the people you want to be going. Is he getting there? Does he look like he could be there eventually?
I personally think he could be. I don't know how well he'll do in a 1v1. I think if you put up like just individual prowess, Knight, I think would be able to take him. But in a team fight scenario, on the facilitating role he has in the team, I think he definitely shines with the rest of them.
We'll have to see exactly how Fofo goes. We're going to have a quick recap of today's action. Of course, earlier in the day, we saw JDG dismantle Team WE in a very quick fashion, which then set us up for the mammoth of a marathon that was BLG versus RNG, which, of course, BLG were able to take at 2-1. And of course, we'll have a quick look at the standings. That means that JDG, with no losses at all and 2 wins, means that they are up with +4 in the game difference. Unfortunately for RNG, they do go down to the loser side of the half, I suppose, if you want to call it that. But right up there, you can see IG, E-Stars, BLG, and JDG all with 2 wins.
And when we looked at the way that this week was going to start, I would have expected this to look very, very differently. I mean, FPX and RNG down towards the bottom half of your standings. Even Vici Gaming to a certain extent as well. I was curious to see how these guys would do. But as you said, very early days. It's only week 1. Chinese New Year's up, and that's where we're going to see the rest of the teams come and see what they are capable of.
Before Chinese New Year's hits, we do, of course, have one more day of action. Tomorrow's matches, the last day of the week for us in the English broadcast, and of course, until we hit Chinese New Year break, is going to be Vici Gaming versus DMO. A battle of the mid-table. Both teams looking to find their feet, both coming off of a loss. And then they've got EDG versus Top Esports. That one could potentially be a very good game, or a bit of a stop.
Yeah, and I think for Top Esports, they're going to want to make sure that they are going up towards the top of the table. Solidify that 2-0 week to make sure that they're looking strong, but we'll have to see how they do up against EDG.
Who's your bets on for Vici DMO?
I think Vici. I'm really excited about Vici, but
why you gotta do my boy natural like that?
I want to see Cube on a carry. That's the one thing. If Cube's on a carry, I think Vici have it. Otherwise, I'm still...
So weighing it up either side.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Ornn. I'm not a fan of Cube on Ornn, but we'll see.
That's fair. We'll have to wait and see. But, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that is all we have time for today. I want to thank you all for joining us. I want to thank you, Dagda, for joining me on the desk. Yeah. I want to thank our fantastic production team, of course, for bringing you all this action, TJ Sports, and all the extras that we have in this fantastic studio. I will always reference it. You don't understand if you didn't watch last summer.
And the viewers as well for sticking with us for such a long series.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you again tomorrow.
The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Ooh, make be shy. Listen, close your eyes. I wanna slow in another sound. You can touch the sky. I wanna slow. You feel the love growing all around you. I wanna slow. Let yourself embrace to get high. Move your feet. Do you feel the heat? Slow down is all you need. Into the beat. Don't be shy. Listen, close your eyes. I wanna slow. Feel another sound. You can touch the sky. I wanna slow. You feel the love growing all around you. I wanna slow. Let yourself embrace to get high. Hey, now you can see. Oh, it's brighter. Oh, it's clear. 'Cause baby, now you can see. 'Cause you open up your mind to find what you want to be. Yeah, you feel the rhythm. Now it's in your heart, baby, you see. Now it's time for you to find the answer. Don't be shy.